Chapter 251, The plan to send the Savior into the enemy camp begins. Dumbledore, what the hell is going on? You have to give me an explanation. Facing Karkaroff's aggressive questioning, Dumbledore raised his hand to signal him to be calm. But Karkaroff didn't calm down. Scam, all this is just your scam. He pointed at Dumbledore and the other English wizards present. You and your Ministry of Magic have lured me here under false pretenses, but it's not a fair competition at all. You somehow arranged for 2 extra champions who were not of the right age to enter the competition, and now you are trying to attack our champion and disqualify him from the competition. This is a conspiracy. What promoting friendship among the international wizarding community? What restoring good relations from the past? These are just excuses, it is a conspiracy. Karkaroff finished berating Dumbledore and spat a thick phlegm at his feet. Depulso. Lucas' cold voice sounded and Karkaroff didn't even have time to turn around when he was pinned against the wall by the spell. Igor Karkaroff, if you don't know how to control your temper, I don't mind helping you control it. Conspiracy. Without the constraints of the Goblet of Fire I wouldn't be participating. Do you think I am bored enough to participate in such a school game? Tri-Wizard Tournament. Eternal glory. Don't be kidding, these things are not even as important to me as earning galleons. Now that Mr. Barty Crouch is dead, as the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, the importance of this matter is not trivial. And the new judge replacement also needs to be determined. There is only 1 month left before the last match, isn't it? After Lucas finished speaking, he picked up his teacup again. Regarding the new judge and what to do next, it has nothing to do with him, and issues related to the tournament should be discussed by the judges. He turned to look at Professor Snape beside him. Professor, how is your potion research going? Now there is only 1 month left. It's almost there, now only the test is left. Lucas' eyes lit up. Looking at the judge group who were constantly arguing, he left the headmaster's office along with Professor Snape. Looking at the crystal-clear potion in his hand, Lucas frowned. What is the effect of this poison? Professor Snape snorted softly. And from his tone, Lucas could clearly feel a trace of pride. I researched the ancient spell of the Dark Lord to obtain a new body, and specifically researched the part about the blood of the enemy. This bottle of potion is colorless and tasteless, and drinking it will not cause any impact on the human body, but it will make the blood of the person who drinks the potion repel everything. That's all Professor Snape said, but he also explained the effect of the medicine very clearly. Swirling the medicine bottle in his hand, Lucas summoned Shauna, his house elf. Little master, Shauna is waiting for your orders. He handed her the potion in his hand, and asked Professor Snape. How long does this bottle last for? Take it 1 week before the start of the competition, and when the medicine fully takes effect, the competition will have just started, and the potion will be excreted in another week. Lucas nodded clearly. Shauna, did you hear? It's a week before the start of the 3rd competition. Put the contents of this bottle into Harry Potter's food, and make sure he drinks it, understand? Shauna understands, little master. Then she disappeared in front of the 2 of them after speaking. Let's go, Headmaster Dumbledore should have finished talking. Professor Snape cleaned up the potion materials on the table, turned and walked outside. On the way to the headmaster's office, neither of them mentioned the bottle of untested potion again. Professor Snape was very confident in his potion-making skills. So was Lucas. The potion's talent in the awakening stage allowed him to easily identify whether the potion was effective or not. Elves' tears, when are you going to give them to me? Professor Snape asked suddenly. Lucas looked at the headmaster's office that was close to them and replied. Next school year. Don't worry, I will set aside time for you to brew the spirit-purifying potion. The book says it needs to be brewed for at least 1 year. You'd better hurry up and prepare, Mr. Grindelwald. Seeing Professor Snape frowning slightly, Lucas was surprised. Unexpectedly, Professor Snape, who was always expressionless, would show such an expression. He went over the follow-up plan carefully in his mind. Don't worry, there must be enough time. Hearing that Lucas was sure, Professor Snape didn't continue to discuss the topic. When the 2 entered Dumbledore's office, the others had already left. Dumbledore was propped up on the desk with one hand, staring blankly at the bookshelf. It can be seen from his back that dealing with those people made him feel exhausted. You are here already. Lucas, is little Hangleton prepared? The construction company had withdrawn a week ago, and the roads in the village have been repaired, so I don't think Voldemort would be suspicious. That's good. Dumbledore turned to face the 2 of them. At this moment, exhaustion was written all over his face. Lucas, I should have listened to you and had a good chat with Harry. That kid trusts others too easily. Lucas laughed and said, it seems a bit late. Harry lived in a very difficult environment since he was a child, so it's normal to become close to those who treat him well. But you didn't guide him in time, so he is still like this even now, even though I reminded him to not look just at the surface when dealing with people when I was in the 1st year. But Mr. Savior obviously became immersed in the flattery of the people around him, and quickly forgot about my words. Dumbledore sighed. Sorry, Lucas, Harry troubled you again this time. You don't need to apologize for him. What's more important now is how to ensure that Harry is sent to Little Hangleton with the Triwizard Cup smoothly. Lucas paused for a few seconds, then looked at the two and continued, with Potter's character, it's hard to guarantee that he won't do something to share the honor with others. If it had been before, Dumbledore could still answer with certainty that it was impossible. But now, even he had some doubts about Harry's brain circuits. Professor Snape said slowly at this time, if someone helped Potter in the maze, perhaps the stupid and arrogant Potter would do just as you said. Seeing that both of them turned to look at him, Dumbledore pondered for a moment and said, Lucas, as the first champion to enter the maze, I have to trouble you to intercept everyone except for Harry. That is to say, let me take the initiative to attack the other champions. That's right. Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. Lucas chuckled and said, don't worry, I will definitely deliver Potter to Tom safely. For Lucas' ability, Dumbledore still recognized it. But he was still a little uneasy about letting Harry face Voldemort alone. Hearing his worries, Lucas said with a smile, as a person who has personally experienced the power of my spells, you should have the most say. Thinking of the trap Lucas left in the cemetery, the worry on Dumbledore's face softened a bit. Along with the start of June, Hogwarts, which had been relatively quiet for several months, became lively again. As the date of the last task approached, the candidate for the last judge has also been determined. Cornelius Fudge, England's Minister of Magic. As it is the last task, and as Minister of Magic, he was due to be there anyway. For the next period of time, Harry pulled his friends to help him practice a lot of spells every day. The shield charm to protect himself. Bombarda to blast solid obstacles. He also learned the Point Me spell to ensure that he would not lose his way in the maze. With the experience of the previous two tasks, he wasn't feeling that nervous about the final one. Anyway, he just needs to try his best, even if he loses, he wouldn't regret it. Or well, that is what he said to his friends. Since the task is scheduled for June 24th, the professors decided to bring forward the end-of-year exams for the current school year to the week before the competition. This will allow the students to watch the game without any burden. And after the game is over, they can go to the bulletin board to check their results. The professor who came up with this brilliant idea was feeling smug. As everyone knows, the students almost hated him to death, if it was even possible for them to hate him any more than they already did. You can take a guess about who this professor is. Soon it was day for the last task of the Triwizard Tournament. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone went to the Great Hall for dinner. After dinner, everyone will go to the Quidditch pitch to wait for the last game to start. Harry, Lucas, you two come here. Professor McGonagall glanced proudly at the two standing in front of her. After dinner later, you can go to the small room next to the Great Hall, where relatives will be waiting. Before they could answer, Professor McGonagall turned around and left. Lucas pretended that she hadn't said this at all. Since there's no way his family will come, Gellert Grindelwald aside. Both Abernathy and Vinda Rosier had important appointments and couldn't make it. Harry, on the other hand, was a little dazed. However, after finishing his meal, he went to the room next to the Great Hall anyway. When he saw Mrs. Weasley and Bill Weasley, his face was full of surprise, joy and emotion. Lucas had dinner and was accompanied by 3 girls to the Quidditch stadium. By this time the hedges on the field had grown to a height of 6 meters tall and completely obscured the view inside the maze. Lucas looked at the only gap in front of him and knew that this was the entrance to this great maze. Spectators began to pour into the stands one after another. The other champions also came next to Lucas at this time. Mrs. Weasley waved to Lucas when she saw him. Seeing that the judges were all seated, Ludo Bagman looked around the stands. After seeing that the stands were full, he drew out his wand and pointed it at his throat, sonorous. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to announce this to you all. Welcome to the final task of the Triwizard Tournament. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic months ahead of time. Snake, Lion, Eagle, Badger, Penguin, Pig, Turtle. Chapter 252, Voldemort is warming up. The first champion eliminated. In the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch, cheers like a tsunami sounded from all directions. At the entrance to the maze, Ludo Bagman said with a beaming smile on his face, you must know the third task very well, right? Hundreds of viewers answered his question. Of course, there are also many people urging him not to waste time and start the competition quickly. Bagman turned his head and waved his hands. Next, let me reintroduce the champions and their scores at this time. In first place, Lucas Grindelwald with 97 points, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The students of Hogwarts cheered loudly. Tied for second place, Victor Crumb and Harry Potter with 65 points, Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This time it was Durmstrang's students who started cheering. Bagman really knows how to mobilize the emotions of the crowd. Then he introduced the scores of Fleur and Cedric. After each introduction, there must be an area in the stands that erupts in cheers. Taking advantage of this time, Lucas carefully observed the surrounding situation and noticed that other contestants were surrounded by their own relatives. Even Harry stood beside Mrs. Weasley. Seeing him looking around, Amos Diggory said in a low voice, Mr. Grindelwald, thank you for taking care of my son during the competition, but I believe Cedric will win the final victory. Lucas was stunned for a second, then turned his gaze to the entrance. At this point the fake Moody was standing there, waiting for the task to start. As a professor at Hogwarts. When the game starts, he, Professor McGonagall and others will also enter the maze to patrol. Their task is to protect the safety of the champions if they are in danger. After all, there are a lot of dangerous creatures in the maze. Originally, the opinion of most judges was to let the professors wait around the maze. And they wouldn't be allowed to enter the maze unless they saw the contestants' red fireworks going up. But due to an accident in the second task and the death of Barty Crouch, many accidents made the judges very uneasy about the third game. So under Dumbledore's suggestion, it became the current rule, which is certainly very good news for Crouch Jr. This is also an opportunity created specifically for the fake Moody by Lucas and Dumbledore. Very good. Next, we will invite our champion who ranks first in points, Lucas Grindelwald, to enter the maze first. Accompanied by the sound of the cannon, Lucas turned and walked towards the entrance. Inside the entrance he could only see a dark passage. The 6 meters tall hedges cover everything around them in shadows. Even the sounds from the surrounding stands were muffled inside. Lumos. Lucas raised his wand and walked into the depths. After making sure that the people in the stands could no longer see him, he took out a complete map. Absolutely no one would have expected that the venerable Dumbledore would help Lucas to cheat. Let me see where the map fragments are. Maybe it's because of Lucas' presence, but this third task is very different from the original and it became more of a scavenger hunt. Without a complete map, it is impossible to find the location of the Triwizard Cup. The map in Lucas's hand is the most complete version. Aside from the location of the Triwizard Cup, the hiding places of those map fragments were also marked. In addition to eliminating other people, he also needs to let Harry collect the map fragments without anyone noticing, and send him to the front of the Triwizard Cup. Damn it. How did I become a nanny again? Reluctantly, Lucas put away the map, turned and walked towards the nearest map fragment. The cannon sounded again behind him. It should be Crumb and Potter who entered the maze. But to Lucas it sounded more like urging him to act quickly. At the maze entrance. As the champions entered one by one, the professors also filed in and went to the area that they were in charge of. Fake Moody finally no longer suppressed the excitement in his eyes. He limped into the maze and began to look for the champions inside. The Triwizard Cup must be won by Harry Potter no matter what. He had worked so hard to get the chance to place the cup from Dumbledore. It was all to turn it into a portkey, and then deliver Harry Potter to his master at the cemetery. Such a genius idea, Barty Crouch Jr. couldn't help but praise himself from the bottom of his heart. Master, tonight is the time for you to return. Crouch Jr., who was so complacent, didn't notice that there was a sneaky figure behind him. Professor Snape heard someone murmuring from ahead and a merciless sneer appeared on his face. At the same time in Little Hangleton Cemetery, the sound of apparition sounded. Peter Pettigrew appeared at a tombstone carrying the hideous baby Mort in his arms, doing his best to suppress the disgust he was feeling. It's finally about to start, is there any news from Barty? The little baby released a hoarse, low voice. Trying to prevent a shiver, Peter Pettigrew replied respectfully, Barty's letter was delivered not long ago, and the last task of the Triwizard Tournament has already begun. In addition, he asked me to tell the Master that Barty Crouch Sr. has been confirmed dead, so you can rest assured, Master. A low, weird laugh sounded. Baby Mort was very satisfied with Barty's performance this time. Barty is indeed my most loyal subordinate, when I regain my body, I must reward him well. Wormtail, hurry up and get everything ready, I can't wait to see Harry Potter. Peter Pettigrew responded tremblingly. He turned and took his master into a storage shed in the cemetery. Not long after, he came out again alone. This time he was holding a large cauldron in his hands. Setting the cauldron over old Tom Riddle's tombstone, Peter put all the potion ingredients needed into the cauldron. But he didn't notice that a string of small magic characters suddenly appeared under the cauldron, and these characters quickly rose and attached to the bottom of it. Lucas looked at the twisted rag in front of him, waiting for the transformation to end. Following the markings on the map, the closest map fragment was protected by a boggart. He was very curious about what he was the most afraid of in his heart. A few seconds passed and the boggart transformed into a Grim Reaper wearing a black cloak and holding a scythe. Before Lucas could see clearly, it changed again. Immediately afterwards, Marvel Mistress Death appeared, then DC's Death of the Endless, and even Hades appeared on the stage one by one. Lucas smiled wryly. He already knew what he was most afraid of. It turns out that he, like Voldemort, is afraid of death. It's just that he wasn't as sensitive as Voldemort, and he was aware of his fear early on. But if the price of thinking about immortality is to become a plastic surgery monster without a nose, Lucas thinks it's better to die. Besides, when he completes the final achievement, maybe among the superstandard rewards he gets, there will be a way to make people live longer. Ridiculous. The boggart was hit by the spell, and disappeared in a blink of an eye in a puff of blue smoke. An irregular map fragment fell from the sky, but just as Lucas was about to collect it, a familiar voice came from behind him. Lucas, I didn't expect to meet you here. Putting away the map fragment calmly, Lucas naturally showed a gentle smile on his face when he turned around. Fleur, what a coincidence. Although the maze was dimly lit, with the help of the light on the wand's tip, Lucas still clearly saw the blushing cheeks of the beautiful girl. Although he feels that it is a bit cruel to eliminate her so early. But who let her deliver herself to his door? Just when Lucas was about to approach her, he found that Fleur took a step back. Although I have no interest in becoming the champion of the Triwizard Tournament. But since I have come to this point, I still want to prove my strength. After she finished speaking, she winked at him playfully. Obviously she had already guessed his plan. Lucas smiled and shook his head. Okay then, but I still have something to tell you. Seeing Fleur's puzzled eyes, Lucas continued, that day at Madame Putafoot's tea house, you ran away after saying those words. Didn't you want to listen to my answer? Fleur's face turned red hearing that. After that day, she blamed herself for a long time. Probably because the atmosphere in the tea house was so good at that time, she ended up saying those words impulsively. So all this time she was always avoiding Lucas, afraid that he would mention what happened that day. But now there is no escape after all. What do you want to say? Lucas put his wand back into his robe, and walked towards Fleur with empty hands. Maybe seeing that he didn't hold a wand, Fleur didn't choose to retreat this time. Miss Fleur Delacour, you seem to have underestimated your own charm. If I hadn't been attracted to you, how would I still be able to remember your name after so long? Fleur raised her head in surprise. Seeing Lucas' blue eyes full of smiles, she suddenly lowered her head shyly. So you also like me? Indeed. As soon as the words fell, Fleur threw herself into Lucas's arms. It wasn't just Lucas who was surprised, even Fleur herself was amazed at her own audacity. But her body was one step ahead of her brain, and took the lead in responding. Lucas smiled lightly and patted her back, then leaned into her ear and said, I'm sorry, please forgive me. It doesn't matter, I'm very satisfied at the moment. The next moment, a white light flashed on Lucas' finger. Holding the unconscious Fleur tightly, he gently placed her on the ground, and then fired red sparks into the sky with his wand. The red fireworks were extremely dazzling in the night sky. At this time, Harry and Cedric, who happened to meet at the same place, stared blankly at the sky. The competition has just started, and someone has already been eliminated. Lucas must be playing tricks, only he who enters the arena first has enough time to attack others. Seeing Harry's confident eyes, Cedric hesitated for a few seconds and said, then you be careful, I'll go first. You too, let's go. After Harry finished speaking, he chose the diametrically opposite path to Cedric's. On the other side the fake Moody also finally found a champion. Looking at Victor Crumb who was approaching him, a cruel smile appeared on his face. Chapter 253, Harry's wishful thinking, the battle between Crumb and Cedric. It didn't take long for the red fireworks to rise into the sky. Suddenly a strong wind blew up all around and the hedges also began to shrink towards a point. From a distance, it seemed like there was a huge mouth of an abyss devouring the surrounding space. Lucas knew in his heart that this was done using transfiguration, and of the many professors who have entered the maze, only Professor McGonagall could do it. Casting the disillusionment charm, Lucas watched as Professor McGonagall led the unconscious Fleur out of the maze. There are still 2 people left, let's go see how our resident savior is doing. Lucas closed his eyes and sensed the magic around him, then tore the void and walked in. At this time, Harry was busy looking for map fragments in the maze. Maybe it was because he was lucky or the other had bad luck. But after being in the maze for so long, the others have all encountered some troubles more or less, but Harry had a smooth journey. Although this saved him a lot of trouble, it also caused him to not get a single map fragment. And without map fragments, it is impossible to accurately find the location of the Triwizard Cup. It also means that there is no hope of winning the tournament. Since the previous day, Harry has fantasized more than once about lifting the Triwizard Cup in front of all the teachers and students in the school. So when he just saw the red fireworks rising in the sky he was not as worried as Cedric. On the contrary, he thought that if one person was eliminated, his chances of winning would be higher. Where are the map fragments hidden? Harry held his wand up and searched the surrounding hedges using the glow of his Lumos spell. Just as he turned around a corner, suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of him. Skrut! Harry exclaimed. He is no stranger to the blast-ended Skruts. The grotesque creature was bred by Hagrid from a manticore and a pack of fire crabs. He doesn't even want to imagine how he managed such a thing, just the thought gives him shivers and could fuel the next few years of nightmares. It looked like a giant scorpion, but without the pincers, and instead of a head it had a second stinger in its place. The worst is that it shoots fire from its rear end, using it to propel itself against its victims. In the first half of the semester, the main content of their Care of Magical Creatures class was to take care of these dangerous guys. It's just that the Skruts they took care of were not that big. Looking at the huge creature more than 3 meters long in front of him, Harry wisely chose to return the same way he came. Unfortunately, the grumpy Skrut had already spotted him. Hot flames spewed out from under one of its stingers in the blink of an eye. Harry realized that it was too late to dodge, so he immediately used the shield charm. With the delay of the shield, he successfully escaped the flames. But a strand of hair on his forehead was still swept by the flames. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to worry about his hair right now. Using the moonlight as a source of light, he looked at the shell of the creature that shone like armor and he tentatively cast a spell on the scrut. Stupefy. The wand flashed white and the spell managed to hit the shell. But it didn't have any effect, and was even bounced back by the hard shell. Barely dodging his own spell, Harry couldn't help complaining in his heart. He really wanted to curse Hagrid at this moment. If it weren't for his whim to research this dangerous thing, he wouldn't have to suffer like this now. Seeing it crawling towards him quickly, he cast a spell while running away, trying to stop the opponent's movement speed. Impedimenta. Impedimenta. The 2 consecutive impediment spells were all bounced to other places without exception. Because of his worry about the creature pursuing him, Harry didn't pay attention to the road ahead, so he didn't notice a root on the ground and tripped, falling to the ground. He looked at the scrut that had arrived before him and closed his eyes, even preparing to raise his wand to release red fireworks. Just on the nick of time, a bang came to his ears. And when the expected pain did not come, he opened his eyes and saw that the gigantic creature had returned to its original size. Engorgo. It was a spell that Moody had used in his first defense against the dark arts class back in school to make the spider bigger. So he immediately understood the reason for the huge size of the scrut. Could it be that the spell has expired? He didn't even suspect that instead of the growing charm, it was actually hit with the shrinking charm just now. Before he could figure out the reason, his eyes were attracted by a fragment of a map next to him. It turns out that the map fragments are all protected by these dangerous creatures. Thinking of how he must have looked just now, his cheeks were slightly red, but luckily there was no one around at that time to see him. Keeping the map fragment close to his body, Harry looked again at the 30 cms scrut on the ground. Now its flame was not so lethal, so of course he was no longer afraid. Conf Ringo. The shell of the young scrut was not as hard as before. After being hit by the curse, it quickly exploded and turned into ashes. Having had his revenge, Harry's mood improved a lot, and all this was seen by Lucas, who was hiding not far away. It's really ruthless. Lucas made some comments on Harry's behavior, then took out the map fragments he got. Ventus. A gust of wind flew towards Harry carrying the fragments of the map. Once the wind died down, Harry opened his eyes again, and found that there was another map fragment in front of him. Looking at the branches and fallen leaves blown by the wind around him, he was stunned for several seconds before picking up the map fragment. My luck is too good, right? Is it Merlin's blessing? Putting the 2 map pieces together, he used the orientation charm to identify the direction, and continued to walk deep into the maze. After making sure Harry stays in first place, Lucas decided to check the situation of the other 2 by sensing their magic. When he found that Cedric and Crumb's magic powers were in the same area, he immediately noticed something was wrong. Crumb, what do you want to do? What exactly are you going to do? Lucas just stepped out of the void when he heard Cedric's misleading words. Crucio. Crumb's voice became a little sharper and a little hoarse. It sounded very sinister. Instead of Cedric being hit by the Cruciatus curse like in the original, which would also make things easier for Lucas. Unexpectedly, he waved his wand and used a rock to block the curse, then proceeded to counterattack. Diffindo. Facing Cedric's cutting charm, Crumb neither dodged nor blocked. Receiving a cut in his arm, his expression did not even change, and Cedric reacted immediately. The Imperius Curse. Looking carefully at Crumb's eyes again, seeing his dull eyes, Cedric became more sure of his thoughts. But although he could see that Crumb was under the Imperius Curse, he didn't know how to help the cursed person get out of the spell's control. Crucio. Crumb used the Cruciatus curse again, and Cedric wasn't so lucky to react in time like before. However, before he was cursed, he also used the disarming charm on Crumb, so the excruciating pain he endured didn't last long. Lucas was hidden on the side, watching the fight between the 2 with relish. At the same time, he also looked towards the maze passage beside the 2 of them. A huge spider was lurking there, and the sound of the 2 fighting just woke it up. Crumb, wake up quickly. As long as you are determined, you can break free from the Imperius Curse. Hearing Cedric's loud shout, Lucas shook his head helplessly. If the Imperius Curse was really so easy to resist, there wouldn't be so many wizards that were controlled by Voldemort's Imperius Curse in the first place. Looking at the giant spider that had already crawled towards the 2 of them, Lucas chose to step back a few meters. So this spider could take out both of them at the same time. That couldn't be better. Hiss. The peculiar sound of the spider came from the side. Seeing the black spider rushing towards him quickly, Cedric didn't care about taking care of Crumb, so he turned around to hide in the hedge next to him. Crumb, who was controlled by the Imperius Curse, waved his wand to stop it. Others may be afraid of this giant spider, but since he was controlled by Crouch Jr., he didn't feel any fear. Avada Kedavra. Dazzling green light appeared in the labyrinth accompanied by ear-piercing wailing. Lucas swung his wand, and a vine turned into a bronze shield to block Crumb's killing curse. He couldn't let the spider die so easily, it was still useful to him after all. Who? Crumb's hoarse voice sounded, but when he looked around he didn't find anyone aside from the giant spider. He also didn't have enough time to observe carefully. Just when Crumb was busy avoiding the giant spider attack, Cedric, who was hiding, was also suffering in his heart. He knew that this was his best chance to escape. But when he thought that Crumb had been hit by the Imperious curse, and now he was being attacked by a giant spider, Cedric felt a little unbearable in his heart. After struggling for a few seconds, the good, stupid fellow rushed through the hedge anyway. "Hey big guy, look at me, Reducto." The spell shattered one of the spider's large eyeballs. The severe pain angered it, so ignoring the already injured Crumb, the giant spider turned around and crawled towards Cedric, who was not far away doing weird movements to attract its attention. Lucas looked at the men and the spider disappearing in the maze, and suddenly felt that Cedric was a little silly and cute, no homo. When he turned to look at the controlled Crumb, he found that he was standing not far behind him, and he was actually pointing at his position. Avada Kedavra. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic months ahead of time. Snake, Lion, Eagle, Badger, Penguin, Turtle, Pig. Chapter 254, 2 more people were defeated, the cruel and ruthless Harry. Green light illuminated the dim maze. Looking at the killing curse passing through his body, Lucas frowned. You react quite fast. Crumb was wounded all over his body at this time. Especially the wound made by the cutting charm, which was bleeding continuously. But under the control of the Imperious curse, these injuries did not affect his actions at all. Crucio. Crumb launched a second spell. Blocking the spell easily, Lucas flicked his wand, and the opponent flew several meters away. Stupefy. Before Crumb stood up from the ground again, the white light of the stunning charm hit him. The strength gap between the two was just too large. Lucas didn't even dare to use too much force, for fear of accidentally killing Crumb. The fake Moody hiding in the shadows also noticed Crumb's situation. Lucas Grindelwald. He glanced fiercely at the direction of the fight, gritting his teeth in anger, turned around and continued to walk deeper into the maze. In this maze, there were actually quite a few people who could easily defeat Crumb. But most of them won't make a move, so Lucas was the only one among those allowed to act who can easily defeat him. Having his plan destroyed once again, Barty was upset, but there was nothing he could do, so he just went to keep helping Harry Potter. Looking at the map fragments recovered from Crumb, Lucas carefully identified them and realized just how exaggerated the Potter luck was. Not even one of the 3 fragments collected by Crumb were the same as his. This is the last one. Lucas took out his map as he spoke. Seeing the monster protecting the 6th map fragment, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. What a coincidence. Lucas closed his eyes, looking for Cedric's whereabouts. At this moment, a furry paw appeared beside him without anyone noticing. The animal's claws flickered and disappeared so quickly that even Lucas didn't notice anything unusual. Finding Cedric's magic, Lucas was surprised that Harry was also beside him. Harry felt very unlucky. He was obviously walking in the direction pointed out by the directional spell. But after turning a few corners, he returned to the original place. If it's just going back to the original place, it wouldn't matter, but unfortunately, he happened to meet Cedric, who was being chased by a giant spider as well. "Harry, help me!" Cedric yelled out of breath. His voice directly exposed Harry's position, so much so that the giant spider also noticed him. Harry cursed at this, turned around and ran away along the maze passage. "Harry, let's attack its legs, that should be enough to stop it." Okay. Although he was complaining in his heart, he still accepted Cedric's plan. The two stopped, and when they turned around, the spells had already flown from the top of their wands. Diffindo. Conf Ringo. Cedric's spell cut a leg of the giant spider, which made it pause for a moment. And Harry's curse directly broke one of the spider's legs. The severe pain made the giant spider turn absolutely berserk. It used the remaining legs to prop up its body and started spraying transparent venom from its sharp fangs. The faces of the two changed drastically, and they hurriedly turned around to run away. But Cedric accidentally tripped over a hedge branch while running. Seeing the giant spider chasing after him, he hurriedly shouted, "Harry, help me." But what answered him was the decisive back of the savior. Sharp fangs pierced Cedric's leg, and his miserable cry made Harry, who was running ahead, shiver. He didn't dare to look back at Cedric's appearance at this time and could only keep running away with his head down. Perfect. When Lucas walked out of the void, Cedric had fallen unconscious. Imperio. Go after another man. The giant spider obeyed the order and quickly chased in the direction where Harry was escaping. Episki. Lucas's wand burst into a white light, and where the light shone, the wound healed quickly. Finishing fixing Cedric's wound, he reached into his robes, ready to take out the antidote and feed it to him. But when he put his hand in his pocket, his expression suddenly froze. Carefully touching the pocket, he found that the 3 map fragments he had just obtained were missing. Interesting, they stole my things without me noticing. Lucas chuckled lightly. He put away the silver fur in his hand, took out the antidote and fed it to Cedric. Seeing his face return to ruddy, he took out the silver fur again. Eye of foresight. His eyes looked like an endless starry sky, with what looked like a falling star passing by from time to time. Immediately afterwards, an elegant ape-like creature covered in silky silver fur appeared in Lucas' mind. A demiguise. This is a very rare magical animal. They are docile and quiet herbivores whose fur is used to make invisibility cloaks. Lucas couldn't figure out why such a creature appeared in the maze. Is it just to let it steal the player's map fragments? Anyway, he still decided to cross the void to find the demiguise who dared to steal from him. But after he walked out of the void, he didn't find that naughty little guy. Lucas was sure that the demiguise wasn't evading him using its invisibility. What a tricky fellow. He took out the fur of the creature again. In the picture seen this time, the demiguise raised its head, and blue light bloomed in its big black eyes. Good guy, it was also predicting the future. No wonder Lucas didn't find it. After many predictions and moving through the void, Lucas finally caught this little guy that was running around. The demiguise was busy predicting the future at this time when it was suddenly surprised, stopped its predictive ability, and slowly raised its head to look at the figure in front of it. Seeing the demiguise take the initiative to hand over the map fragments, Lucas was amused by its awareness of current affairs. Little guy, do you want to come and live in my garden? The demiguise's eyes shone blue once again. Obviously, he is predicting its own future. Successfully abducting a demiguise, Lucas was going to see how Harry was currently doing. After being pursued and constantly attacked by the giant spider all this time, Harry leaned his back against the hedge wall as he raised his wand to guard against the spider in front of him. There were bruises all over his body. The giant spider seems to be using him as a toy. During several attacks, it was obvious that it could use its fangs to end his life at any time, but it just didn't do that. Protego. After blocking the giant spider's attack again, Harry took the opportunity to run to another passage. But how can a person with 2 legs run faster than 8 legs? Well, 6 legs since he and Cedric took off a leg each. So it didn't take long before he was caught up again. And this time the giant spider directly bit his trouser leg and threw him to the ground fiercely. Perhaps it was dissatisfied with the human in front of it that had escaped many times, so the spider hit hard this time. There were several more wounds on Harry's body and there was even a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his lips. Struggling to get up from the ground, Harry was angry in his heart, and his eyes became fierce. Reminding what Professor Moody taught the other day, he slowly raised his wand, turning all his anger and hatred into power. Avada Kedavra. The green light appeared again. This was the 3rd time that the killing curse had appeared in this maze. The first 2 killing curses did not cause serious consequences, but this time it was different. Harry put his hands on his knees, breathing in the fresh air with big gulps. His heart was beating very fast at this moment. It was the first time he used the killing curse, and he successfully killed a giant monster with it. This made him feel both scared and a little excited. Fear is because he was worried about it being known by others. If this matter was exposed, even if he is the famous boy who lived, he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being sent to Azkaban. Or that's what he thought, since he didn't know anything about wizarding laws. So when he looked at the giant spider's corpse again, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Reducto. The spell pulverized the spider's corpse. Seeing a map fragment falling from the corpse, there wasn't much joy on Harry's face. It seems that after using the killing curse, his character had undergone some subtle changes. Lucas stood invisible in the corner, seeing it all with his eyes. Harry became so different that even he couldn't help frowning. He was quite sure that this had nothing to do with the curse he cast on him years ago. After all, the function of the curse of desire is to take the desires deep in the heart and amplify them constantly. Unless killing is the deepest desire in Harry's heart. A light flashed in Lucas' eyes. Although this explanation has no basis, he plans to try it out and draw conclusions from his test. Seeing the back of Harry starting to move again, Lucas immediately entered the secret garden, and soon picked up a few little guys from it. Good boys. Go play with Harry Potter, and hand over these map fragments to him by the way. Passing the 3 maps in his hand to the little guys, he let them go and watched them disappear from his sight. Chapter 255, The Riddle of the Sphinx, Cedric, the Chosen One. Little Hangleton Cemetery. Voldemort asked impatiently, Wormtail, is the boy still not here? Master, it may take a while, please stay calm, Barty will definitely bring Harry Potter. I've been waiting for 13 years, and I don't mind waiting a few more hours. Voldemort looked out at the night sky through the window. He wandered as a disembodied soul for 13 years, all that time just waiting for this day to arrive. It's just that he doesn't know how many of those subordinates are willing to renew their allegiance to him. How many people will choose to escape when they know that he has returned? Seeing the cold light in Voldemort's eyes, Peter Pettigrew shivered slightly. At the same time, Lucius Malfoy, who had already received the news, put on a Death Eater costume. Beside him were Crabbe and Goyle. The 2 here refer to Crabbe and Goyle's fathers. Alongside Pansy Parkinson's father and Theodore Knott's father, they all used to have a common identity, Death Eaters. Lucius, will he really come back tonight? Mr. Parkinson asked anxiously. When he saw Lucius nodding, his eyes gradually changed and it was the same for the others. Lucius Malfoy looked around the crowd and said, Don't worry, he's just coming back tonight, and he lacks capable men around him. As long as we respond to his call, at most we will be reprimanded, and our lives will not be in danger. Don't forget the unbreakable vow between us. The night gradually deepened. It's not going to be peaceful tonight. Whether it is Voldemort or the former Death Eaters, they are all suffering while waiting. The same goes for Dumbledore, Snape, and Barty Crouch Jr. in Hogwarts. Everyone seemed to be waiting for the storm to come. After tonight, many things will be different. After tonight, the Second War will enter the countdown. In the maze, the protagonist of tonight was looking at the three little black cats in front of him in doubt. Harry wasn't fooled by their adorable appearance. The creatures that can appear in this maze must not be simple. And he was unfortunately right, because the next moment, right under his gaze, several kittens turned into the size of leopards. Looking at their sharp fangs and claws, he swallowed nervously and took a few steps back. Meow. A sharp, ear-piercing meow sounded. Watching them prepare to attack, Harry decided to act first. Conf Ringo. The flames flashed, and the front cat was blown away. But when Harry was feeling happy that it was so easy to defeat it, he saw the cat split into three in the air. Unfortunately, he didn't know that these cats were Motagots. What is so special about this amazing animal is that as long as they are attacked with magic, they can multiply themselves. They are also resistant to most forms of magic and spells, so ordinary attacks will only make them multiply more and more. Because of this feature, the French Ministry of Magic uses them to guard some important departments. Actually, there is an easy way to stop them, which is running into the Muggle world, where they will automatically turn back into normal kittens. But by that time they would have accomplished their purpose, which is to drive away the intruders. Harry, who saw Motagots for the first time, was dumbfounded upon seeing it multiply after being hit. It wasn't until the cats pounced on him that he finally came back to his senses, turned around and ran away. Diffindo. Incendio. Reducto. He used several spells in a row, and every time they hit a cat, it would cause it to multiply again. And in this way, the number of Motagots behind Harry gradually increased. Seeing a dead end ahead, he stopped and turned around with his wand raised, Avada Kedavra. Maybe Harry was really lucky, because the killing curse successfully hit the original Motagot. After it died, its copies also fell to the ground one after another, and the remaining two started to back away. Before Harry could shoot a second killing curse, they quickly disappeared into the intricate maze. A map fragment. Harry picked it up and found that it happened to be among the ones he was missing. Will the other two also have map fragments? With such doubts, he hastened to chase the cats in the direction where they were fleeing. Noticing that the roles between prey and hunter were reversed, Harry's emerald green eyes shone with excitement, and at the same time, there was a flash of red in the depths of them. The curse of desire really worked too well. If this continues, wouldn't the savior become a bloodthirsty person? Lucas frowned tightly, considering whether to curb the curse. He followed Harry all the way until he saw him cleanly end the lives of the two Motagots with the killing curse. Harry. Harry turned his head subconsciously, and what appeared before his eyes was a red light. Lucas raised his wand flat, and the red light in Harry's eyes gradually faded as the counter curse was cast. He didn't stop the spell until the curse returned to its original state. Obliviate. After clearing Harry's memory, Lucas cast the disillusionment charm and disappeared again. Harry froze for a few seconds before waking up. Then he frowned, feeling like he had forgotten something. But seeing the 6 maps that have been collected in his hand, he didn't bother to continue thinking about it. Reparo. Under the effect of magic, the 6 map fragments pieced together into a complete map, and seeing where the Triwizard Cup is located in the map, he smiled determinedly. At this moment, he seemed to see himself holding the Triwizard Cup. Seeing Dumbledore's relieved smile, the pride in serious eyes, he could even see the students congratulating and praising him all around him. He even saw Lucas coming to him in frustration to congratulate him. Satisfying the fantasy in his heart, Harry started on the road again, and approached the area where the Triwizard Cup was located step by step according to the map's instructions. Lucas, who was hanging far behind, let out a sigh of relief. Although there were many small accidents in the process, Harry still embarked on the road to Little Hangleton. What a joy! As Harry gradually approached the Triwizard Cup, the last hurdle and the most important test finally appeared. A sphinx was right in front of Harry, blocking the way. Different from the sculptures in Egypt, the monster in front of him has the body of a lion, but the head of a woman, and a pair of huge wings. This is the Sphinx in myths and legends. What it likes to do most is to ask others riddles, and if the answer is correct, everything will be fine. But if the answer is wrong, it will tear the person to pieces. Harry recalled the introduction in The Monster Book of Monsters. Even in books, the Sphinx has only one hand-painted picture. He never expected to see a real Sphinx in his lifetime. Just then, the Sphinx lowered her head. You're close to your goal, and the quickest way to reach it is through me. The Sphinx's voice was low and a little hoarse. Although he knew in his heart that he was unlikely to succeed, Harry still tentatively asked, "Then can you please let me pass?" "No." The Sphinx shook her head and continued, "You must answer my riddle first, and once you answer correctly, I will let you pass. If you don't answer correctly, I will tear you into pieces. If you choose not to answer, I can let you go back. How about it?" Looking at the sharp claws of the Sphinx, Harry swallowed in fear. "I choose to answer the question." Hearing his choice, the Sphinx smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. Listen carefully next. Although he knew that guessing riddles is not his strong point, Harry still wanted to try. If he really chooses to take a detour, he doesn't know how long it will take to reach the area where the cup is located. The Sphinx squatted down at this time, completely blocking the passage. First think about the person who lives in disguise. Who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend. The middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to kiss? After finishing the riddle, the Sphinx looked at the human in front of her expectantly. Harry blinked and said, "Excuse me, can you slow down and say it again?" The Sphinx did not refuse, and with a smile on her face, she repeated the riddle just as Harry had requested. For the Sphinx, no matter what you ask, it will do it with a smile until you answer its riddles wrong. Of course, the demands made cannot be too excessive. Just when Harry was fighting wits and courage with Sphinx, Cedric, who was far in the middle of the maze, gradually woke up from unconsciousness. Lucas was in a hurry to find the demiguise and forgot to cast red sparks, so the Hufflepuff champion was still eligible to compete at this moment. Cedric stood up unsteadily, and seeing that there was no wound on his body, his expression was full of doubts. He remembers quite well that he was injured all over by the giant spider's attack. And although he didn't understand what's going on, he knew that the task was more important right now. So he drew his wand and continued walking northwest. After a few steps, he fell into a golden mist and the world turned upside down, making him feel like he was hanging in midair. Just when he was about to pull his feet out of the ground and leave this weird fog, he suddenly found a map fragment floating not far above his head. For the next period of time, Cedric put on a show called The Chosen One, as those map fragments seemed to be sent to him on their own initiative. Just when Cedric reached the depths of the maze, he had finished collecting the 6 map fragments. Chapter 256, What Should I Do If the Stupid Savior Divides the Honor Equally? Waiting online, super urgent. Lucas would have never thought that his momentary negligence actually allowed Cedric to acquire all of the leftover map fragments to complete the second map. Certainly, normal people can't imagine that a person who is not the protagonist would have such unnatural luck. So when he sensed Cedric's magic approaching, he was surprised for several seconds. Lucas tore the void and appeared behind Cedric, then he watched the other party easily find a map fragment from the hedge wall with his own eyes. What's with this exaggerated luck? Should Cedric be the protagonist? Lucas drew out his wand while thinking wildly. Just when his spell was about to be cast, suddenly, there was a new wave of magic power behind him. Dodging to avoid the reductor curse that was about to hit him. Lucas frowned, and when he looked at Cedric again, he found that he had gone away. Strange, who is protecting Cedric? Before he could figure it out, another spell flew over from the darkness and this time he felt the magic of Crouch Jr. very clearly. Although he didn't understand why the maniac wanted to protect Cedric, Lucas is not one to sit still. Bamarda. The hedge near Crouch Jr. was blown to pieces, but he unexpectedly disregarded his safety and threw 2 killing curses back, and then fled into the distance wrapped in an invisibility cloak. Tisk. Lucas glanced in Harry's direction and wondered if he should deal with Crouch now or not. But in the end, he chose to go back and help Harry win the Triwizard Cup. If it wasn't for Cedric, he might go after Crouch Jr. and teach him a lesson. But now that Cedric appeared, Lucas was worried that the same situation as in the original book would happen. On the other side, Harry's face turned completely red and people who didn't know would have thought that he was constipated. But the real situation is that he is thinking really hard about the riddle asked by the Sphinx. The last thing to mend. Sorry, can you repeat the last 4 sentences again? Almost every time he solved a part of the riddle, he asked the Sphinx to repeat the remaining words. And the Sphinx repeated it over and over again. Until Lucas came back, he still hadn't solved the puzzle. Lucas sighed helplessly and used his wand to control a spider to pass in front of Harry. Seeing the spider, Harry immediately thought of the answer. I see, it's a spider. The Sphinx's smile became more cordial and moved its bulk out of the way of the path to the Triwizard Cup. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, thanked her with a smile, and quickly passed by the Sphinx. Lucas originally planned to follow, but the Sphinx blocked the way again. Young man, you will pass only if you answer my questions correctly. Lucas lifted the disillusionment charm and said, You could see me. Certainly. Oh, void grasp. Lucas clawed his fingers and yanked at the Sphinx hard. Then he saw a milky white soul appearing in his hand. I don't have time to play guessing games with you. Soul devouring. The soul of the Sphinx slowly turned into a diamond-shaped crystal. Shadow of the void, life steal. This magic is definitely the best ability to destroy corpses and traces. Watching as the corpse of the Sphinx was dragged into the void. Its remaining vitality was also absorbed by Lucas. Finally, he threw the soul crystal into his mouth. Lucas clapped his hands like getting rid of the dust and walked in the same direction as Harry. At this time, he was already racing with Cedric in the passage. He didn't know why Cedric suddenly appeared in front of him. But he knows that if Cedric reaches the Triwizard Cup first, his championship dream will be shattered. Of course, Harry didn't want to win the Triwizard Cup just because of the championship. He found that Lucas, the number 1, hadn't appeared until now. As long as he could defeat Lucas at something, he is happier than winning the championship. Therefore, Cedric must not reach the cup first. The two raced each other and soon they were less than 10 meters away from the Triwizard Cup. Since Cedric is taller, he was a little ahead. But at this moment, many vines suddenly sprang out from the nearby hedge wall. Harry was very familiar with these vines, because he encountered them in the first year. Devil's Snare, a plant that is afraid of sunlight and prefers dark environments. Looking at Cedric, who was tightly entangled, Harry stopped in his tracks. If Lucas was by his side at this moment, he would definitely feel regret again. Because he had used the counter curse, although he didn't remove the curse of desire completely, its effect was lessened by a lot. And it also allowed Harry's conscience to retake the high ground. Cedric was a little anxious. As a student of Hufflepuff House, he actually forgot the teachings of his own head of house, Professor Sprout. So under his violent struggle, the Devil's Snare became tighter and tighter, making it difficult for him to breathe. And because of this, his struggling movements became more intense. If the vicious circle goes on like this, the only thing waiting for Cedric is falling unconscious again or complete death. But who let him have Harry Potter, who had been restored to the status of saint, by his side? Seeing Cedric's face turning blue, Harry immediately drew out his wand, Incendio. The Devil's Snare, which is afraid of light and fire, began to loosen and retreat, completely releasing Cedric after a short while. "Cedric, are you all right?" Cedric coughed and shook his head, saying he was fine. Then he stood up again with the help of Harry the Saint Potter. "Hurry up and pick up the cup, don't let anyone take away your championship." Hearing Cedric's words, Harry hesitated. He thought about it carefully and said, "Let's go together, we will share this honor equally, although I am still the champion because of the points. But if we won the Triwizard Cup together, it will belong to Hogwarts, and you will have a share of the glory." Harry's proposal really moved Cedric. Harry won't lose the championship, and he will not have to leave empty-handed. Cedric didn't think for long, and quickly agreed. Looking at the two people walking side by side towards the cup. Not far away, Lucas almost spat out a mouthful of blood. After all the calculations and actions he took to change things, he didn't expect it to still become like this in the end. Although it is also in part because of his negligence. But in the end, the plot still developed according to the original direction, so if there is no mysterious power behind it, Lucas doesn't believe it. The most important issue now is that there is a fool who wants to drag others to die. And the other fool was happily preparing to die. For the Savior's act of sharing the honor equally. Lucas really feels a bit conflicted. What should he do now? At this time, the spectators and judges outside the maze learned about the general situation inside through the warning magic near the Triwizard Cup. Knowing that someone is already close to the cup, everyone stared expectantly at the open space in front of them. It was as if the next moment the champion was going to appear right there. Well, that's how it was supposed to go. Dumbledore pulled back his smile. There was a hint of concern on his face. He knew that the plan had reached a critical moment. But he was still worried about Harry going to face Voldemort alone. Professor Snape in the maze was also worried at this time, and his hands behind his back were tightly clenched into fists. But he remained calm on the surface, sticking to his post without leaving a single step. Deep in the maze. When he saw that the two of them had already walked to the front of the Triwizard Cup, Lucas couldn't care less. Petrificus Totalis. Powerful magic power swept over the bodies of the two of them. The two people who were fixed in place showed a trace of anxiety in their eyes. None of them expected that Lucas would arrive at the last minute. Seeing that the hands of the two were only a few centimeters away from the Triwizard Cup, Lucas breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, this championship is mine now." After Lucas finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to grab the Triwizard Cup, and with the other hand, he grabbed St. Potter. He was already prepared to give up the achievements of the Triwizard Tournament series. But now it seems that someone really wanted to let him get one more diamond reward. Just when his hand was about to touch the cup, a sharp voice suddenly came from the side, "Depulso." The Triwizard Cup was blown away by the spell and fell in front of Harry. At the same time, the effects of the spell on Harry and Cedric were also lifted. Seeing Cedric and Harry reaching for the Triwizard Cup at the same time, Lucas didn't have time to pursue the matter of the curse just now, and hastily stretched out his hand to hold the cup. The portkey worked instantly, and Lucas felt like he had been pulled by a hook from his midsection and then flushed down a toilet. By the time the dizziness was over, he had arrived at Little Hangleton Cemetery. Fortunately, he finally caught Harry. Then now he just needs to hide and watch a play. Feeling a sense of relief, he turned his head to look to the side and found that Cedric had also fallen to the ground. "Cedric," Lucas said in surprise. He looked at Harry again, only to see St. Potter's hand was holding Cedric's wrist. Good guy, what was supposed to be a one-man show in the original plan was ruined, and now there are 3 people. There was no time for Lucas to think about what to do next as he heard a door opening not far away. He hurried to Cedric's side and cast the disillusionment charm on both himself and the other party. "Lucas. Shh, don't talk, just watch quietly." As soon as Lucas finished speaking, a low and hoarse voice came from the darkness. "Harry Potter, we meet again. Support with power stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon/Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic months ahead of time. Snake, Lion, Eagle, Badger, Turtle, Pig, Penguin. Chapter 257, The Dark Lord Soup is ready, Voldemort returns. In the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Seeing the silver Eastern dragon flashing away in front of his eyes, Dumbledore got up and left his seat. Then he went to a remote corner with no people and took out a portkey from his pocket. Saying the keyword, he was taken away by the portkey in an instant. Professor Snape and Draco Malfoy did the same as him, using their own respective portkeys. But Draco's portkey was different. The location it sent him to was Malfoy Manor. Father, there is news from Lucas that it has begun. As soon as Draco appeared in the study, he conveyed the news to his father. Lucius Malfoy stood up and looked at his friends. Get ready, everyone, it's time to meet our former master. After speaking, he looked at his son standing beside him again, with worry and distress in his eyes. Seeing this, Draco chuckled and said, Don't worry, I'll be fine, father. I hope so. Harry was sitting sideways on the ground at this moment, and because the dizziness from the portkey travel was too strong, he was still seeing things a little blurry. Then he felt someone grab his clothes and drag him through the ground. It wasn't until his back hit a cold stone slab that Harry's vision gradually became clear. What appeared in front of him was a short and fat figure wearing a hooded cloak. The mysterious figure fixed him on the stone slab with one hand, and held a bundle in the other. When Harry saw the bundle, there was a burning pain from the lightning scar on his forehead. After encountering the same pain a few times before, it was immediately clear what was in that bundle. That was something he never wanted to face. Hurry up. A sharp and cold voice came from the bundle and Peter Pettigrew hastily responded. Only then did Harry notice that the man in front of him was missing a finger on his right hand. It's you, Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew snorted disapprovingly and a white wand appeared in his free hand. He waved lightly, and several ropes appeared, binding Harry firmly to the stone slab. Harry turned his head to observe the surrounding environment, and the first thing he noticed was the name on the tombstone. Tom Riddle. He was familiar with this name. Voldemort had been called this name before he changed it to the current one. Harry wondered if this was Voldemort's own grave. Looking around, he found many things, such as the cauldron in front of him that was bigger than an adult. But Harry still didn't find Lucas and Cedric, who were teleported together with him. He was very sure that he was still holding Cedric's arm tightly when the portkey was activated. Wormtail, hurry up. Yes, Master. The conversation between Master and servant attracted Harry's attention. Seeing that Wormtail was lighting the dry wood under the cauldron, he looked puzzled. Could it be that Voldemort captured him to make potions? But he soon understood what the cauldron was for. As the temperature of the flame continued to rise, the liquid in the cauldron began to bubble and boil. Wormtail picked up the bundle again and opened it, revealing a naked, hairless, deformed baby. The baby's body was covered with scales, and its skin was dark red. Most notable was the flat snake-like face. Harry had never seen anything more ugly. The pair of red eyes shining with cold light on it made people shudder even more. Peter Pettigrew carried Baby Mort carefully to the cauldron, and under Harry's surprised gaze, he put Voldemort into the cauldron. The expected scream did not come, and he only heard the sound of something sinking into the bottom of the cauldron. Peter Pettigrew seemed to be in a bad state of mind at this time. He waved the white magic wand and whispered to the night sky, Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. Ka. Harry was horrified to find that the ground under his feet cracked suddenly, and a big bone flew out from it. When it fell into the cauldron, the liquid released a puff of smoke and gradually turned a weird shade of blue, giving the impression of being poisonous. Harry couldn't imagine what Voldemort would become in the cauldron. But he was sure that if he didn't break free and escape, something really bad would happen. Lucas, who is that man? And why did he catch Harry, and why did he throw the baby into the cauldron? Cedric kept making question after question without a care for the current situation. It is a good thing to be curious, but being curious regardless of the occasion may kill someone. Just like now. Lucas pulled him back a step and Cedric was about to ask what happened, when Lucas signaled him to keep silent. Looking in the direction of Lucas' finger, he saw that a big snake was crawling past the two of them. Nagini, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes and one of the few people Voldemort trusted. Nagini used to be a human being, to be precise, she is a male Dictus. Such a curse in her body allowed Nagini to freely switch between human and snake forms, but it wouldn't be a curse if it was just that. Over time, she ended up trapped in the snake form. What's even more pitiful is that Nagini completely forgot the memory of being a human. She once served as an ally of Dumbledore against Gellert Grindelwald. Lucas recalled the information about the big snake in front of him in his mind. He was wondering how Dumbledore would react when he saw Nagini and if he could identify her. Nagini crawled along Tom Riddle's tombstone and finally came to Harry. Harry had seen the snake in a dream. He had seen how it had killed someone in an old house. What's going on, Wormtail? A sharp and angry voice came from the cauldron. Harry hurriedly looked over and saw that the flame under the cauldron was suddenly extinguished. The boiling liquid inside gradually cooled. Peter Pettigrew didn't know what was going on either. He lay down on the ground to check, and found nothing unusual. Master, it was just an accident. I will light the fire right away. Peter said tremblingly. Accompanied by a flash of fire from the tip of the wand, the dry wood was lit again. Peter lay on the ground and stared for a long time, making sure that the flame would not go out before standing up with confidence. Lucas smiled secretly. Of course it was no accident that the fire was extinguished just now. It's the spell text that he left here a long time ago, and this is just the beginning. Voldemort wants to regain his body. How can he let him do it without paying a price? Continuing with the ritual, Peter put away his wand and produced a gleaming dagger. FLE, flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Finishing the words, there was fear in his eyes. He started sobbing, but managed to cut off his right hand after a few seconds. The miserable cry resounded through the night sky. Harry couldn't bear to look and closed his eyes. But after a while, he didn't hear the sound of something falling into the water and instead, Voldemort's voice sounded again. Idiot, where did you throw your hand? Voldemort's state at the moment was very strange. Although he could transmit his voice, he couldn't see anything around. He only knew that the flesh of the servant that should have fallen into the cauldron didn't enter it and his growing body suddenly stopped. Lord, Master, I really cut off my hand. Peter said desperately. He had watched helplessly as his hand fell into the cauldron, but didn't understand why the spell didn't work. Behind a tombstone not far away, Lucas was struggling really hard to control his expression. At the beginning, he left 2 traps in the place of the cauldron. One was to turn off the flame. The other paragraph was composed of 2 sentences of technical formula. When a cauldron appears nearby, it will attach to the bottom of the cauldron and activate another spell text. When the potion turns blue, any object thrown into the cauldron will be transferred to an unknown place. These 2 strings of spell words were one-time use. Once they take effect, they will disappear immediately. So Wormtail couldn't find the problem at all. His right hand was destined to be cut in vain. Wormtail, quickly cut out a piece of your flesh, quickly. Peter's eyes flashed with despair, but he didn't have the courage to resist Voldemort's orders. Standing by the cauldron, he cut off one of his ears in a heartless moment. The potion turned from blue to fiery red, and also emitted a strong light. The blinding light forced Harry to turn his head and close his eyes. That's when Peter gasped in pain. Then he came to Harry and whispered, "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Harry began to struggle, but the rope on his body was tied too tightly and he could only watch helplessly as the long and thin dagger cut a wound in his arm. Peter Pettigrew took out a glass bottle and carefully picked up some blood, then he returned to the cauldron again and poured the blood from the bottle into it. The fiery red liquid turned into dazzling white and Peter's mission was finally complete. He came to the cauldron and knelt down, sobbing with his forehead on the ground. The cauldron was boiling fiercely, and dazzling sparks splashed from it to the surroundings. Soon the sparks stopped, and the seething cauldron stopped shaking. Then a large amount of white mist rose from it. A black figure stood up from the cauldron along with the mist. When Lucas saw the figure that appeared after being boiled in the cauldron, there was surprise in his eyes. What a powerful magic! Just coming out of the cauldron, Voldemort's magic power was almost the same as Lucas now. If he recuperates for a period of time, it shouldn't be a problem for him to return to the quasi-legendary peak. Harry, who was terrified, suddenly felt a familiar pain, as if someone was burning his forehead with fire. Voldemort. He whispered the other person's name softly. But at this moment Voldemort had no time to talk to him. "Robe me, Wormtail." Peter Pettigrew tremblingly came to Voldemort's side, and put the black robe in his hand on him. After Voldemort came out of the cauldron, his appearance at this time was also seen clearly by everyone. Voldemort's skin was pale and bloodless, and his pair of red eyes were particularly frightening. He had no nose, instead he had 2 slits in its place like a snake. Ah! Voldemort touched his head and face with both hands and there was an intoxicated look on his face. What a long-lost feeling. In places that Voldemort didn't notice, countless magic cameras started to work. The moment he touched his head with both hands just now, with an intoxicated look on his face, it was all captured on camera. "Wormtail, get me my wand." The bone-white wand was held in front of Voldemort. Taking the wand, Voldemort grabbed Peter Pettigrew's left hand. When the wand came into contact with the dark mark, immediately, the same dark mark appeared in the sky. Lucius, who was far away in Wiltshire, felt the heat from his left arm and reacted immediately. "Let's go." As soon as the voice fell, Lucius Malfoy led the crowd to apparate into the cemetery. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic months ahead of time. Snake, Lion, Eagle, Turtle, Badger, Penguin, Pig. Chapter 258, Death Eaters Assemble. London, Daily Prophet. At this time, the newspaper office was brightly lit. Although it was already night, none of the staff was off duty. Deep in the basement of the newspaper office, in a room that is closed all year round, more than a dozen members of the Saints were hurrying to develop magic photos. If Voldemort was here, he would surely recognize the person in the pictures. Pine, did Fudge agree to that? Mr. Thickness, please rest assured that the appointment for the new director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation has been signed by Minister Fudge, and it will be distributed to all departments of the Ministry of Magic tomorrow morning. In addition, about the return of you-know-who, with Minister Fudge's character he will never admit it, and even if he wants to admit it I will try to persuade him to deny it. Pine Caro smiled confidently. Although his time as the minister's assistant wasn't long, Fudge still trusted him very much. Pious Thickness nodded in satisfaction and picked up the developed magic photo. Looking at the men with red eyes in it, his eyes were full of fear. Our war against the Death Eaters is about to begin. Mr. Thickness, I trust our master to lead us to victory. Of course. Pious nodded in agreement. When Lucas, the leader of the Saints, was mentioned, the eyes of the members of the Saints immediately became fanatical. Little Hangleton Cemetery. After issuing a summon to his subordinates, Voldemort scanned the dark cemetery. It will take some time before the Death Eaters arrive, so he has to do something meanwhile. When he saw Harry tied to the tombstone, a hint of surprise flashed in his red eyes. He had completely forgotten about his presence. Oh! Harry Potter, you are standing on top of the bones of my father. He was a pathetic muggle, and he was also a fool. But he still has his uses. After being killed by me many years ago, he helped me regain my body. Voldemort opened his hands, showing Harry his healthy, strong body now. Then he started to pace around. Suddenly pointing to the house on the hillside close to the cemetery, he said, "It used to be my father's house, and my mother also lived in this village. She was a witch, but to think that she was so stupid to fall in love with a muggle, and that my father abandoned us before I was born. My mother died when I was born, and I could only grow up in a muggle orphanage, living under the same name as my father." Voldemort scanned the graveyard again, then closed his eyes and said, "The reason why I want to share my family history with you is because we have many similarities, Harry. But enough of this, now my real family is coming back, look. Here they are." Harry looked up to the sky and saw some black smoky figures flying close to the dark mark. They circled around the dark mark, and then flew towards the graveyard. Harry saw such a scene once during the summer vacation and understood that this is a special form of apparition. The figures landed around one after another. Many people in black robes, black pointed hats and skull masks showed up at the cemetery. Death Eaters. Harry gasped. Also gasping for air was Cedric, who was hiding aside. These familiar clothes, he remembers seeing them at the Quidditch World Cup. "Lucas, are those Death Eaters?" Cedric mouthed. He wasn't stupid enough to ask directly. Seeing the shape of his mouth, Lucas nodded slightly. There was a hint of panic in Cedric's eyes. He covered his mouth with his hand so as not to startle the Death Eaters by accidentally making a sound. But he couldn't control his curiosity, so he poked his head out again to observe the changes in the field. At this time, the first group of Death Eaters were already kneeling on the ground. They stepped forward one by one, kissing the hem of Voldemort's black robe. Voldemort did not stop them, and he was very satisfied with everyone's performance. "Welcome back, my Death Eaters." Voldemort opened his hands slightly, as if he was really welcoming everyone. 13 years, it's been 13 years since our last meeting, and I'm glad you're still here today. That means we're still united under the dark mark, right? Everyone nodded hastily, and many people even started to tremble. Voldemort looked down at each of the Death Eaters, sniffing the air with his socket-like nose. "I smell guilt." Next, Voldemort reprimanded the Death Eaters in front of him one by one under Harry's gaze. Among them were Crabbe and Goyle's fathers, including Knott's father. Every time Voldemort pronounced a name, Harry could remember the air of this family in the school. And most of them are Slytherins. No wonder Ron said that the people of Slytherin were evil dark wizards, now it seems to be true. Harry muttered inwardly. At this moment, Voldemort pronounced a name he was extremely familiar with. "Lucius, my slippery friend, why didn't you come to me? 13 years, I've been lingering for 13 years. Voldemort seemed very angry. He tore off the hood on Lucius' head and destroyed the mask on his face. Lucius' long platinum hair was messed up, but he didn't dare to take care of it. It was the first time Harry saw such an embarrassed Lucius Malfoy. "My master, please forgive me. If I got even a whisper of your whereabouts, I would have tried my best to find you. Please believe in the loyalty of the Malfoy family. Of course I would like to trust you, just like I trusted Abraxas, but this time I am very disappointed in you, Lucius." Voldemort finished speaking. Lucius hurried forward to kiss the corner of the other party's robe. "Master, in order to show my loyalty, I brought my own son. He admires you very much and is willing to be your most loyal servant." "Oh." Voldemort's red eyes flashed with surprise. If Malfoy is willing to let his heir become a Death Eater, it will indeed prove their loyalty. Not needing Voldemort to ask, Lucius waved his hand quickly. Dressed in black, Draco kneeled in front of Voldemort. When he kissed the corner of Voldemort's robe, no one saw Lucius Malfoy's tightly clenched fists. And no one saw how cold Lucas' eyes were when he looked at Voldemort. "Good. Get up, child. Lucius, you have trained an excellent talent for the Death Eaters, come on, stretch out your left hand." Draco knew what would happen when he held out his left hand. But that was the end of the matter, and he had no choice. Thank you for your gift, Master. Draco tried to look excited. When severe pain came from his left arm, his eyes gradually became moist. Okay, from today onwards you are my most loyal servant. At your age, you should still be studying at Hogwarts, correct? Yes, Master. Voldemort's eyes lit up. Very well, go on to school. I heard that you have a very good relationship with Lucas Grindelwald, don't you? Master, you misunderstood me. I was just using him to deal with Harry Potter. Under my influence, Grindelwald and Potter really became sworn enemies. In this way, there will be no possibility of cooperation between the two of them. This should be good news for you, Master. These words were taught to Draco by Lucas. Sure enough, Voldemort laughed out loud after hearing this. Lucius, I am very satisfied with your son. There is no doubt about the loyalty of the Malfoy family. It is an honor for the Malfoy family to serve you, Master. Lucius showed a flattering smile, and then looked at the others proudly. This scene happened to be seen by Voldemort, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Harry looked at the familiar platinum-haired boy with disbelief. Draco. Draco. Draco glanced at him contemptuously, and let out a cold snort of disdain. The look of disgust was exactly the same as his father's. Voldemort nodded in satisfaction, let Draco follow behind him, and the two came to Harry Potter. I know that many of you are curious and think that I can't get close to Harry Potter, but today I'm going to prove it to you. As Voldemort said, he stretched out his fingers and pressed hard on Harry's lightning scar. Seeing that he wasn't hurt by it, many Death Eaters began to cheer. And Harry's forehead hurt like hell. Lucius knew the time had come for him to talk. He stepped forward and asked in a respectful tone, Master, please tell us how you accomplished this miracle and returned to our side. Voldemort glanced at Lucius appreciatively. He did not immediately describe the experience of these 13 years. Instead, he glanced at the Death Eaters around him. This time 6 Death Eaters didn't attend our reunion, not counting the loyal ones that are currently in Azkaban. They would rather stay in Azkaban and wait for me to come back, so I will reward them well for their loyalty when the time comes. When I recover the Dementors and capture Azkaban, I will give them the richest reward. 3 Death Eaters have died for me, and another coward has turned traitor and escaped, and he dare not come back to face me. As for the remaining 2 Death Eaters, one of them is currently performing a secret mission for me at Hogwarts, and I will give him the richest reward. The last Death Eater, I think I have lost him forever. Of course, for those who betray me, I will execute them with my own hands. Now, let's talk about how I got through 13 years. Voldemort then gave a 10-minute speech. He started with the sacrificial protection of Harry's mother. He talked about how he became an existence that was akin to a wraith, and how he lingered and hid in Albania. He also talked about 4 years ago, when Quirrell strayed into the forest and was possessed by him to seize the Philosopher's Stone and failed. Finally, he mentioned how Wormtail found him again. And from a witch in the Ministry of Magic, Bertha Jorkins, he learned about the Triwizard Tournament and Barty Crouch. Of course, Voldemort did not reveal the identity of Barty Crouch Jr. Now it's time to get down to business. Let's welcome Harry Potter to my resurrection party. Crucio. Harry felt his body was burning, and the unforgettable pain made him desperately wish that he could pass out as soon as possible. At this time, on a hillside not far from the cemetery, Dumbledore and Snape were observing the situation from afar. The position where the two stood was spelled by Lucas with spell text, letting them stay there without detection. Professor Snape frowned when he saw Harry suffering through the binoculars. Headmaster, are you sure you don't need me to rush to help him? It's not your turn yet, Severus. Dumbledore thought for a while and added, you have to trust Lucas, even I can't do anything about his spell words. Snape nodded and continued to observe the cemetery through the binoculars. Voldemort stopped casting the Cruciatus curse. Turning to Peter Pettigrew next to him, he said, Wormtail, give him back his wand, I want to have a fair duel with Harry Potter, and kill the boy who lived with my own hands. As the rope that bound him loosened, Harry fell to the ground, and looked at his wand that was thrown in front of him. He grabbed his wand and clenched it tightly, then turned his head to look at a tombstone in the distance. He had just noticed Cedric's voice coming from there. If he's right, Lucas and Cedric were hiding there. Come on, stand up, let's have a fair duel. You were taught how to duel, right? The sharp and cold voice sounded again, and Harry was forced to stand up and face the terrifying opponent. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic months ahead of time. Snake, Lion, Turtle, Eagle, Badger, Pig, Penguin. Chapter 259, The Idiot's Call for Help, Cedric and Lucas Exposed. Facing Voldemort's questioning, Harry didn't know how to answer. Duel. He couldn't even remember which were the rules of dueling. Distant memories flashed in his mind. In his second year, he did learn something in the dueling club, such as the disarming charm. The only spell he learned from the dueling club was also his best spell. But what if he managed to take away Voldemort's wand? He glanced at the Death Eaters around him, there were at least 30 of them. Even if he was lucky enough to win against Voldemort, he couldn't escape from here. Besides, could he really beat Voldemort? Harry wasn't even a little confident about it. although Dumbledore always said he was the key to defeating Voldemort. Even Professor Trelawney predicted he would be the new leader. But now that he was really facing Voldemort, he finally understood just how terrifying his opponent was. Harry, don't stand still, we should bow before the duel. Voldemort made graceful movements with his ugly body. Seeing that Harry didn't bow to himself, a glint of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Harry, you have to bow to me, and I said, bow. Voldemort swung his wand high, forcing Harry to bend over. That's right, I'm sure Dumbledore must be very pleased to see you looking humble and polite now, so let's get started. The surrounding Death Eaters consciously formed a circle around them. The circle was the venue for the duel between the two. At the same time, Cedric patted Lucas on the shoulder and asked by mouthing if they should go up and help. Lucas rolled his eyes, he really didn't know how brave Cedric actually is. No, this is no longer a matter of courage, it is a matter of brains. Signaling Cedric to stay calm, Lucas turned to look at the two who were about to duel. At this moment Voldemort was looking at the people around him with a smug face. Seems like he thought that forcing Harry to bow to him was something worthy to brag about. The Death Eaters around him also knew how to read the atmosphere, so they all laughed hard at Harry Potter, trying to please their leader. Lucas drew out his wand and wrote elementary and middle school in the air. With a flick of the wand, the string of spell words floated to the duel venue. When the words touched the ground of the entire cemetery trembled slightly. But if you don't sense it carefully, it is easy to ignore this weak vibration. Very well, Harry, now the duel begins. Voldemort had just finished speaking when Harry was in severe pain again. It felt as if someone was splitting his body with red-hot knives. Cruciatus Curse, one of the unforgivable curses. Harry knew in his heart that this wasn't school and Voldemort wouldn't be casting spells like the Tooth-Growing Curse. The opponent is the type to only cast unforgivable curses most of the time. This is a real duel, a duel where one mistake could lead to death. When Harry figured out the current situation, the severe pain in his body gradually disappeared. Harry stood up straight, trembling as he heard Voldemort ask, Harry, does it hurt? Let's take a break, and during this time, I want to ask a question, shouldn't you be begging for mercy at this time? For Harry's silent performance, Voldemort had expected it. But it doesn't matter, he is not a soft-hearted person. Since Harry didn't beg for mercy, he will control him to beg for mercy. Imperio. The light of the curse flashed and even before Harry had time to react, he realized that the spell was close at hand. He was planning to resist the Imperious Curse according to Professor Moody's method. But suddenly, he found that he didn't react at all after being hit by the curse. This sudden twist, not only did Harry not expect it. Even Voldemort, who had cast the Imperious Curse, was stunned for a few seconds. Not to mention those Death Eaters around, they seemed to be strangled by someone as the sound of cheers and ridicule stopped abruptly. In the quiet cemetery, only Harry's painful panting was left. It seems that Dumbledore has protected you from this spell, but it doesn't matter, I will destroy his protection for you. Crucio. The terrible Cruciatus Curse hit Harry again, but unexpectedly, there was no pain this time. Harry opened his eyes and looked at his body strangely. He was pretty sure the spell had hit him, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Is this the power that Dumbledore said? Harry looked at his hands and a flame called hope ignited in his eyes. With this power, he can escape from here, and even defeating Voldemort in the future wasn't out of the question. The delusional savior, at this moment, some exaggerated images appeared in his mind. A pity that his daydream didn't last long. When Voldemort saw the questioning and terrified eyes of his subordinates, he became angry from embarrassment, and turned all his anger into power. Crucio. Huge magic power shot out from his wand, causing Harry to be sent flying by the magic power, and the pain of the curse spread all over his body again. See. Dumbledore can't protect you either. Kneel down now and beg me for mercy, Harry Potter. Harry ignored the exasperated Voldemort. When he saw old Tom's tombstone behind him. Before Voldemort's second attack, he swiftly fled behind the tombstone. The Cruciatus Curse punched a big hole in the tombstone and Voldemort's annoyed voice came from behind him. Harry, you think you can escape? Bring him out for me. Voldemort's last words were addressed to the Death Eaters. Seeing the Death Eaters around him approaching, Harry bit the bullet and ran out from behind the tombstone. Expelliarmus. Avada Kedavra. The curses of the two flew towards each other at the same time. Two rays of light, one red and one green, met in the air. Harry felt the wand in his hand tremble violently. Fearing that the wand would fall out of his hand, he stretched out his other hand and held the wand tightly with both hands. Just then, something magical happened. The original red and green light disappeared as a golden ray linked the two wands together. Harry and Voldemort flew into the air uncontrollably, and immediately afterwards, a golden curtain of light enveloped the two of them. It was like a round cage. The Death Eaters tried to help, but Voldemort ruthlessly refused. Don't move without my order. He gripped his wand tightly. Although he still didn't understand why this happened, Voldemort was sure that the golden light beam was not harmful to him. And he had to deal with Harry Potter alone to prove that he was still the feared and powerful Lord Voldemort. Suddenly, a pleasant singing sound came from the golden light. Harry easily recognized the singing of a phoenix because he had heard it once from Fawkes. At the same time as the song of the phoenix sounded, a grey mist suddenly appeared on the tip of Voldemort's wand. That mist formed a right hand. It was the magic he had cast on Wormtail just now while he was making his monologue, giving him a new hand for the one he sacrificed. Not long after, another cloud of mist flew from Voldemort's wand. This time it was an old man. He came to Harry and said, "He is indeed a wizard, right? Son, don't let go, he killed me, take revenge for me." The old man stepped aside after finishing speaking, then another woman appeared in the golden light. "Harry, hang on, don't let go." Although Harry had never met her before, a name suddenly appeared in his mind, Bertha Jorkins. The ministry employee who was killed by Voldemort in Albania. Finally 2 other figures emerged from Voldemort's wand. Harry had seen them in dreams countless times over the years. James Potter and Lily Potter. The 2 flew to Harry's side and looked at him lovingly. Voldemort and his Death Eaters weren't the only ones shocked by the spectacle in the cemetery. Even Professor Snape on the hillside in the distance was surprised, and Dumbledore's explanation happened to reach his ears just then. The cores of Voldemort's and Harry's wands both come from the tail feathers of the same phoenix. You can understand that the 2 wands are brothers. Brothers will not hurt each other. When one of them insists on hurting the other, the 2 wands will have a magical connection. There must be something happening in the golden light curtain at this moment that we can't see. In the cemetery, Lucas had waited so long to observe the magical connection between the brother wands up close. It's such a pity that he could see nothing but golden light. Even when he tried to feel the magic, he could only feel the magic power of Harry and Voldemort. Then this can also be proved from the side. The people Harry saw in the original book were nothing more than the wonderful reaction produced by the special, priori incantatem, spell between the brother wands. Lucas pulled Cedric beside him, reminding him to leave. As for Voldemort and Harry, the spell words he left behind were enough to keep Harry safe and sound. Just when he was about to leave, another new change took place in the golden light curtain. The phantom of James Potter glanced at Voldemort opposite and said, "When the connection is lost, we can still exist for a short period of time. We will help you to buy time. You take your friends, use the port key to leave." Harry looked at the Triwizard Cup throne not far away and nodded. The phantoms of his parents and others came in front of Harry, and with a loud shout, the connection between the 2 was broken. Several phantoms rushed towards Voldemort. After landing, Harry hurried to the Triwizard Cup. As for Lucas and Cedric, he didn't remind the 2 to join him. Just when his hand was about to touch the Triwizard Cup, Voldemort broke free from the shackles of the phantoms. Avada Kedavra. The green light of the killing curse lit up the surroundings. Harry clearly heard the wailing approaching him from a distance. Facing the Triwizard Cup that was close at hand, he didn't dare to gamble with his life, so he dodged to the side, missing the best time to leave. Seeing Voldemort leading the Death Eaters towards him, the panic-stricken Harry turned his head to look at the positions of the 2 others. "Lucas, Cedric, help me." Voldemort stopped in his tracks and followed the sight of the savior to a lonely tombstone. It turns out that there are little mice hiding here. Avada Kedavra. With its powerful magic power, the killing curse has good physical damage as well. Seeing that half of the tombstone was blown up, Lucas sighed helplessly. When he lifted the illusion spell and brought Cedric out from behind the tombstone, the Death Eaters exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 260, You activated my trap card. Lucas Grindelwald, everyone present is very familiar with him. Whether it was the collective opening of 15 shops that caused a sensation in England, or the series of activities of the Saints group later that made people understand the power of the young men in front of them. Especially with the advent of the Triwizard Tournament. It was discovered that Lucas also had unmatched personal power. Whether it's the fire magic in the first task, or separating the Black Lake in the second task. These are not things that ordinary wizards can do. A quasi-legendary wizard. There is no doubt that the 14-year-old boy in front of them has already reached the territory that their master has set foot on. Now, with an imminent confrontation between 2 quasi-legendary wizards, the Death Eaters were all very nervous. Lucas walked up to Voldemort, and first glanced at Harry. He really didn't expect that Harry would choose to escape alone just now. But seeing that he couldn't escape, he actually involved the 2 of them. He wouldn't be offended if Harry just called out his own name, but he even called out Cedric's name. With the strength of the many Death Eaters present, Cedric could only die if he faced any one of those present, except for Draco, a new Death Eater. Seeing his best friend face Voldemort alone, Draco was filled with worry. He even looked at Harry with a bit of anger for what he did. Compared to Lucas's calmness, Cedric was nervous to death as he hid behind Lucas, not daring to face the noseless monster in front of him. Lucas Grindelwald, long time no see. It's been a long time. The last time I saw you, you at least looked somewhat human, but this time, you don't even have a nose. Lucas spoke rather bluntly, but Voldemort didn't care about that, and was even proud of how he looked right now. This is the proof that I have eliminated the Muggle blood, and now I have the purest blood, the blood of Salazar Slytherin. Eh? Are you sure you have blood in your body? I thought you only had that weird colored potion running through your veins. Lucas made fun of him again and again, which made Voldemort very angry. Grindelwald, don't think you are because you became a quasi-legendary wizard. There is a world of difference between being a quasi-legendary. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Both raised their wands at the same time. The green light of the killing curses collided and scattered in all directions. The Death Eaters hurriedly backed away, afraid of being involved in the battle between the two. This is the collision of the two people's spells and magic power, and it is also a collision of magic pressure. The strong wind pressure blows to the surroundings, bringing an extremely serious sense of oppression to everyone. The killing curses continued clashing in a beam. Then Voldemort raised his left hand and let out a breath along with him. The crimson fiend fire flew into the air along the palm of his hand, and soon a giant flaming snake appeared in front of everyone. Ha! Lucas made a grabbing motion at the dry fountain with his left hand and the underground water sources gushed out. A large amount of clear water turned into an eagle, spreading its wings and flying towards the flaming giant snake. The two retracted their wands at the same time, ended the confrontation of the killing curses, and turned to point at the spells in the sky. Lucas controlled the eagle to fly above the flame serpent. Suddenly, the eagle turned back into a water current again. Lucas spun the wand, and the water quickly wrapped around the flaming serpent. Gradually, the giant flame snake merged into the water, making the water mass in the sky even bigger. Lucas waved his wand again, and the water ball turned into a blue dragon. The dragon flapped its wings and rushed towards Voldemort on the ground. But Voldemort didn't change his face and waved his white wand at the surrounding tombstones. The tombstones exploded, and the rubble came to him, forming a stone giant. The stone giant collided with the water dragon, which caused the giant to turn into gravel again, and the dragon turned into rainwater. The duel between the two made the people around them dumbfounded. It turned out that this is how a duel between quasi-legendary wizards looked. They were used to the normal dueling style, sending one spell after another and trying to anticipate the opponent's next move, which looked like fencing. The two started with the killing curse, and all the curses were connected together. Watching the duel between the two, in addition to the enormous power shown, it also looked incredibly smooth. Harry was watching the battle between the two of them for a brief moment. He realized that the fight between Voldemort and himself just now was like a play, and the opponent was just toying with him the whole time. He carefully observed the two people, and found that even after that amazing fight, they weren't even breathing heavily. Is this a quasi-legendary wizard? Harry felt a great thirst for power at this moment. Thinking that both of them have a lot of followers behind them, he took it for granted that only with great power would there be followers. A tremendous strength. Harry looked at the two with eyes that gradually became filled with thirst for power. But everyone's attention was snatched by Lucas and Voldemort, and they didn't notice him. On the hillside, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction, looking at Lucas with eyes full of appreciation. Severus, I sometimes wonder if the new leader that Professor Trelawney prophesied actually refers to Lucas. Professor Snape didn't say anything, he hadn't recovered from the amazement fight just now caused him. In his mind, no one had ever been equal to Voldemort. Maybe Dumbledore could do it as well, but he'd never fought Voldemort head-to-head before. Perhaps, came the soft voice. Seeing Snape hold up the binoculars again, Dumbledore also looked towards the cemetery, but his attention was on other things. He was thinking, after this incident, should he invite Lucas to sit in the Order of the Phoenix? Speaking of the Order of the Phoenix, since Voldemort has returned, the Order of the Phoenix should also be reactivated. Dumbledore suddenly realized that he seemed to have a lot of things to do during the summer vacation. Back in the cemetery, Lucas glanced vaguely at the magic cameras around him. After confirming that the photo of himself confronting Voldemort just now was taken, he put away his wand and prepared to leave. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort used the killing curse again, but it disappeared without a trace before getting close to Lucas. All private fighting is prohibited here, unless you defeat the rule maker or kill one of your subordinates. Note, Wormtail is the best. A string of words shining with colorful lights appeared in midair. Lucas looked back at Voldemort, seeing the astonished expression on his face, he kindly explained to him. This is a little magic I created myself. It's called spell text. As long as you follow the method written on it, you can break it. Obviously, Voldemort would not follow the rules set by others. So he raised his wand again, and cast the killing curse, but Lucas stood where he was, neither dodging or blocking. Seeing the killing curse disappear again, Voldemort frowned and glanced at Peter Pettigrew, who immediately fell to his knees. Master, I am your most loyal servant. Master, you cannot trust these little tricks. Wormtail, I know you've never served me sincerely, and you only stay by my side because you're afraid your former friends will catch you. Now, your chance of proving your allegiance has come, so give me your life. Peter froze for a moment, stood up tremblingly, and then began to shrink under the eyes of everyone. Animagus. Voldemort said disdainfully, then the green light hit Scabbers. Seeing Peter Pettigrew die just like that, Harry was in a daze for a moment, and then felt a burst of relief. The person who betrayed his parents and indirectly killed them was finally punished. What's even more ridiculous is that the person who killed Peter Pettigrew was actually the master he followed and even helped regain a body. The moment after Pettigrew's death, the words in the air shattered. Avada Kedavra. Furious, Voldemort used the killing curse again, but the green light that everyone expected did not appear. Not only that, Voldemort also found that he couldn't sense magic power anymore. The use of magic power is prohibited here. You can return to normal if you leave this place or win a fight against the rulemaker. The familiar colored text reappeared. At the same time, there was also a long sword. Voldemort, you should have learned fighting skills, right? If you want to break this rule, just fight with me. Of course, you can also leave here with your people. When Lucas said the last sentence, there was a look of contempt on his face. Lucius Malfoy came to Voldemort's side at this time. Master, why don't you let the one with the strongest sword fighting ability among the Death Eaters fight this kid? Go away. How could the angry Voldemort let others do it for him? He must kill this nasty boy in front of him with his own hands. Grindelwald, I'm afraid I'm going to disappoint you. I have a perfect body right now. Even if I fight like a muggle, I won't lose to anyone. He drew the sword from the ground and Lucas also took out his goblin sword. The two of them just clashed once, and a huge gash was cut on Voldemort's chest. That's all. Hearing Lucas' questioning voice, Voldemort turned around and raised his long sword to attack again. After a short while, there were many wounds on Voldemort's body. Boom. His Excellency the Dark Lord, who is extremely powerful, admired by thousands of people, and feared by countless people, was knocked to the ground. The Death Eaters all had expressions of disbelief. After all, their master should be extremely powerful in every way. When Lucas put his foot on Voldemort's snake-like face, the Death Eaters roared angrily. But after seeing Lucas' cold eyes, they became quiet again. Looking at Voldemort at his feet, Lucas smiled lightly and said, "You lost, Dark Lord." Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake, Turtle, Lion, Eagle, Pig, Badger, Penguin. Chapter 261, Voldemort Humiliated. The Wall of Sighs. In the original book, Voldemort stepped on Harry's face with his bare feet. Although Lucas hasn't changed that much, he can barely step on him while wearing shoes. The most powerful Dark Lord. That's all. Hearing the blonde boy's ridicule, Voldemort let out an angry roar. Why are you standing there? Kill him, kill him. At this time, the spell words in midair collapsed and everyone could sense their magic power again. Voldemort's powerful pressure surged into the sky, so much that even the residents across Little Hangleton were affected. The Death Eaters lay down on the ground and trembled, fearing that the mighty Dark Lord would punish them. Lucas Grindelwald, damn you. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse directly passed through Lucas' body. Seeing Voldemort's astonished eyes again, Lucas used the void to appear in front of the Dark Lord almost like teleportation. The killing curse. Isn't it too old-fashioned? How about trying my new magic? Plunder. The purple magic power started being drawn out of the opponent's body. Voldemort recalled that year in the Forbidden Forest, Lucas seemed to have used this trick as well, drawing more than half of Quirrell's magic power. Go away. Voldemort caused a riot in his own magic power, and managed to cut off Lucas's absorption of his magic power. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Avada Kedavra. Voldemort started using the killing curse like a madman, but instead of using Void Escape again to let them pass through, Lucas used Transfiguration to make a special shield that started bouncing the curses in different directions. There were a few unlucky Death Eaters who were personally sent by their master to meet Merlin. What a monotonous attack, Tommy. Don't you have any imagination to use something else? Lucas seemed to feel that the heat was not enough, so he directly called out Voldemort's most hated name. The next moment, Voldemort unleashed a raging fiend fire, and the crimson flames illuminated the entire night sky. On the hillside in the distance, Dumbledore wasn't at all nervous about the safety of his students. Snape frowned and said, "Headmaster, are you really going to let Mr. Grindelwald go on like this?" "Why not?" Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. He looked in the direction of the cemetery, his expression gradually becoming serious. "Lucas is testing Voldemort's strength after his return so we can figure out how long it will take for him to return to his prime." Of course, Lucas also wanted to injure Voldemort here, to buy more time for the all-out war, or to buy time for your spirit purification potion. Severus, you were once a Death Eater. You should understand that news of Voldemort's return will spread more every day. His followers will regroup soon, and our Order of the Phoenix alone is not enough to start a frontal war with the Death Eaters. As for the Saints group, decades have passed after all, so they might be inferior to the Death Eaters in terms of numbers and the average age of their members is too high, most of them are past their prime. So even if the Saints were to join, our war with the Death Eaters will barely enter a tug of war. This is what Lucas and I don't want to see, so we need more allies. Hearing the explanation from Dumbledore made Snape think a lot. Lucas may be trying to buy time for the spirit purifying potion, but it was more about buying time for Dumbledore and Lucius Malfoy. If the war is postponed for a year, there will be many more Death Eaters who can be instigated to switch sides, and Dumbledore will find many more allies as well. The later an all-out war starts, the better for their side. And there's a little more, Harry Potter and the last Horcrux were not resolved yet, so they wouldn't be able to completely defeat Voldemort. No one wanted to see Voldemort return after another 10 years. He raised his binoculars and looked at the young man who was fighting with the Dark Lord in the cemetery. Whether they can get enough preparation time depends on whether the boy below can make Voldemort suffer. Back in the cemetery. Facing the monstrous fire, the Death Eaters retreated again, and some even retreated to the wall of the cemetery. Lucas turned his head and looked behind him and said, "Come behind me, you two." The two other boys hurried over for their own lives. "Lucas, the Triwizard Cup is the portkey, we can escape with it." Lucas glanced at Harry, of course he knew it was the portkey. But he couldn't go now, after Voldemort regained his body, his magic power exceeded his and Dumbledore's estimation. If he leaves now, the other party will be able to return to his full power within a year. If a war is launched at that time, it will be their side who will suffer. So Lucas had to stretch Voldemort's muscles and speed up the activation of the potion in his body. Escape. That's not my character. Protego Diabolica. The blue fire ignited around the three of them. Soon the two different fires began to fight against each other. Voldemort's flat, serpentine face had a scheming expression on it. Everyone, attack the three of them. The Death Eaters drew out their wands. Avada Kedavra. Almost 30 people using the killing curse at once almost turned the night sky green. Seeing this dazzling light, Voldemort's sharp laughter resounded. He didn't need to investigate the results, so many people attacked together. Even he may be defeated, not to mention Grindelwald who had two burdens he needed to protect. The Forbidden Wall of Sighs. A cold voice came from the boys' direction and a transparent light curtain appeared in front of them. When the light subsided, everyone stared dumbfounded at Lucas behind the light curtain. He was opening his hands at this time, and in front of him was a light curtain that towered into the sky. This light curtain seemed to have only a thin layer, but the killing curses of dozens of people failed to break it. Lucas was panting very hard. This type of forbidden spell consumes a lot of mana and even he was a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, it should be almost there. "What's the matter?" Cedric asked, puzzled. Lucas didn't answer his question, but looked at Voldemort on the opposite side. "Voldemort, it seems that your subordinates are not doing well either." Seeing the contemptuous and mocking expression on Lucas' face, Voldemort raised his wand angrily. A muffled thunder sounded, and lightning quickly streaked across the sky. Accompanied by Voldemort's roar, a dazzling white light flew from the tip of his wand. The clouds in the sky were stirred by this white light, and a huge magic pressure descended from the sky. Voldemort withdrew his wand, then pointed at the wall of sighs in front of Lucas. It took a full minute for Voldemort's spell beam to be forced to end. "Why does it say forced?" Voldemort looked at the peeling skin on his arm, his eyes were full of surprise. "Wormtail. It's a pity that Wormtail was killed by him a short while ago, and now he can't answer the doubts of his master." Before long, Voldemort's right arm began to fester, followed by his two calves. "Wormtail, you betrayed me." Fortunately, Peter Pettigrew has died, otherwise he would have died of grievances. Laughing came from the opposite side and Voldemort looked up, just in time to meet Lucas's disdainful eyes. "Voldemort, is this your perfect body? It's not that good, is it? We don't have any more time to play with you, goodbye." Lucas looked at the two people beside him, who had already stood hand in hand. Holding Cedric's wrist, Lucas pointed his wand at the Triwizard Cup. Accio. With the Triwizard Cup in his hand, the distorted feeling came again as they were pulled away spinning. By the time the dizziness was over, the three of them had returned to the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts. They are back, the champion is born, and he is Lucas Grindelwald from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Ludo Bagman's voice rang in his ears and cheers resounded through the sky. As soon as Lucas turned around, he saw his girlfriends running towards him. Looking at the worried eyes of the three, he came forward with a smile and hugged them all together. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Hearing his voice, smelling his familiar smell, the worry in the eyes of the girls gradually dissipated. Before he could have a good talk with them, Ludo Bagman came to his side and brought him in front of all the audience. "Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, first of all congratulations on winning the Triwizard Tournament. Do you have anything to say?" Reporters from the major newspapers pointed their cameras at Lucas, waiting for him to speak. Lucas is already used to being in the spotlight and talking in public. They heard him thank the Hogwarts students, the professors, and even thank the British Ministry of Magic. Anyone who was thanked by him had a happy smile on their faces, and Minister Fudge was even grinning from ear to ear. After interviewing the champion. As usual, it is necessary to interview other players who have not been eliminated. When Bagman came to Harry's side, the stupid Harry held his injured arm and said loudly, "Voldemort is back, we just saw him, he's back." He probably did this to warn those present, especially reminding Fudge as the Minister of Magic. But the occasion he chose was not very suitable. The stands became silent. After a few seconds, it was like a frying pan exploded, and the audience completely boiled. Fudge looked at Harry Potter with an ugly face and everyone accused the savior of nonsense because no one wants to believe his words. Even Dumbledore and Snape who had just rushed back from Little Hangleton were stunned on the spot. Harry looked blankly at the people in the stands. Before he could react, he was being pushed by a strong person and was led towards the castle. "Harry, are you okay?" Hearing Professor Moody's voice, Harry's tense body relaxed. I'm fine, Professor, you must believe me, Voldemort is really back. After Harry finished speaking, he realized that they had entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. And Professor Alastor Moody in front of him seemed a bit strange. He actually looked a little excited and happy. Before Harry could figure out what was going on, the fake Moody pushed him hard onto the chair. Harry, is the Dark Lord really resurrected? Harry nodded hastily. That's right, Voldemort has been revived, he's back. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon/Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle, Snake, Lion, Pig, Eagle, Penguin, Badger. Chapter 262, Heartbroken. There seems to be something wrong with Harry. Voldemort is back. As his self-proclaimed #1 follower, there is no better news than this. Fake Moody pressed hard on Harry's shoulder, offering him a glass of water with the other hand. Drink it, let's talk slowly later, I need to know some details. Harry didn't refuse. After drinking the water in the glass, he felt much more relaxed, at least the scar on his forehead no longer hurt so much. Harry, you have to tell me what Voldemort did to you. Pettigrew made some weird potion over a big cauldron, and then took some blood from my body. Harry rolled up his sleeve and showed the fake Moody the wound on his arm. The fake Moody looked very excited when he saw the wound. The blue magic eye spun wildly, and finally looked at the door behind him. Very well, let me ask you again, have those Death Eaters returned as well? Bringing up the Death Eaters, Harry finally remembered what he had forgotten to mention. Professor, Voldemort said that there is a Death Eater in Hogwarts who is working for him. It was the Death Eater who threw my name into the Goblet of Fire. Anxious, Harry quickly told the news he heard. But he found that Professor Moody in front of him was actually indifferent, and he didn't even show a hint of surprise. Professor. Harry, who do you think that Death Eater could be? Moody stared expectantly at him, hoping to hear his name from him. This will be the best reward for him. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, Harry Potter actually said Karkaroff's name. So he showed a disdainful smile and said, that coward Karkaroff has already run away. He felt the burning sensation in his arm, immediately dropped his students, and left Hogwarts alone. He grabbed the armrests of Harry's chair with both hands, stared into his eyes and said seriously. Harry, it's me. I'm the one who put yours and Grindelwald's names into the Goblet of Fire. In the Quidditch pitch. After dealing with everyone, Lucas came up to Dumbledore. Lucas, well done. Thank you for the praise, but I couldn't have done it without Professor Snape's help, it's all thanks to his potion. Snort. Hearing Lucas' praise, Professor Snape became arrogant. Lucas and Dumbledore chuckled a little. So far, the plan has gone very smoothly, and Voldemort has returned according to their plan. Although the next thing they need to face is the Second Wizarding War. But at least there is still more than a year of sufficient time to prepare. After completing this important job, they all felt a burst of relief. Headmaster, it's time for us to go and see Mr. Barty Crouch Jr. and Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter must be shocked by now. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, and took the lead in the direction of the castle. Just as Lucas expected, Harry was really shocked at the moment. Even after Moody admitted that it was him who put his name in the Goblet of Fire, he was still shaking his head in denial. No way, it can't be you. It's really me. Moody's magic eye looked behind him again, as if to make sure the door was locked. Come on, did he punish those Death Eaters? Harry looked at the wand in front of his nose and shook his head quickly. Then he heard the angry voice of Moody, who was pissed off. No. How can those cowardly and traitorous people escape punishment? They'd rather mess around at the Quidditch World Cup in scary costumes than spend time trying to find their master. Even after seeing the dark mark I fired, those people ran away like headless chickens. Even the panicked Harry at this moment could hear anger and disdain from the other party's tone. But after listening to Moody's complaints, Harry's expression showed his surprise. You cast the dark mark during the World Cup. Moody showed a smug expression. Of course it is me, the most loyal servant of the Dark Lord. I am different from others. I am willing to take risks to carry out the most dangerous missions, to deliver to my master what he most desires, and this person is you, Potter. Impossible, you are not that kind of person. Harry was still unwilling to accept this reality. Even now he still thinks that the person in front of him is Alastor Moody. Moody laughed. I put your name into the Goblet of Fire, and I reminded that idiot Hagrid to take you to see the dragons. It is I who provided you with the method to defeat the dragon, Harry. It is really not easy to help you. I cannot let you in too easily, otherwise it will easily arouse Dumbledore's suspicion. I was also worried that you wouldn't get a good ranking, because only if you enter the maze first, can I attack others. But I didn't expect an accident, Lucas Grindelwald. If I had known that he had such great strength, I would never have put his name in the Goblet of Fire. Having said that, Moody pulled back his smile. When he mentioned Lucas, his eyes were full of hatred. He took a deep breath and took the flask out of his pocket. When he noticed that the potion inside had been used up, he immediately started scouring the office. Of course, he did not forget to show off his great achievements to Harry during this period. Before the second match, I had been following you, and even gave that kid Neville Longbottom a book in advance. Seeing Harry's surprised expression, Moody replied with certainty, "That's right, it's the one you thought of, and then I was worried that you wouldn't be able to unlock the secret of the golden egg, so I tried to find a way to tell you. Cedric told me the secret of the golden egg." Bang. Moody slammed the wall hard. Then he looked at Harry fiercely and said, "It was me. I told that pretty boy the night of the Christmas ball, and reminded him to tell you the secret. Including the Kappas in the Black Lake, I put them in for you to win, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid that you would save the crumb." What made me even more angry was Neville Longbottom. He was as stupid as his parents, and it was because of him that I was almost exposed. When he couldn't find more polyjuice potion, Moody threw the empty bottle on the ground angrily and came up to Harry with his wand in hand. When Harry caught the other's eyes, he immediately realized the danger. The man in front of him was going to kill him. Harry struggled to get up from his chair, but Moody's wand was quickly on his forehead. "Oh Potter, it's your luck that the Dark Lord didn't kill you. You should know that he really wants you dead. Now it's up to me to kill you. I helped the Dark Lord resurrect and now will help him to kill you. I will become his most trusted subordinate, the only subordinate who's truly loyal. Actually, I should thank you. Without your help that day, I probably wouldn't be able to kill my father who was being protected by Grindelwald. But it was because of your help that the curse accidentally flew to my father and killed him. Do you know how happy I was at that time?" Harry still hadn't guessed who the person in front of him was. But he knew that the person in front of him must be crazy, because he killed his father. What he couldn't accept the most was that he had trusted the professor for a whole year. The professor who defended himself and helped him everywhere, unexpectedly wants to kill him now. Lucas' reminder echoed in his ears and he suddenly burst out laughing. The sudden turn of events startled the fake Moody. "Potter, don't think you can escape death just like that." "Death? Then kill me, come on, kill me." Harry put his forehead against the opponent's wand, and provocatively bumped the wand twice. At this time, he seemed to be mentally disturbed because of too many blows. This look made the fake Moody hesitate. And because of the few seconds he hesitated, Lucas' voice came from outside the office, "Stupefy." The spell shattered the wooden door of the office and hit the fake Moody with perfect precision. Looking at Professor Moody flying out in front of him, Harry looked out the door blankly. Dumbledore walked in side by side with Lucas. The old man first looked at Harry after entering the room. Seeing that he was in a trance, he immediately stepped forward to investigate the situation. "Lucas, Severus." No need for Dumbledore to keep talking. The two cooperated tacitly, and Lucas picked up Barty Crouch's magic wand, while Snape pinched the downed man's chin and poured a whole bottle of powerful Veritaserum into it. Coincidentally, the time for the polyjuice potion has also passed. Accompanied by bubbling and twisting of his features, a young man with light brown hair and pale skin appeared in front of everyone. Harry was no stranger to this man, he had seen him in the Pensieve before. Barty Crouch Jr. Harry whispered the other person's name softly, and at the same time understood Barty's crazy words from just now. Chapter 263, Questioning Crouch Jr. and Harry questioning Dumbledore. Veritaserum, a common method used by the Ministry of Magic to interrogate some recalcitrants. It is said that as long as someone drinks 3 drops, even Voldemort will tell all the secrets in his heart. In fact, this thing is not as reliable as imagined and there are various methods to resist or trick it. However, it is more than enough to deal with the problem at hand. Dumbledore stretched out his wand and said a spell to Barty Crouch Jr., "Renervate." Barty yawned, as if he had just woken up. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting on a chair. There was Dumbledore standing in front of him, and before he could stand up and fight back, the Veritaserum came into play. "Barty Crouch Jr., how did you escape from Azkaban?" "It was my mother who saved me." Just like Lucas remembered, old Barty used his seriously ill wife and polyjuice potion to deceive the blind Dementors. Crouch's wife died in Azkaban wizard prison for her son. And Crouch Jr. spent the next 13 years under the Imperius Curse and being guarded by their house elf. Just when Barty Jr. was talking about the experiences of these years, the curious Harry also came behind everyone. When he saw everyone's unsurprised expressions, he guessed that Dumbledore may have already thought of the way Barty Crouch Jr. used to escape. At this time, Dumbledore asked aloud again, "Apart from your father and the house elf, does anyone else know that you are still alive?" "Yes, Bertha Jorkins. She came to my father to ask him to sign a document, but my father was not at home, and Winky let her in. She overheard my conversation with Winky. That's why my father cast a powerful memory charm on her, even at the cost of damaging her mind." Under the effect of Veritaserum, Barty Jr. unreservedly told how he broke free from the Imperius Curse during the World Cup. And how he launched the Dark Mark into the sky. Gradually he talked about how Voldemort came to the Crouch house to rescue him. "That day, my master came to see me. It was my father who opened the door, and then he was controlled by the Imperius Curse. Master told me that he had learned what had happened to me from Bertha Jorkins. He had captured Bertha by chance, and by torturing her, he broke my father's memory charm. Master not only learned the news about the Triwizard Tournament, but also came to know that Mad-Eye Moody would become the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. So a brilliant plan came up. He asked me if I would venture into Hogwarts to bring him the indispensable thing for his resurrection, Harry Potter. An excited smile appeared on Barty Jr.'s face. Even under the influence of Veritaserum, he talked about it with pride. In front of everyone, he told how he and Wormtail attacked Alastair Moody, and how to pretend to be Moody to complete a series of follow-up things. Especially when it comes to the Triwizard Cup, his expression was indescribably happy. Dumbledore really trusted Mad-Eye Moody. I didn't even ask for it, and he took the initiative to hand over the task of arranging the Triwizard Cup to me. I turned the Triwizard Cup into a portkey and sent Harry Potter to my master. My master will definitely give me a reward. After saying these words, Barty Crouch Jr. passed out again. Lucas found a bunch of keys in Crouch Jr.'s pocket, turned around and came to the big trunk in the room. There were 7 locks on it. He opened the first lock, and there were only some spell books and quills for writing inside. He closed it and reopened the second lock. What appeared inside this time was a silver invisibility cloak and some sundries. He repeated the above actions, and opened the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th locks in turn. This kind of magic trunk is the most troublesome, because if you want to open the last lock, you can only open all the previous locks. The last lock was opened, and a sort of dungeon appeared inside, about 3 meters deep from the ground. Inside the dungeon lay a scrawny man who was missing a leg. Lucas drew out his wand, stared at the people in the dungeon and pulled him up with magic. The real Alastair Moody appeared in front of everyone. After a year of being trapped inside the trunk, the old Moody's condition was very bad. After some inspection, Dumbledore said, he's been under the Imperius curse and was knocked out. After he finished speaking, he looked at Moody's head. The only reason he's alive is probably because Junior needed his hair for a whole year. I hope Alastair wakes up and doesn't blame us for not saving him sooner. Severus, please go find Madame Pomfrey and Minister Fudge, and tell him there's a fugitive from Azkaban here. Professor Snape turned and walked out. Madame Pomfrey was the first to arrive, and seeing the appearance of Mad-Eye Moody, she exclaimed Merlin several times in succession. When old Moody was taken away, Dumbledore looked away again at Professor McGonagall, who had also arrived at some point. Minerva, please stay here and watch Barty Crouch Jr., I'll send Harry and Lucas back. Getting a positive response, Dumbledore and Lucas escorted Harry to the headmaster's office on the 7th floor. Just when he was about to enter the office, Harry, who was silent for a long time, suddenly asked, Professor Dumbledore, did you already know that Teacher Moody is Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise? Dumbledore didn't answer right away. After the 3 of them entered the office along the stairs, he said, that's right. Harry's eyes darkened, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. Harry, are you okay? Sirius had already been waiting in the headmaster's office early on. Seeing his godson appear, he hurried forward to check whether the other party was injured. I'm fine, Sirius, I just feel stupid, not only being scammed by the fake Professor Moody, but even the person I trust was unwilling to tell me the truth. In the last part of his words, Harry exhausted all his strength and roared loudly. Facing his questioning, Lucas just rolled his eyes, then asked a house elf to bring him some black tea, and sat aside to watch the show slowly. It is not his responsibility to appease Harry. When he looked at the old bee, sure enough, he had already walked towards Harry. Harry, your performance tonight has already exceeded our expectations. When you faced Voldemort, you were even braver than many adult wizards in the past. You have shouldered the burden of an adult wizard, and we have higher expectations for you. Now, you need to go to the infirmary to treat your wounds and have a good night's rest. How about it? If it was Harry from before, he would definitely nod his head in agreement without hesitation. But this time it was different. Hearing what Dumbledore said just now, Harry, who had suddenly become clever, immediately analyzed something else from the headmaster's words. Professor Dumbledore, how did you know I was facing Voldemort? Were you there? Sirius looked at Dumbledore in surprise, and seeing that he was silent, he walked next to his godson to show his attitude. Dumbledore, were you at the scene just now? If you were at the scene, why didn't you make a move and let Voldemort be resurrected? Looking at the godfather and godson in front of him, Dumbledore felt a headache incoming. Lucas was right, it was really troublesome for these two to be together. Before he could answer, Harry said with a straight face, I think there are some things that I should know. After all, I am the one who participated in the Triwizard Tournament, and I am the one who will have to face Voldemort. This was what Harry was most dissatisfied with. He took risks, he faced life and death threats left and right, but in the end he found himself as nothing more than a puppet. It turned out that all this was designed by others and he only needed to complete the tasks that everyone has assigned for him step by step. The moment he learned the truth, his heart seemed to have been hit violently. His heart, which was not very strong to begin with, suddenly became fragmented. At this moment, he didn't know whether he could still trust the old man in front of him. He was even more afraid that every word the other party says is deceiving him. Facing Harry's displeasure, Dumbledore was silent for a few minutes before he said, Harry, we didn't tell you, it's for your own good. For my own good. If it's really for my own good, you should have told me the plan sooner, right? Only when I understand the complete plan can I better cooperate with you, isn't that good? Puffed. Lucas, who was on the sofa calmly drinking tea, sprayed the tea in his mouth because of the laughter. He saw all 3 of them looking at him, so he quickly waved his hand and said, Go ahead, I just remembered a very interesting story. Lucas Grindelwald, you have nothing to do here. Hearing Harry's angry reprimand, Lucas shrugged and put the teacup in his hand on the round table. It's nothing to do with me. I think the most ridiculous person here is you. As Lucas stood up from the sofa, the terrible magic pressure pushed against the Godfather and Godson duo. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle Snake Eagle Lion Pig Badger. Chapter 264, Berating Harry. Facing the strong Lucas, Sirius fulfilled his responsibilities as Godfather and pushed Harry behind him, resisting the magic pressure of the quasi-legendary wizard alone. But even so, the magic pressure exerted by Lucas with all his strength was still unbearable for Harry. Seeing Harry shivering behind Sirius, Dumbledore sighed helplessly, "Lucas, please." Glancing at the old bee beside him, Lucas snorted softly and put away the pressure. Feeling the magic pressure disappear, Sirius sat down on the ground panting, looking at the boy in front of him in horror. Although you have a reckless personality and act impulsively without thinking, you are indeed a qualified godfather. After glancing at Sirius with admiration, Lucas looked at Harry again. You can't even resist my pressure, so how can you face Voldemort? Harry Potter, let me ask you, in Little Hangleton Cemetery, were you the one who faced Voldemort in a fight? After a full 5 seconds, Harry didn't say anything and Lucas sneered, how do you think we would let you know all the plans? Based on your timid appearance, if you knew in advance that you were going to face Voldemort, and that Mad-Eye Moody was Barty Crouch Jr. in disguise, you would definitely not show up, or you would do something stupid and ruin everything. Harry lowered his head, silently bearing the reprimand. Seeing his aggrieved look, Lucas felt angry. You have no strength, you are not smart, and you have been reminded many times to not just look at people's surface, but you have repeatedly ignored the reminders. If someone treats you well, then they are a good person. If someone treats you badly, then they are a bad person. Do you really think you are the savior? Everyone has worked so hard for a year to deal with Voldemort, but what about you? Share the honor. You are truly a saint. If I hadn't followed you to the cemetery at the last moment today, do you know what would have happened to Cedric? Seeing Harry shaking his head slightly, Lucas said angrily, he would have died because of your stupidity. Everyone is working hard to fight against Voldemort. Dumbledore has been fighting against Voldemort's curse since last summer vacation, and the curse was not lifted until after the second task. In addition to going to the cemetery to make arrangements in advance, I also had to help you during the task. Where do you think those map fragments came from? How do you think Fleur and Crumb were eliminated? Even when you were facing the Sphinx, I controlled that spider to pass in front of you to give you the answer. But what about you? Why do you think we didn't tell you the plan? Even if we told you, what's the use of you except being afraid and exposing the plan? If you don't have enough strength, just obediently become a chess piece. If you don't want to be a chess piece, then work hard to improve your strength. When you have the strength to fight Voldemort, someone will tell you everything, even if you don't ask. Now, take your godfather immediately and go to the infirmary to recuperate. We still have to discuss the next plan. There is no time to comfort a child. Harry froze for a long time. Seeing Lucas' angry expression, Sirius hurriedly pulled his godson out of the office. When it was confirmed that the two had left, Lucas changed his angry expression just now, and calmly returned to the sofa and sat down. Sorry, Headmaster, for Mr. Potter to understand things, it's probably useless for you to talk about it, so it's better for me to do it. He already hates me anyway. Dumbledore nodded and said, thank you, Lucas, I troubled you again. It's not troublesome. I have wanted to scold him for a long time, and I've gotten used to it, but it's better not to mention Professor Snape in front of Mr. Potter in the future. Lucas pointed to his forehead with his finger, reminding the old man that Harry is a Horcrux. Of course, after today's business is done, it's time for Severus to meet the Dark Lord. Do you think Voldemort will trust Severus again? No. Lucas shook his head. None of you will tell Professor Snape anything confidential, even Voldemort will always have doubts about Professor Snape. As long as there is solid evidence, he will definitely execute Professor Snape immediately, but Voldemort should accept him for now. Professor Snape is still very useful after all. If Voldemort wants to break into Hogwarts, his help is indispensable, isn't it? Dumbledore nodded in agreement, so we can't give him this evidence, so that Voldemort will always have doubts about Severus, but he has to use him. Lucas sipped his tea. Perhaps this is the tragedy of being a double agent, since both sides know his identity, they are all afraid that he will reveal important secrets, so everyone must be on guard against him. In the original book, Dumbledore didn't tell Snape about the Horcrux and Harry Potter until he was dying. It can be proved that Dumbledore actually concealed many things from him. My men have caught the fleeing Karkaroff, I hope this will save Professor Snape from suffering a little. Lucas put down his teacup, got up and walked out. Dumbledore followed without a word, the two of them had to face Minister Fudge. Voldemort was back, and the Ministry of Magic had to tell everyone the news. Just as they walked out of the office, Lucas paused suddenly. Headmaster, I suddenly remembered something, you go first, I will be there later. Dumbledore didn't suspect him, and walked towards Fudge's position. Lucas turned around and followed the corridor to an abandoned classroom that was deserted. Leader. Pine, are you all ready? Pine Caro bowed slightly and replied, everything is ready. Rita Skeeter has started writing the report. By the time Cornelius Fudge denies the return of the Dark Lord, the Daily Prophet will have a story about Dumbledore and Harry Potter lying. Not bad. Lucas nodded. Where is Gavin York? Mr. York's letter of appointment. Fudge has already signed it, so he will become the director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation by tomorrow morning. In addition, Ludo Bagman's scandal will be exposed tomorrow morning as well, and we are also confident that we will win the position of director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. Lucas turned and walked to the dilapidated window. Yes, get Pius ready. Before the end of this summer, I want him to firmly control the Ministry of Magic in our hands. Pine responded, turned, and left the abandoned classroom. After a while, Lucas left the classroom and walked towards the infirmary. He just sensed that everyone's magic was gathered in the infirmary, and he didn't know what happened again. Get out of here, you can't take this person for the time being. Professor McGonagall's voice was heard coming from the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Lucas, who happened to pass by, stopped immediately. This unpleasant chill, if he guessed correctly, should be unique to Dementors. Another Dementor has entered the castle. Lucas's eyes turned cold, and he drew out his wand and pointed it at the Dada office, Expecto Patronum. The long silver dragon entered the office, and the Dementor fled in panic. But as soon as it escaped to the door, it was torn to pieces by the Patronus. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a Dementor and getting a reward, 200 achievement points. This is really a long-lost achievement point. Lucas has not been rewarded with achievement points for a long time. In fact, he has been unable to figure it out. For such a large-scale event as the Triwizard Tournament, why does the system only reward lucky draws, but not any achievement points? But now the game is already over, so it's useless to discuss these things further. At this moment, Lucas wanted to get his championship reward as soon as possible, the precious diamond lottery. It would be nice to get some more practical rewards before going to war with Voldemort. Thank goodness you're here, Lucas. Seeing Professor McGonagall's sullen face, Lucas smiled and said, Professor, I think you can be tough sometimes. Oh, I'm not you. If I drive out the Dementors with my Patronus, the Ministry of Magic will cause trouble with the school again. Is Barty Crouch Jr. alright? He's alright now. He almost got kissed by a Dementor just now. The Ministry of Magic is really getting more and more messy. Lucas smiled and said, then you go ahead, I'll go find Dumbledore, and I'll tell him about the Dementor. When Lucas came to the door of the infirmary, he saw Dumbledore standing outside the door listening. He walked to the other side curiously, only to hear Fudge's questioning voice from inside. Where's Dumbledore? He's not here. This is the infirmary, Minister, you will disturb the rest of the wounded. Mrs. Weasley's loud voice came from inside. Lucas felt that she was more likely to disturb others' rest. Seeing Lucas cast a questioning look at himself, Dumbledore nodded, then pushed open the door of the infirmary. What happened here? Seeing Dumbledore appear, Fudge and others immediately surrounded him. Chapter 265, Voldemort will never be resurrected. Diamond reward available. Professor Snape came to Dumbledore's side and whispered in his ear. We told Minister Fudge that there was a Death Eater here who was responsible for a series of horrific events. He seemed concerned for his safety and was determined to have a bodyguard into the castle. Then he had the brilliant idea of coming in with a Dementor. Dumbledore's expression froze. A Dementor entered the castle, not surprisingly for Barty Crouch Jr. Cornelius, what did the Dementor do to Barty Crouch Jr.? Dumbledore, as the Minister of Magic, I have the right to take bodyguards anywhere, right? Besides, I'm about to face a mentally disturbed murderer. A sly smile appeared on Fudge's face. Indeed, as he said, as the Minister of Magic, it is no problem for him to take the Dementors even to Diagon Alley. Dumbledore's expression became very serious. But before he could continue to ask, Lucas exclaimed from behind. So that Dementor was the Minister's bodyguard? Sorry, I thought another Dementor had entered the castle. For the sake of everyone's safety, I killed it with the Patronus charm. Please don't be offended, Minister. The incident from last year is still vivid in my memory. It was a conditioned reflex. Hearing what Lucas had to say, Dumbledore's eyes were twinkling madly as he smiled happily. The same goes for everyone else in the infirmary, some of them even laughed out loud. Although Fudge's face was not looking good, he couldn't do anything since it was Lucas the one who said these words. It's okay, it's just a Dementor. Mr. Grindelwald is also thinking about the students. Seeing Fudge, who has made a 180-degree turn in attitude, many people showed disdainful eyes. Fudge just pretended not to see it. He looked back at Dumbledore and asked, so what are you trying to say? Another criminal has escaped from Azkaban. No, we're talking about Voldemort. Barty Crouch Jr. admitted it himself. He followed Voldemort's instructions to infiltrate Hogwarts and capture Harry Potter. In fact, Voldemort's plan has succeeded. He regained his body, regained his strength, and even summoned his Death Eaters. Fudge blinked. The news was too shocking for him. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he showed a strange smile. You know who is back? Seeing Dumbledore nod, the sneer grew on Fudge's face. Impossible, based on the words of a mentally disturbed murderer and a little boy. Pine, do you believe the news about that man being back? Pine Caro, standing behind Fudge, smiled and shook his head. There was also a mocking look in his eyes. Although Headmaster Dumbledore insists that you know who is still alive, in fact, most people in the magic world think he is dead. Otherwise, why has he never appeared in the past over 10 years? Fudge nodded in agreement. That's right, and the boy you're referring to was proven to be a liar even 2 years ago. Dumbledore, are you sure what he said is true? Harry, who was eavesdropping, suddenly became nervous. He secretly looked at Dumbledore, who nodded without hesitation. I believe him. These two words seemed to have infinite power, and they allowed Harry's wounded mind to heal quickly. It made his depressed mood quickly improve. Dumbledore said with a serious expression, with the help of Veritaserum, Crouch Jr. has fully explained what happened. Including how Voldemort went to the Crouch family, freed Barty Crouch Jr., and arranged for him to enter Hogwarts. In the end, he also explained how they used Harry Potter to help his master regain his body. Cornelius, if you want to know more, we can go to the office and talk slowly. No need. Fudge waved his hand. You are willing to believe children's nonsense, but I don't want to believe it. I'm busy, so I'm leaving first. Seeing that Fudge was leaving, Harry couldn't help but jump off the bed. It's true what I said, there were still a lot of Death Eaters, including Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy was acquitted a long time ago, and the ancient Malfoy family has been donating generously to the improvement of the wizarding world. Fudge turned around and replied angrily. McNair. Also acquitted, he's even working hard for the Ministry of Magic now. Crabbe, Goyle, and Knott. Harry said the names of 3 more families. Fudge looked over at Dumbledore impatiently. These people were acquitted 13 years ago, and the Ministry of Magic can even find out the verdict at that time. Dumbledore, I'm even more suspicious of this boy now. Not only is he a liar, he's a Parseltongue. I will never believe any of his words. Pine, let's go. Seeing that Fudge still planned to leave, Dumbledore made a move to block the door. Although his body is old, it still brings great oppression to Fudge. Cornelius, you should listen to what Harry is saying. Harry took the opportunity to say, I have evidence. Lucas and Cedric can prove that what I said is true. They all saw Voldemort. Fudge looked over to Cedric Diggory in the other bed. But just as Cedric was about to speak to prove it, he felt his father tugging on his sleeve. He looked back at him, and after receiving his father's gaze, Cedric seemed to understand something. He glanced at Harry apologetically. He looked at the crowd and said, it was too dark at that time, and there were not many people around, so I couldn't see clearly. I'm not sure if that person was you-know-who, but there were a lot of people around. Harry couldn't believe what his ears were hearing, so he asked angrily, why are you lying? You have seen it all. Cedric felt ashamed. He kept his head down, not daring to look at Harry on the opposite bed. Harry didn't understand, but everyone else more or less understood why Cedric said that. Amos Diggory's action was so obvious just now, and everyone is not blind. The world of adults is more about worldly sophistication and interests. But Harry's world is still in the simple stage of right and wrong, black and white. Fudge nodded in satisfaction, and then looked at Lucas, who was watching the show. Lucas didn't even say a word, just shrugged with his hands outstretched. As for what it means, let them guess it. Harry continued to accuse in disbelief, you obviously fought against Voldemort, why don't you admit it? Before Lucas could answer, Fudge snorted and said, Mr. Grindelwald fought against you-know-who. What an absurd lie. From Fudge's point of view, this conversation has come to an end. Just as he skirted Dumbledore to leave, the headmaster blocked his way again. Voldemort is back. If you immediately accept this fact and take the necessary measures immediately, maybe we still have the possibility to save the situation. First, we should evacuate the Dementors from Azkaban, and let the Aurors serve as guards there. Evacuate the Dementors? Fudge seemed to have heard a big joke. Albus, Dementors are the most suitable guards for Azkaban. They will not go anywhere, they will only stay in Azkaban. Dumbledore said angrily, if you let Voldemort know that the one responsible for guarding his followers are the Dementors who will obey his orders as soon as he gives a command, what do you think will happen? You know who hasn't been resurrected, and never will be, you old lunatic. Fudge pushed Dumbledore away, and just as he was about to walk to the door, he suddenly remembered that there was something important he hadn't done. Mr. Grindelwald, congratulations on winning the Triwizard Tournament. This is a bonus of 1,000 galleons. Please keep it. Thank you, Minister. Lucas took the bag containing the galleons, and the system's prompt rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for completing the series of achievements, the Triwizard Tournament, Championship, rewards, 10,000 achievement points, and 1 chance to use the diamond draw. Good guy, it turned out that the achievement points were all delivered at the end. The achievement points and lucky draw opportunities are in the bag. Lucas came to Cedric's hospital bed. Don't blame yourself, your choice just now was right. I've never heard anyone saying that it's right to lie. Hearing the dissatisfied voice of Harry behind him, Lucas glanced at him coldly. This glance immediately made Harry Potter quiet. Dumbledore's expression was a little frustrated. Lucas, it's exactly what you said, Cornelius will not admit to Voldemort's return. Of course, Fudge is more obsessed with power than anyone I've ever met, admitting that Voldemort is back. If he dares to admit that, someone will ask him to resign the next day. Alas. Dumbledore shook his head resignedly. Lucas turned and left the infirmary. Back in the Slytherin common room, he locked the door and immediately issued a lottery order to the system. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle Snake Lion Badger Eagle. Chapter 266, Super Advanced Destruction Magic. The long-lost diamond prize pool reappeared. No matter how many times he sees the prizes inside, Lucas would salivate over them. This lottery took a very long time. It seemed like the prize pool was holding back a big reward. After a few minutes, a colorful light finally flew out from the prize pool. Lucas reached out to catch the ball of light flying towards him, and a system prompt sounded in his ears at the same time. Ding, this diamond lottery draw is over. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, Super Advanced Destruction Magic, Crush. When the system sound ended, the light cluster in Lucas's hand automatically merged into his body. At this time, Lucas has not recovered from the prompt tone just now. Super Advanced Destruction Magic, Crush. Is it the magic he thinks it is? In order to verify whether it is as he thought in his heart, Lucas quickly closed his eyes. Crush, Mizuwari, crushing evil, spreading the truth, Empyrean, all crush, and crushing evil, spreading the truth, absolute heaven. One by one magic techniques flashed in his mind. Really, it was indeed the magic that he had thought of. It's the signature magic of Gildart's Clive from Fairy Tale. Opening his eyes again, Lucas took a deep breath. Crush magic is incredibly powerful, but there are also many limitations. For example, disintegrate and shatter are two uses of this magic. At the moment he can disintegrate magic below quasi-legendary at most. If it is the magic of a legendary wizard or a quasi-legendary peak wizard, his use of shattering magic can only minimize the opponent's power. Then there is full crush and crushing evil, spreading the truth, absolute heaven. These two tricks require the magical power of a legendary wizard to perform them. But even so, this magic is already powerful enough. After all, there are only 3 legendary-level wizards known in the world. However, due to various reasons, all 3 of them have regressed to quasi-legendary. He couldn't resist the thought of trying it out. Lucas opened the door and walked out. When he came to the common room, he saw Draco Malfoy sitting alone on the sofa at a glance. Draco, what are you thinking? Nothing. Seeing Lucas coming, Draco quickly pulled down the sleeve of his left arm. Patting Draco's shoulder, Lucas said softly, when Voldemort is defeated, this mark will disappear. Well, I'll wait until we defeat him, and our Malfoy family can truly be free. Although Draco said so, the worry between brows still betrayed him. Go, follow me to the Quidditch pitch. Looking at the back of Lucas walking out, Draco followed without knowing why. At this time, the labyrinth has not been dismantled yet, and everything remains the same as it was during the tournament. Lucas came to the entrance of the maze, looked at Draco and said, attack me, no matter what spell you use, you can treat me like a sandbag. What nonsense are you talking about? There is a blood alliance between us. Do you want me to die? You have no intention of hurting me, so the blood alliance will not be triggered, or you could throw a spell at the stands behind me. At Lucas' urging, Draco walked to the entrance of the maze. Be careful. Seeing Lucas nod, Draco raised his wand for a silent spell. Facing the curse that came upon him, Lucas stretched out his right hand, and as a beam of light flashed across his palm, the spell was dissipated immediately. Come again. Draco raised his eyebrows, this time switching to the explosive curse, Conf Ringo, but the result was still the same. After trying more than a dozen spells in succession, Draco understood Lucas' intentions. Are you here to show me your new magic? Of course not, I just want to give you some confidence. As soon as the words fell, with Lucas as the center, the ground within a diameter of more than 10 meters was completely shattered. The tyrannical oppression forced Draco to take 2 steps back. Again, keep going. Seeing Lucas's new method, Draco no longer hesitated. Crimson fiend fire gushed out from his wand and soon the fire turned into a ferocious giant snake. Slytherin students all have a soft spot for snakes. Facing the huge snake's open mouth, Lucas still stretched out his right hand, and the beam appeared again. This time the light beam flew far away, not only piercing the fiend fire serpent, but also Draco, and even the maze behind him. Boom. Accompanied by a bang, the fiend fire serpent was first divided into cubes, and then dissipated in the air. Also gone was the maze behind Draco. The hedge wall hit by the disintegration magic completely disappeared, and the entire maze was divided into 2. Draco looked back at the maze, then down at himself. I won't disintegrate as well, right? Before he could finish his words, he was broken down into little people the size of a thumb. Lucas laughed out loud. Looking at the anxious Draco, he hurriedly said, It's okay, you will recover in a while. How is my magic? Are you still worried? The noisy mini Draco suddenly became quiet. After a few minutes, he changed back to normal again. At this moment, there was no more worry in his face. Thank you, dear friend. What nonsense, go back to sleep, tomorrow will be a holiday, after this summer vacation we can no longer spend our time so leisurely. Draco chuckled, I might, but you. Seeing the back of Draco running towards the castle, Lucas laughed silently. System, open my character attributes. Name, Lucas Grindelwald. Age, 14 years old. Status, Hogwarts 4th year student. Bloodline, Void Elf, Awakened. Talents, Void Rift, Void Aura, Void Strengthening, Eyes and Ears of Foresight, Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version, Combination Skills, Obscurus, Controllable. Mana Strength, 76, Quasi-Legendary. Charms, 11, Awakened. Transfiguration, 10, Awakened. Dark Arts, 12, Awakened. Alchemy, 5. Ancient Runes, 5. Divination, 10, Awakened. Potions, 10, Awakened. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring, Level 1, Looting, Level 1, Void, Life Steal, Level 1, Void Escape, Level 1, Void Corruption, Level 1, Void Grasp, Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, Full Set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic, Spell Text, Crush Magic. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy, Forbidden Wall of Size. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon, Infant. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, Recognized Owner. Magic Items, Goblin Sword, Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge, Soul Pill. Achievement Points, 10,351. Compared with the beginning of the school year, the strength of his magic power has increased by 3 points. Browsing through his stats, Lucas found that he only had 2 talents left that were not at full level, Alchemy and Ancient Runes. The goal of the next school year is to raise these 2 talents to Awakening, then learn all the advanced spells to the full level. It takes a lot of achievement points to accomplish this goal, but now that Voldemort has been resurrected, it is completely possible to start the war mode. If the plan works well, Lucas should be able to get a large amount of achievement points before the official battle. A Death Eater gives 400 achievement points, what a fortune. There is also the issue of anti-magic. Lucas also hopes to find a solution to the conflict between anti-magic and his own magic power through a large number of lottery draws. Looking at the only remaining achievements in the series to collect the Deathly Hallows, he puts all hope of a solution on the diamond reward that comes with this achievement. At this point he already has the Resurrection Stone and there is a high probability that the Elder Wand can be obtained soon. Now it's time to consider how to get the invisibility cloak from Harry. It is best to let Harry give it to him willingly. He looked up to the sky and put that problem to the back of his mind for now. Starting tomorrow, the first shot at taking control of the Ministry of Magic will be fired. Things might not be easy for Dumbledore and Harry next. Especially Harry, the title of the boy who lied probably needs to follow him for a while. The best way to make Fudge voluntarily cede the position of Minister of Magic is to manipulate public opinion. When the crowd finds out that they have been duped, the anger of the entire British wizarding community will overwhelm Fudge. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister. Fudge was really worried when he came back. Pine, do you think Dumbledore's words are credible? Minister, your worries are unfounded. In my opinion, Headmaster Dumbledore seems to want to use this incident to drive you out of the position of Minister. Pine was sorting out the materials while expressing his own opinions. Seeing Fudge's pensive look, he continued, if everyone listens to Headmaster Dumbledore, they will definitely elect him to be the new Minister of Magic. Everyone in England knows that you know who fears Dumbledore, doesn't it? Just 2 sentences were enough to make Fudge's expression change. You're right. Tell the Daily Prophet to comment on Dumbledore's and Harry Potter's ridiculous remarks. You understand what I mean. Pine showed a clear smile, I will see it done, Minister. One night passed, and the Triwizard Tournament finally came to an end. At the final wrap-up meeting, Dumbledore delivered a proclamation of the return of the Dark Lord, which made most of the students worried. Cho even said that her mother would resign from the Ministry of Magic as soon as she returned home. But it was stopped by Lucas. On the contrary, Cho's mother was safer at the ministry. As for the other 2 schools, they didn't have much reaction to Voldemort's return. Before the other schools left, Fleur Delacour invited Lucas to the Beauxbatons carriage alone. I'm about to graduate when I go back. I'll come to England to find you in 1 year at the latest after I've settled my family affairs. Okay, I will be waiting for you. Fleur showed a glamorous smile, she took the initiative to approach, and throwing her arms behind Lucas' neck, she proceeded to give him a toe-curling kiss. Watching the giant carriage take to the sky, Lucas was still in a daze. She has already left, stop watching the empty air. He heard a slightly jealous voice behind him and turned to look at his 3 Hogwarts girlfriends. No, now it should be 4, Luna Lovegood joined them at some point. What? I danced with him in the Rose Garden, doesn't that make us a couple? Whatever you want. Lucas walked forward with a smile, and after a while the 4 girls were amused by his jokes. Hogwarts Express. Lucas didn't stay in his compartment this time, but went to find the twins and threw them the prize of 1,000 galleons. Didn't you decide to open a store? This is the capital I promised you at the beginning. If it is not enough, tell me again. And when school starts next year, I will teach you some things, maybe it will help you make prank toys more easily. The twins looked at each other and said in unison, "Thank you, ex-boss." Back to the compartment. The four girls were reading the newspaper together and they would discuss with each other from time to time. Looking at Harry's photo on the front page and the prominent headline, Lucas knew that the first shot to take control of the Ministry of Magic had been fired. The Boy Who Lied, Harry Potter. Chapter 267, The Arrogant Fudge. This summer vacation is going to be very busy for everyone. Dumbledore was busy running around looking for reliable allies. The Malfoys were busy holding Voldemort's stinky feet, so Draco didn't always come to play with Lucas as he used to. Lucas met him several times by chance, and Draco was always dressed in black with a serious face. As for Fudge, his days were quite busy giving speeches, also thinking about how to discredit Dumbledore and Harry Potter in the newspapers. The Boy Who Lied, Harry Potter. Dumbledore, crazy or threatening? Lucas smiled and put down the two newspapers in his hand. Of these two newspapers, the first was published just after the holiday started, and the other was freshly released this morning. They are just two of the most representative of the many newspapers that vilified the two wizards. Actually, just last month, Fudge had the Daily Prophet publish an article every day about the threat that is Dumbledore. Ordinary wizards can't tell whether the contents of the newspaper are true or not. So more and more people began to question Dumbledore and the boy who lived. It is believed that the two are working together to direct a conspiracy. Aunt Vinda, how are our people with the preparations? Lucas put down the newspaper and asked. Most of them are arranged in the country surrounding England. As long as you give the order, they can enter the country immediately. That's good. Tell Uncle Abernathy that when the battle officially starts, hold back the troops and let the Order of the Phoenix stand in front. Vinda nodded, and then continued, Minister Fudge seems to be a little different recently. There is news from the people below that recently it has become very difficult to find Fudge to approve some procedures. If it is not for Pine's help, I am afraid that it will not be possible at all. It's normal. Lucas took his teacup and walked to the window. Looking at the colorful flowers competing for beauty in the garden as he sipped his tea, his eyes gradually became cold. Now that the public opinion is soaring, Fudge's support rate has increased significantly. If this continues, he is likely to be re-elected in the next term. With that confidence, his words will naturally become a lot tougher. Today we are going to visit Fudge, he probably wants to attack our Saints group now. Hearing Lucas' orders, Vinda left the study to prepare. Lucas was still standing quietly by the window, but the teacup in his hand gradually turned into fine powder and disappeared. Ministry of Magic. There were many tourists from other countries taking photos in front of the Fountain of Magical Brethren. The green flames in the fireplaces on both sides continued to flare, and a large number of people entered the Ministry of Magic continuously. This is the norm for the Ministry of Magic. As the only legal institution in the British magic world, there are many people who come here to handle affairs every day. Crack. Two loud sounds echoed in the atrium. Hearing the sound, the crowd naturally dispersed to both sides. Immediately afterwards, the figures of Lucas and Vinda Rosier appeared on the spot. People around were not surprised, since there were also quite a few people who came to the Ministry of Magic by operating. Mr. Grindelwald, the minister asked me to pick you up. Pine Caro showed up right away. On the way to the minister's office, Pine briefly introduced Fudge's recent changes. It can be summed up in a single word, arrogance. Not only is he arrogant towards the members of the Saints group, but he also has the same attitude towards the powerful pure-blood families. Since his popularity with the public has risen sharply, Fudge seems to be planning to switch the master-slave relationship he has with the powerful people. Knock knock knock. Hearing the response coming from inside, Pine immediately opened the door of the office. Oh, Mr. Grindelwald, how are you? Fudge was full of happiness, walking towards Lucas with enthusiasm. My recent life has not been bad, but I can see that Minister Fudge must have had a good life recently. The smile on Fudge's face became more apparent. It's just something pleasant. I wonder what Mr. Grindelwald is here for. As soon as the two sat down on the sofa, Fudge directly asked Lucas why he came this time. It was absolutely impossible that he would behave like this before his popularity increased. The Fudge of before would have wished he could chat with Lucas all day long. With just a simple sentence, Lucas already had a judgment of Fudge in his mind. Minister, our Saints group plans to open 2 more stores recently, and the location chosen for them just happens to be in the hands of the Ministry of Magic, so I have no choice but to trouble you. Why bother Mr. Grindelwald for such a trivial matter, but... Seeing the troubled look on Fudge's face, Lucas asked him if he had any difficulties on the surface, but he couldn't help sneering in his heart. Let Fudge be proud for a couple days more. Then, the members of the Saints in the 5 major newspapers will immediately publish the news of Voldemort's return. The more arrogant Fudge is now, the more embarrassed he will be when that happens. Thinking up to this point, the smile on Lucas' face became more enthusiastic again. Minister, if you are in any trouble, just tell me, and I will do my best to help you. Well, to be honest, it's actually something in the family. Mr. Grindelwald must know that my Fudge family has had a hard time in recent years. As a minister, I can't open the door of convenience to the people of my family, which makes people in the family complain. Recently, there are more and more complaints in the family, saying that I have been a minister for several years, but I have not contributed to the family, resulting in them not even having a decent property. Lucas didn't answer immediately, instead he sipped his tea calmly. The steaming heat covered the coldness in his eyes. He wants a store. It seems that Fudge has not only changed his temper, but now his appetite has increased a lot. Mr. Grindelwald. Lucas came back to his senses, with a smile on his face. Well, these are minor problems. Hearing his answer, Fudge nodded in satisfaction, but he didn't see the astonishing chill in the blonde boy's eyes. For Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Harry was lying flat by the flower bed outside. In the hot summer, the flower bed is a good place to enjoy the shade. Certainly, Harry wasn't just here for the shade. Directly above him was the living room of the house. Since seeing Voldemort return with his own eyes a month ago, he was here almost every day to eavesdrop on the news coming from the living room since his Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia didn't let him be there. Hearing the end of today's evening news. Well, another day of world peace. The reports did not mention strange people waving small wooden sticks in the street, so Harry sat up from the flower bed. Looking up at the sky, his eyes seemed to be expecting something. Why is there no news at all? He has written to many people recently, but has received very few replies. Only Ron and the twins wrote back occasionally, but the contents of their letters were all insignificant things. For example, what did you eat today? Did you have a good summer vacation? These are not what he wanted to hear. They clearly know what he wants to know, but no one wants to answer his questions. As time went by, what Lucas said in the headmaster's office seemed to have been forgotten by him. Since there was no news of Voldemort for a month, he started worrying, and the more he worried, the more he hoped to get useful information. At this moment, Hedwig flew from a distance. Looking at the Daily Prophet thrown on the floor, he sighed in disappointment. Opening the newspaper, without any surprise, it was criticizing Dumbledore again. He didn't know if Dumbledore was doing well, but he was doing very badly anyway. Putting away the newspaper, Harry walked out of the yard, passing through a section of wheat field, and an abandoned playground appeared in front of him. Harry liked to stay here whenever he was in a bad mood. While he was sitting on the swing thinking about how to find out about Voldemort's news, his fat cousin Dudley came over with his friends. The appearance of several people made Harry feel even more helpless. He has met them here more than once. Dudley would bring people here every day to wreak havoc and even smoke. But the Dursleys were convinced that their son had just gone to a friend's house for tea. How stupid. Harry, what are you thinking about here? Are you thinking about who will save you? What? Harry looked at his cousin suspiciously. Dudley smiled and said, I heard some movement in your room last night. It seems that someone is talking in their sleep again. Dad, save me, don't kill me, Dad, come and save me. Dudley frowned, imitating Harry's dream talking. Shut up, Dudley. Harry blushed and stared angrily at the fat boy in front of him. Hey, he's coming to kill me, Dad. Mom. Come and save me, he's going to kill me. Dudley didn't stop, and even acted harder after seeing Harry's angry look. Unable to bear it any longer, Harry drew out his wand, causing Dudley to close his mouth in an instant, and his face turned pale. But the cronies behind him continued to make fun of Harry. The boys thought it was funny how Harry was holding a stick, but soon they stopped laughing. Watching the sky suddenly darken, these boys fled in all directions. Harry was also puzzled by the sudden change in weather, but before he could figure out what was going on, Dudley said, Get that thing off, what the hell have you done to me? Stop it right now. Harry turned to look at his fat cousin in front of him. Dudley was trembling, and his breath came out as steam when he spoke. The weather, which was still hot just now, suddenly became bitterly cold. Harry let out a breath that felt all too familiar to him. Dudley, run home, and don't stop. He took his cousin's hand and ran to the gate of the playground. But before he could take 2 steps out, he saw 2 Dementors rushing at them from the sky. Impossible, they shouldn't be in Little Whinging, they can't enter Muggle settlements. Harry looked at the Dementors flying towards him in disbelief. After trying to run away for a while, he was captured by the Dementors. The unlucky Dudley was knocked to the ground and his happy memories were gradually being sucked away. Harry turned his head to look at his cousin with difficulty when the other Dementor started attacking him. Harry tried to recall a happy memory, raised his wand and shouted, Expecto Patronum. A silver-white stag appeared, and the 2 Dementors fled in all directions while the 2 of them fell to the ground, and managed to save their lives. Harry didn't know yet, that the moment he cast the Patronus charm, the office of the Ministry of Magic in charge of checking the trace noticed his use of magic. A letter from the Ministry of Magic immediately flew towards him. At the same time, Lucas walked into the Ministry of Magic's elevator with a cold face. Vinda, after Fudge steps down, I don't want to see anyone from the Fudge family in the wizarding world ever again. Understood. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle Snake Eagle Lion. Chapter 268, The Savior was expelled. This is the signal to fight back. Harry didn't expect Mrs. Fig, who lived across from his house, to be a squib who knows about the wizarding world. She was even entrusted by Dumbledore to take care of his living conditions here since he was a child. According to Mrs. Fig, there was supposed to be a wizard nearby at this moment to look after him, Mundungus Fletcher. But during the Dementors' attack just now, Mundungus, who was in charge of protecting Harry, did not show up and Mrs. Fig was very angry about it. On the way back, she kept complaining about the other party, saying he was a worthless stinky man. And she firmly believed that Mundungus must have followed his old habit and went somewhere to steal. Finally reaching home safe and sound. The Dursleys were terribly worried when they saw Dudley, who was trembling and staring ahead blankly. "Boy, what the hell did you do to Dudley?" Before Harry could explain, a brown owl flew in. It dropped a letter, flapped its wings and disappeared into the night sky. The appearance of the owl completely ignited Uncle Vernon's anger. "It's a bloody owl again, no more owls are allowed to enter my house." Harry ignored the shouts beside him as he looked at the letter in his hand and frowned tightly. The letter actually came from the Ministry of Magic. Opening the envelope, he carefully pulled out the letter inside. "Dear Mr. Potter, we have received information that you cast the Patronus charm in front of Muggles in a Muggle area at 9:23 tonight. This behavior is a serious violation of the Reasonable Restraint of Underage Wizards Act, so you have been expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Representatives from the Ministry of Magic will shortly be sent to your residence to destroy your wand. In view of the fact that you have previously been formally warned for violating Article 13 of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, we regret to inform you. You must appear at the Ministry of Magic at 9 o'clock in the morning on the 12th of August for a trial. Mafalda Hopkirk. Ministry of Magic Improper Use of Magic Office." Harry gasped. Ignoring Uncle Vernon's yelling next to him, he carefully scanned the contents of the letter again and again. Making sure it says expulsion and wand destruction, he suddenly felt cold all over. "No, I can't let them destroy my wand. Get out of the way." Harry pushed Uncle Vernon, who was in the way, and was about to go upstairs to pack his luggage. Just then, another owl threw a letter into the house. "Harry. Dumbledore has just arrived at the Ministry of Magic and is investigating this matter. Don't leave your aunt's house, don't cast any more spells, and don't hand over your wand to anyone. Arthur Weasley." Before Harry could put away Mr. Weasley's letter, a third letter flew in from outside the door. "I just heard from Weasley about what happened, remember never to leave that house." Harry recognized serious handwriting on it and breathed a sigh of relief when he received letters from everyone. Since they told him not to leave, he stayed here and waited for news. He was sure Dumbledore would handle it all. At the same time, Lucas took Vinda to the Ministry's 8th floor by elevator. Just as they stepped out of the elevator, they suddenly received a message from Pine. Learning that Harry Potter had been expelled from Hogwarts, Lucas stopped immediately. "Vinda, inform our people, it's time to start." As he spoke, he tore up the store transfer document in his hand. Fudge will not let go of such a good opportunity, and he will definitely publicize this matter in the newspapers. And just as he thought, it didn't take long for the Daily Prophet to print an additional edition, describing Harry as a teenager who abused magic in front of Muggles. In this way, Harry's image got even worse. Swoosh. A green flame flared up in the fireplace and Dumbledore stepped out of the flames with a serious face. Seeing Lucas in front of him, he didn't seem surprised. "Lucas, are those photos you took back then usable?" "What?" Lucas asked suspiciously. Dumbledore said softly, "I know you must have other uses for those photos, but this matter is not trivial, I hope you can take them out. Since you have said so, of course I am willing to help, and I will notify my subordinates to send out the photos." Dumbledore nodded and continued, "Want to meet Minister Fudge with me?" "Of course." Lucas turned and walked towards the first floor with the headmaster. Today is particularly lively for ordinary wizards. The Daily Prophet, a newspaper that only publishes in the morning and evening, has published 3 newspapers so far. Waiting for the people to digest the news for a short while, the Daily Prophet printed another issue. This time the newspaper was like a blockbuster, causing the entire English magic community to fall into silence. The Return of the Dark Lord. The eye-catching headline on the front page, together with the photo of Voldemort stroking his bald head, was extremely impactful. The photos chosen by members of the Saints were very classy. Behind Voldemort's intoxicated expression, there was the eye-catching dark mark in the sky. "The minister lied to us, Dumbledore and Harry Potter were right. There is news from the staff of the Ministry of Magic that Harry Potter has just been attacked by Dementors." "Yes, I'm sure of the news, but the Ministry of Magic expelled Harry Potter from Hogwarts and broke his wand. Cornelius Fudge lied to us, the Dark Lord is really back." The wizards were worried and afraid, but also angry at Fudge. After telling each other, more and more people learned the truth. It was already late at night, so when people wake up the following morning, the British magic world will usher in even greater shocks. Fudge didn't know that he was about to face a disaster, because all the latest reports were kept out of the minister's office by Pine Caro. If Fudge got the news too early, wouldn't it give him time to deal with them? "Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald, this matter is very difficult. Harry Potter has violated wizarding laws after all. Fudge looked at the old and the young opposite, and said with a bit of embarrassment. Dumbledore knew that the minister was trying to evade giving them a proper answer. But he had only come here to try to reverse the decision to expel Harry from Hogwarts and destroy his wand. As soon as Judgment Day comes, Dumbledore will have ample evidence to prove that Dementors had entered Muggle-inhabited areas. Cornelius, I hope you will give Harry a chance. I'm not asking you to drop the charges against him, just to temporarily revoke his expulsion from Hogwarts and the order to destroy his wand. We can wait until the trial is over to make a decision, don't you think? I don't think it's necessary. Fudge said with a wave of his hand. The Dementors are under the control of the Ministry of Magic. Without the order of the Ministry of Magic, the Dementors will never leave Azkaban. So the purpose of Harry Potter using the Patronus charm was probably just to show off. After all, there was a Muggle of the same age by his side at the time. Cornelius, your judgment is too arbitrary. Dumbledore sternly accused. Unexpectedly, Fudge sneered, looked at Dumbledore without fear and said, I am the Minister of Magic, and I must uphold the integrity of wizarding law. Dumbledore, I will not choose to let Harry Potter go just because of his special status. Wizard law is sacred, and even more the statute of secrecy, even you cannot be above the law. Lucas looked at the two people who were at war, and coughed lightly. Take it easy, both of you, sit down and talk slowly. The two of them listened to Lucas, and they all sat back in their seats. Lucas cleared his throat and continued, Minister Fudge, your determination and attitude to uphold the wizarding law is commendable. However, Harry Potter's identity really needs to be considered. If the public learns that the famous boy who lived was expelled by you, it is inevitable that some people will criticize you. Fudge frowned, he really didn't expect this. But it's just a little bit of criticism, and it doesn't hurt him much now. Mr. Grindelwald is right, but I don't think it's a big deal to be criticized for a while because of upholding the wizarding law. Fudge was really different from usual, and now he dared to reject Dumbledore and Lucas in succession. Hearing his remarks, Lucas was not angry, but said with an inexplicable smile. Then I hope that Minister Few can still say that after a while. As soon as the words fell, the door of the minister's office was suddenly pushed open as Pine Caro hurried in. Minister Fudge, something is wrong, please read the newly printed issue of the Daily Prophet. The Return of the Dark Lord. Seeing the title and accompanying picture, Fudge felt a chill spread from head to toe. Is the person in charge of the Daily Prophet crazy? Who allowed him to publish such fake news? He threw the newspaper on the ground angrily. Lucas, who sat across from him, smiled at Dumbledore. The two looked at Fudge at the same time, and now it was time for the other to beg them. Chapter 269, The Humble Fudge Goes Online, Angry People at the Ministry of Magic. Fudge's anger didn't last long. In other words, he suppressed the anger in his heart. Fudge is very good at public relations. When it was revealed that Barty Crouch Jr. was a Death Eater, with his excellent public relations ability, he successfully defeated his competitor Barty Crouch. He even used the influence of various parties to force Old Crouch to leave the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Fudge, who calmed down, immediately thought of the consequences of the public knowing this. Pine, what's the situation outside now? It's very bad, and many colleagues in the Ministry of Magic are also discussing this matter. Fudge frowned and looked at the two people on the sofa. Dumbledore has just been wronged by him, and as the greatest wizard of this century, he has a huge influence. Lucas Grindelwald, leader of the Saints. Now there is a word circulating in the British wizarding world. For every 5 wizarding families, at least one person is working in the Saints group. It is conceivable how much influence Lucas has at this time. If these two people can come forward to help me. Fudge cleared his throat and sat back down on the sofa. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald, I think there is some truth in what you just said. So I agree with the two of you, I will temporarily withdraw the decision to expel Mr. Potter and destroy his wand. Everything will be decided after the trial results on August 12th. What do you two think? Lucas lowered his head and fiddled with the teacup, as if this had nothing to do with himself. While Dumbledore was rummaging through his robes, as if he had lost something. Seeing the appearance of the two, Fudge frowned even tighter. Do you have any other comments? You can't ask me to just let Harry Potter go, right? Now everyone knows that he has violated the law, so if I let him go just like that, there will be criticism. Lucas glanced at the minister, and then looked at the old bee beside him. The old man took out a box of soft candies from his robe and ate one with a smile. In that case, let's do what Minister Fudge says. Fudge was relieved to hear Dumbledore's reply. Headmaster Dumbledore, I was confused before, I will listen to you now and remove the Dementors from Azkaban, but can you? Fudge gestured to the newspaper on the table with his eyes. Dumbledore nodded with a smile, neither offering to help nor denying his help. Does Minister Fudge want some candies? It's a new flavor, and it's delicious. Seeing Dumbledore's reaction, Fudge felt discouraged and turned to look at Lucas, who was watching the show on the other side. Mr. Grindelwald, do you see? What? I'm just a small businessman. How can I help you? On the contrary, I still need your protection. Lucas continued with a worried expression, the Dark Lord is back, and businessmen like me are the most worried at this time. Now it seems that I should go back and hold a meeting to discuss whether the company should be withdrawn from England, and we will come back when peace returns here. No. Fudge hurriedly stood up to stop him. If the Saints group withdraws now, many people will lose their jobs. Once these people lose their jobs, they will definitely come to the Ministry of Magic to make trouble. Some people who can't survive may join the Death Eaters, and it will be even more troublesome if things become like that. Fudge walked over to his desk to take a file out of the drawer. Mr. Grindelwald, what we just said doesn't count. I don't want the shops anymore. After saying that, he tore the document in his hand to shreds. He even drew his wand and cast a fire spell on the crumbs. Looking at the shop transfer documents that had turned into ashes, Lucas raised his eyebrows. Since this is the case, then our Saints group will wait and see. Headmaster, if you don't have any other business here, let's go. Seeing the two get up and go out, Fudge also got up to send them out of the office. His attitude at this moment was very different from the arrogant look from just now. Sending the two of them all the way into the elevator, seeing the two people who disappeared, Fudge's expression immediately turned cold. Pine, go find out what's going on, how these photos came about, and call the person in charge of the Daily Prophet. Every time he said something, Pine nodded seriously and recorded it. Fudge looked at the dark elevator passage again. The person who can have these photos is either Dumbledore or Lucas Grindelwald. Seeing his angry look, Pine Caro quickly lowered his head, but the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a silent smile. Fudge probably wouldn't think of it. After repeated investigations, he hired an assistant that was loyal to him for nearly 4 years, but he was actually a faithful member of the Saints from the beginning. At the same time, after a long and painful waiting period, Harry finally welcomed the owl from the Ministry of Magic. Owl, another blasted owl, boy. How many times have I told you not to let these bloody owls come into my house again? Ignoring Uncle Vernon's yelling, Harry took the letter and immediately ran into his room. Dear Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic has reversed its decision to destroy your wand immediately, and we are allowing you to keep it until your trial on the 12th of August to make a formal decision. In consultation with the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the Ministry of Magic has agreed to leave the question of your expulsion until then as well. Therefore, you may consider yourself suspended, pending further investigation. Best regards. Mafalda Hopkirk. Ministry of Magic's Improper Use of Magic Office. Seeing the contents of the letter, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He won't be expelled and his wand won't be destroyed for a while. But he was still full of worries about the upcoming trial. He fetched a few pieces of parchment and wrote on them seriously. I was attacked by a Dementor just now, and I may be expelled from Hogwarts. I want to know what happened and when I can leave this house. He rolled up the parchment and tied it to Hedwig's leg. One of these letters was addressed to Ronald, and the other was addressed to his godfather, Sirius. The last one was addressed to Dumbledore. Watching Hedwig's figure disappear into the night sky, Harry slowly clenched his fists. He didn't know anything. No one explained to him why the Dementors suddenly appeared. There was no explanation as to why he was being put on trial by the Ministry of Magic either. Such a state of ignorance made him really uncomfortable. He looked through the window at the opposite house. Mrs. Fig was also sitting by the window, watching the Dursleys' house motionlessly. He had never noticed these things before. Such obvious monitoring is actually not difficult to find as long as you pay attention. Well, Harry found something he couldn't figure out again. Why did Mrs. Fig want to spy on him? In a terrible mood, he threw himself on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Fudge was also in a bad mood. With the sun rising, the news of the Dark Lord's return will reach the whole of England. In Diagon Alley, several men in plain clothes were reading newspapers. The number of pedestrians on the street increased. Several of them looked at each other, and one of them suddenly said, "Damn Fudge, hateful Ministry of Magic, they deceived us. What to do? You know who is back. Oh Merlin, the Ministry of Magic should give us an explanation. Cornelius Fudge is the worst Minister of Magic I've ever seen. He actually tried to cover up the truth and smear Dumbledore and Harry Potter." The speeches of several people attracted the crowd in Diagon Alley. They listened to them narrating the contents of the newspaper with indignation. At the leaky cauldron not far away, there were also a few people loudly expressing their dissatisfaction and protesting. Not just these two places. In Hogsmeade Village and various places where wizards in London frequent. As long as there are wizarding activities, there will be these dissatisfied people. Soon, more and more wizards became dissatisfied with Cornelius Fudge. Some even raised their arms and chanted, "We need an explanation from the Ministry of Magic." Under the leadership of some people, these ordinary wizards gradually came to the atrium of the Ministry of Magic. Seeing the menacing crowd, aurors from the Ministry of Magic rushed out to maintain order. At the same time, Pine Caro informed Fudge of the news. Pine, send someone to inform Dumbledore and Mr. Grindelwald immediately, and ask them to come to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible. In addition, notify the Wizarding Wireless Network radio station that I will give a speech, and the major newspapers also need to be notified. Pine nodded, turned around and left the office. When Lucas received the news, he immediately set off for the Ministry of Magic. There is a good show to be staged after all. At the same time, the latest issue of the Daily Prophet was also being printed at an accelerated pace. The eyes of the entire British magical world are focused on the upcoming ministerial speech by the Minister of Magic. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle Snake Eagle. Chapter 270, Fudge was betrayed. Snape re-enters the tiger's lair. In the Ministry of Magic's atrium. A steady stream of wizards poured into the Ministry of Magic via the FLU network. In front of the Fountain of Magical Brethren, all the directors of the Ministry of Magic had arrived. Looking at the people holding up protest slogans in front of them, these directors couldn't help but frown. I didn't expect it to be this serious. Amelia Bones said with a solemn expression. Well, who let our minister conceal such important news? Even us as colleagues didn't know. It's quite something. Pious Thickness, as the DMLE's deputy director, stood behind Amelia. Everyone knows about the conflict between Pious and Fudge, so it's not surprising that he said this. At this time, a fake girly voice came from the side. Deputy Director Thickness, in front of so many people, isn't it inappropriate to slander your superior? Pious frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. It turned out to be Senior Undersecretary Umbridge. I will keep your teachings in mind. Looking at Umbridge, who was dressed in pink girly clothes, Pious wisely chose to give in. Anyone who is familiar with Umbridge knows that this toad-like woman who likes to pretend to be tender is a person with a strong desire for control, and she also likes to meddle in other people's business. Seeing Pious listening to her, Umbridge smiled smugly. Dumbledore's here, a cry came from the crowd. Everyone looked at the fireplace behind them and saw Dumbledore walking out of it. Dumbledore, is you-know-who really back? When this question was brought up, the whole atrium instantly fell silent. Everyone looked at Dumbledore, who had just stepped out of the fireplace, waiting for his answer. At this moment, a green flame ignited again in the fireplace and Lucas, dressed in a pitch-black robe, stepped out of the flames. Oh. Are you welcoming me? No one answered his question, but when everyone saw him standing side by side with Dumbledore, they started discussing in low voices. Lucas Grindelwald, he's the winner of the Triwizard Tournament. The newspaper said that he has the power of a quasi-legendary wizard, but I don't know if it's true. It's true. I was there watching the Triwizard Tournament back then. Mr. Grindelwald's strength was shocking. Lucas didn't care about people talking about him as he walked with Dumbledore to the front of the crowd. Headmaster, are you also here to endorse Minister Fudge? I just received an invitation to watch the excitement. The two looked at each other and smiled. Lucas turned around and walked towards Amelia Bones. In any case, the other party was the first person to receive him when he first came to England. As for Dumbledore, he went to find Pious and Rufus Scrimgeour. Seeing the three of them chatting happily, the corners of Lucas' lips rose slightly. Sure enough, just as he expected. Dumbledore was trying to befriend some of the people he was at odds with. The old bee was probably afraid that he would take the opportunity to control the Ministry of Magic. Too bad that Dumbledore's preparations were a little late. The crowd waited for a few more minutes until the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, emerged from the elevator with his assistants. Minister, may I ask if you know who has really returned? Seeing that it was a reporter from the Daily Prophet, Fudge glared at him angrily. The reporter had obviously expected such a result, so he shrugged his shoulders and said to the recording device, Minister Fudge has a solemn expression and nodded heavily. This reporter speculates that the purpose of this public speech is probably to announce this important news. Let us look forward to Minister Fudge's next speech together. Fudge suddenly heard the voices behind him and he almost fell to the ground. Cornell Fudge stepped down. Worst minister ever, Cornelius Fudge. Smelly dung Fudge. Dazzling signs and banners appeared in front of him. It can be seen that everyone prepared hastily, and most of the signs and banners were quite simple. Fudge stood in front of many directors and waved his hands to the crowd in front of him. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to me. I will definitely give you an explanation for the false reports in the Daily Prophet. But please believe me, the contents of the newspaper are all nonsense, don't believe them. Seeing that Fudge was still acting stubborn at this time, the crowd below erupted in deafening boos. Even the ministry staff behind Fudge frowned. Be quiet, everyone, please be quiet and listen to me. Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Mr. Lucas Grindelwald can prove it for me. Even if you don't believe me, you must believe them, right? After these words were finished, the crowd really became quiet and everyone looked at the two people standing on one side. But Lucas and Dumbledore looked at each other and went back to being indifferent, with pleasant smiles on their faces. Headmaster Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald. Fudge urged the two anxiously, but they didn't even move from their places. Fudge was completely panicked now. He turned and walked towards the two, wanting to ask them what happened. Just then, a flock of owls flew into the Ministry of Magic to deliver the latest issue of the Daily Prophet. This issue published the content of Voldemort's speech in the cemetery, detailing what happened to him over the past 13 years. But unexpectedly, none of that was enough to hit the headlines. Instead, the front page featured a picture of Fudge in the Hogwarts infirmary when he was denying Voldemort's return. The article detailed Fudge's obsession with power. It was because he was worried about losing his status that he insisted on denying the news of Voldemort's return. Fudge picked up the newspaper from the floor, immediately checking the person who wrote the article, and sure enough, Rita Skeeter. The familiar name came into view. Seeing everyone's suspicious eyes, Fudge hastily tore up the newspaper in his hand. Slander and rumors. These are all nonsense, please don't believe them. Unfortunately for him, no matter what he says now, no one will believe it anymore. Pius held up the newspaper and asked, Pine Caro, as the personal assistant of Minister Fudge, you should know the events better than anyone. Is this true? Hearing that the person Pius asked was Pine, Fudge was quietly relieved. He has never treated his assistant badly in these years. It's true, and I was worried about it for a while, but Minister Fudge told me very firmly that these are all plots and lies made by Headmaster Dumbledore. The minister also said that Headmaster Dumbledore wanted to become the Minister of Magic himself, so he and the boy who lived were putting on a show together. Pine, you. Fudge looked at the young man beside him in surprise. What nonsense are you talking about? Facing Fudge's questioning, Pine Caro showed a trace of guilt. I'm sorry, Minister, but I really can't hide it anymore. The return of the Dark Lord is a major event that concerns the life and death of the British magic world. Please give up your personal interests and lead us to prepare early. You and I. Fudge never seemed to have thought of the possibility that Pine would betray him. Now that he was caught off guard, he didn't know how to refute for a while. The members of the Saints group in the crowd glanced at each other and a man led the chanting, Cornelius Fudge, step down. Step down. Asterisk N. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The main hall was filled with voices calling for Fudge to step down. Even some of the staff of the Ministry of Magic followed suit. Knowing that he was finished, Fudge became extremely depressed. Snap. Voldemort threw the newspaper in his hands to the ground, his red eyes gleaming coldly. I didn't expect him to have such means. After saying that, he looked at the group of Death Eaters standing before him. Idiots, you couldn't even discover those magic cameras. It seems that after so many years, your strength and vigilance has regressed a lot. The Death Eaters hurriedly prostrated themselves on the ground to admit their mistake. At this moment Voldemort's condition was not good and his right arm was festering badly. The same goes for his legs. He was sitting in a chair at this time, apparently unable to walk on his own. Severus. Master, I'm here. I'm glad you came back to me, but why did you come back so late? Professor Snape waved to the door, and 2 Death Eaters walked in while dragging a man with them. Because I went to catch the escaped traitor for you, Master. Seeing Karkaroff unconscious on the ground, Voldemort let out a satisfied laugh. Avada Kedavra. The light of the killing curse flashed, and Karkaroff died without even knowing. Letting people carry the body away, Voldemort continued, you came back just in time, I want you to brew me a potion to restore my body. Also, the news you brought back is very important. If you can really catch Harry Potter, I will definitely reward you properly. Thank you, Master. The Ministry of Magic moved quickly this time. Only 3 days after Fudge took the blame and resigned, the new Minister of Magic was elected. This day the new minister will deliver his first speech since taking office. Lucas sat under the stage, watching the figure walking up the stage with a faint smile. Chapter 271, Taking Control of the Ministry of Magic, the End of the Fudge Family. Next, we invite the new Minister of Magic, Mr. Pius Thickness. Pius was wearing a black suit and his hair was combed meticulously. He first looked around at everyone present today, then opened his mouth to start his speech. Thank you very much for your trust in me. Since I was chosen for this important position, I hereby promise that in the future I will devote myself to our magic world. I know what everyone is most worried about. I have discussed it with Headmaster Dumbledore before this inaugural speech. We agree that it is necessary to remove the Dementors from Azkaban prison. In addition, the Ministry of Magic will send commissioners to various magical races to seek further cooperation. I believe our future is bright. After Pius said these words, he won a round of applause from everyone. Everyone was very satisfied with his new minister, and also believed that he can make some achievements. Pius thanked everyone, then took out a document and started reading. Now I am going to announce the appointment and dismissal of the various departments of the Ministry of Magic. The director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement will still be Madame Amelia Bones. Amelia stood up and nodded to everyone. The former head of the Aura Office, Rufus Scrimgeour, is promoted to Deputy Director of the Magical Law Enforcement Department, and is still in charge of Aura work. Former Minister Assistant Pine Caro is reassigned as head of the Aura Office. Gavin York is appointed as the Director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Roy Michel is going to replace Ludo Bagman as the Director of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. The rest of the staff positions will remain unchanged. I hope that everyone can work together and work hard for the future of the magic world. After the announcement of staff appointments. As usual, some outstanding wizard representatives will be commended. Dumbledore was no surprise, and of course Lucas was also on the list. Seeing Pius' eyes full of hate when he mentioned Lucas, Dumbledore was relieved. Now it seemed that he was right to choose to help him become the new minister. When this inaugural speech was over, the Daily Prophet immediately sent the paper to all parts of England. For Pius Thickness to be the new minister, while some people support it, some people still remain on the sidelines. After all, the Dark Lord has returned and the Ministry of Magic depends on his performance at critical times. At night, Fudge was at home drinking a glass of strong wine. When he saw the news in the newspaper that Pine Caro had been named head of the Aura department, he seemed to understand something. That greedy scumbag. Fudge threw the wine glass into the garden angrily. The light rain has been falling since the evening, but the original melodious sound of rain sounded even more disturbing to Fudge. Mrs. Fudge sighed helplessly. It's been like this for the last 3 days. Since Cornelius took the blame and resigned until now, he spends every day either drinking or swearing, usually doing both things. Mom, let me pick it up. Fudge's son walked out of the gate of the villa after saying a word. Just as he knelt down to pick up the wine glass, he suddenly saw a pair of shoes appearing in his sight. Excuse me, is this the home of former Minister Cornelius Fudge? Fudge's son looked up, and what he saw was dazzling golden hair. When he saw who was coming, he said in surprise, "You are Mr. Grindelwald." Seeing Lucas nodding, Fudge's son rushed him into the villa. Looking at the decadent Cornelius Fudge, Lucas said with a smile, "Mr. Fudge is really sentimental. Drinking in the rain, it seems that now that you are no longer the Minister of Magic you are more relaxed." Fudge looked at the boy in front of him and sneered, "What are you looking for? I am no longer the minister. If it's to make a deal for your saints group, you should go to Pius Thickness now. Oh, by the way, the two of you seem to be at odds, and it seems that your business will encounter some troubles in the next period of time." Seeing Fudge's schadenfreude smile, Lucas laughed too. Just when Fudge felt things were a bit strange, there were several screams in the villa. Then came the sound of apparition. Seeing strangers coming from outside the door, Fudge sobered instantly. "Who are you? Be safe, Mr. Fudge." Lucas finished speaking and glanced at the people he brought. They were dragging in a lot of corpses from outside the door. Fudge was no stranger to these long-dead people. They were all branch members of the Fudge family. You. Fudge looked at the blonde boy in horror. Me. I am Lucas Grindelwald, the chairman of the Saints group and the leader of the Saints. You don't seriously think that we Saints are really just businessmen now, do you? Lucas looked at Fudge in disbelief and said. The members of the Saints laughed out loud when they heard his words. They probably didn't expect that Fudge would be so stupid, and he would actually think that the Saints are harmless to humans and animals. Lucas restrained his smile, approached Fudge and said, "After tonight, the Fudge family will cease to exist. You can only blame your excessive greed, otherwise I wouldn't bother dealing with you or your family. At least you don't need to worry about business matters anymore. Before you die, I will tell you a secret. Both Pius and Pine work for me." Fudge's eyes widened, his eyes filled with horror. But before he could cry out for help, the surrounding space was torn apart. A series of phantom-like black hands captured him, dragging him into the void in the blink of an eye. Lucas stretched his waist, turned around and walked to the door of the villa. "Find the key to the vault that belongs to us, and don't move anything else. The property of the Fudge family will be regarded as my congratulatory gift to Pius. Little Whinging, Surrey. Number 4 Privet Drive." Harry has been feeling extremely anxious these past few days. Especially when he thought that he was about to face a trial in the Ministry of Magic, he was very nervous. A few days ago, Hedwig went out to deliver the letters, and it seemed like nothing happened. Not only did no one reply, but even Hedwig did not come back. He stared blankly at the ceiling. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, he tried his best to keep his head empty and not think about those troublesome things. Click. The door was suddenly opened and Uncle Vernon came in through the door. He was wearing a brand new suit today, and it looked like he was planning to go out. "We have something to go out for later, you can't leave this room, understand?" "Okay, I see." Harry replied flatly, his eyes never leaving the ceiling. Uncle Vernon didn't know what happened to Harry, but he was happy with his appearance at the moment. He suddenly became interested in those letters. He guessed that they had something to do with Harry becoming like this. Just as he was about to leave the room, he stopped suddenly. "And you are not allowed to touch my TV, stereo, or any of our things." "I know. And don't steal what's in the refrigerator." "Clear." "No, I'm going to lock your door just in case." Harry rolled his eyes and turned to face the side wall. There was a sound of the door being locked. Soon, there was the sound of heavy footsteps going down the stairs, followed by the sound of a car starting. Harry was rather curious. What is the important thing that the Dursleys would have to go out at night for? But thinking about his current situation, he sighed again. He didn't have time to be curious about people right now. Looking at the ceiling again, he began to fantasize about the interrogation process during the trial. He tried his best to think in a good direction, but in the end all he saw was the picture of his wand being broken. Feeling irritated, he covered his head with a pillow, muffling the sounds around him. The sound of thin rain. The sound of water flowing through the gutter. Occasionally 1 or 2 stray cats meowing. As well as the sound of the door lock opening, they all came to Harry's ears clearly. The sound of the door lock opening. Harry removed the pillow from his head, and there was the sound of light footsteps coming from downstairs. He knew the Dursleys would not be back so soon, so the people downstairs might be looking for him. He drew out his wand and approached the door cautiously. The footsteps downstairs came to the second floor without any surprise. Just as Harry was staring at the door intently with his wand up, the door lock suddenly clicked, then the door was flung open. But strangely, there was no one outside the door. Harry raised his wand and walked out of the room cautiously, then he saw close to 10 people standing in the dark corridor on the second floor. Before he could react, the person standing in front said, "Son, put down your wand, you can easily poke someone's eye like this." The voice sounded very familiar to Harry and he asked uncertainly, "Professor Moody?" "Humph. I'm not a professor, after all, I didn't have a real opportunity to teach." A gruff and slightly complaining voice was heard and Harry breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, another familiar voice sounded. "Harry, don't be afraid, we're here to take you away." "Professor Lupin." "I said, why do we have to speak in the darkness?" A woman's voice sounded, and then a beam of fluorescent light illuminated the corridor. Looking at several people of different shapes, Harry still didn't know that these people would be his bodyguards for some time to come. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 Tonread the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle Snake. Chapter 272, The Death Eaters intercept halfway. After 1 month, he finally saw someone he was familiar with. Harry looked at Lupin in front of him, his eyes were moist. Lupin looked a lot better than when they first met, at least he didn't look so haggard. "Harry, it's great to see you again." Harry wanted to say this too, but unfortunately, someone stopped him. Just when the two were about to shake hands, a slightly hoarse voice came from the side. "Remus, you'd better confirm that he is really Harry Potter. If he is a Death Eater pretending to be him, it will be very troublesome for us to take him back like this." This familiar way of speaking and voice, Harry will never forget. During the first week of summer vacation, the owner of this voice almost became his nightmare. Alastair Moody. The man was still the same, with grey hair, a ferocious face and a crazily spinning magic eye. Old Moody seemed very curious about electrical appliances in Muggle homes. Because Harry found that his magic eye was always looking at those things. Lupin looked helplessly at the ex-Auror beside him. Ever since he was imprisoned by Barty Crouch Jr. for 9 months, no matter who he meets, he must first confirm the identity of the other person. Everyone in the Order of the Phoenix thinks that Moody has gone absolutely crazy. "Well then, Harry, what is your Patronus?" "It's a stag." Harry replied without hesitation. "Very well, he is Harry Potter." After Remus finished speaking, he immediately stepped forward and gave him a hug. After not seeing each other for a long time, the two had a lot to talk about. Especially Harry, there are so many things he doesn't understand. "Professor Lupin, what the hell happened about Voldemort?" "Shut up." Old Moody interrupted Harry with a ferocious expression. Several other wizards also motioned him to keep his silence. Lupin comforted with a smile, "Let's not talk about that, let me introduce you. This is Nymphadora Tonks." "Don't call me that." Harry noticed that when she spoke, her hair turned red, then it returned to the previous bubblegum pink. Tonks enjoyed the startled look in Harry's eyes. "I'm a metamorphmagus." Speaking of her natural ability, Tonks was very proud. Seeing that the two got acquainted quickly, Remus smiled faintly. "This is Kingsley Shacklebolt." A dark-skinned, tall wizard greeted Harry. With the introduction of Lupin, Harry also met Elphias Doge, Daedalus Diggle, Emmeline Vance, and Sturgis Podmore. These people are all the current backbone members of the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore placed high hopes on him as the main force against Voldemort in the future. Harry also learned from everyone's mouth that these people had all known his parents and even worked together for a while. Hearing this, he suddenly felt that these people were much kinder. "Okay, stop talking nonsense, let Potter go up and pack his luggage, we don't have much time." As soon as Mad Eye spoke, everyone immediately shut up. It can be seen that he holds a high position among this group of people. In the process of packing up, Harry learned that Tonks was actually an Auror, which made him envious. Right now his biggest dream is to be an Auror, he thinks that would be cool. Once the luggage was packed, there was less than a minute left before departure. Several people came to the back garden of Dursley's house, lined up and looked at the sky. Harry looked at Remus beside him in confusion. "What are we waiting for? And where are we going?" "The burrow. We are waiting for the signal of safety, and we are not going to the burrow, but to the headquarters." Hearing the word headquarters, Harry felt full of energy. It sounded very cool, and Harry thought of the war movies that were shown on TV. He started to imagine what the headquarters should look like. Just then, a flashing red spark appeared in the distant night sky and Moody yelled gruffly, "Get ready." Everyone stepped on their brooms and Tonks even hung Harry's luggage under her broom. At this moment, Moody turned his head and said to Harry, "Wait a while, you will follow Tonks. Follow closely, and you are not allowed to leave the team without authorization. I'll be in front of you, Lupin will be below you, and everyone else will be around you. If we are attacked, leave us alone and fly eastward, there will be other guards there to meet you." "Guards?" Harry looked at everyone puzzled. Old Moody nodded seriously. Yes, we are your bodyguards. Remember what I said, even if we die, you can't stop, understand? These words, combined with his serious expression, made Harry feel very nervous. Kingsley rolled his eyes secretly. No one will die, we will be safe. His words were agreed by Harry and others, and the members of the advance guard felt that Moody was way too paranoid. Shut up! Moody yelled. He knew very well in his heart that someone would definitely attack them later, because that was the plan that men had made with Dumbledore. That's why he was so nervous. Although everything had been planned, he was still worried that something might go wrong. Moody looked up at the night sky, praying that the guy was as powerful as Dumbledore said he was. At this time, a second red spark appeared in the sky. It's now, let's go. Seeing Moody take to the sky first, Harry kicked the ground hard, and the firebolt quickly followed. He kept in mind Moody's orders, and followed Tonks the whole way. The cool wind brought by the flight seemed to blow away the haze in his heart. Feeling the fun of flying freely, all trouble seemed to disappear. Left, left. Ahead came the voice of Moody. Harry followed suit, glancing to the right at the same time. It turned out that a muggle was looking up at the sky. This time he was almost discovered, which made Moody even more cautious. Seeing a cloud in front of him, he shouted loudly, "Fly to the southeast, raise the altitude, and enter the cloud." As soon as the sentence was over, Harry heard Tonks complain. As the height of the brooms continued to rise, the cool wind gradually became colder. But Harry didn't feel the cold, because the flame called freedom was burning in his heart right now. Seeing that everything was going fine, the advance guards let down their vigilance. While Moody was not paying attention, the rest of the people started to put on various flying formations in order to entertain themselves. Little did they know that a dozen Death Eaters were ready to ambush them on both sides of the Thames right in front of them. Headed by none other than Lucius Malfoy. "We have been waiting so long, Snape's words are really unreliable." Hearing complaints from behind, Lucius Malfoy lowered his head, hiding the cold light in his eyes. These people came to seek refuge after they learned that the Dark Lord had returned. They were all thieves, robbers, and even fugitives. Voldemort sent Lucius to lead these men to intercept Harry Potter, not expecting them to make it back alive. As Voldemort's trusted subordinate, Lucius had known for a long time that this was just a way for the Dark Lord to test Severus' loyalty. As for killing Harry Potter, neither Lucius nor Voldemort held out any hope. Coming. It didn't take long for the Death Eaters to see the formation of the advance guards. Lucius looked at the defenseless look of the members of the Order of the Phoenix. Maybe, probably, perhaps they could actually kill Harry Potter. In the sky. Moody's magic eye penetrated the back of his head, and he saw the restless guys behind him at a glance. "You guys, hurry up and line up." Everyone quickly resumed their formation. Harry also saw Tonks in front of him turn around and make a face at him. Just when he was laughing, several strands of black mist flew towards them from all around. "Enemy! Enemy! Take out your wands, and Potter, remember my words." As soon as Moody finished speaking, more than a dozen spells flew around him. Harry had his body close to the broom and didn't dare to look up, and he didn't even have the courage to raise his wand to help. Looking down at the Thames, he wondered if he should lower his altitude and fly along the river. Doing so can at least ensure that he would not fall to his death if he were hit by a spell. Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, a person's upper body emerged from a black mist. The green light of the killing curse hit Emmeline Vance beside him. Seeing her drop from her broom into the river, Harry looked terrified. The number of Death Eaters was clearly superior. In addition, Moody and the others have to be distracted to take care of Harry, so they gradually fell into a disadvantage. "Hold on, support will be here soon." Moody's gruff voice came from ahead. Harry raised his head slightly to look at the distant sky, but where is the support? Just then, a black mist appeared in the sky and quickly came to Harry and the others. Immediately afterwards, Lucas Grindelwald's head popped out from it. Chapter 273, Death Eaters equals achievement points. Harry is whining again. Lucas Grindelwald. Be it the Death Eaters or the Order of the Phoenix. Members of both groups were surprised by his presence. Only Moody looked calm, because that's what was planned. Avada Kedavra. Conf Ringo. Sectum Sempra. The moment Lucas appeared, he cast 3 spells and the 3 Death Eaters who were hit died instantly without exception. Ding, the war mode is on. The more enemy targets you kill, the higher the reward you will get. Reward. Note, 400 achievement points will be rewarded for killing a Death Eater. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 3 Death Eaters and getting a total of 1,200 achievement points. Lucas smiled slightly. These Death Eaters are really treasures, each one is worth 400 achievement points. Not only are they more valuable than Dementors, but they are also more numerous than Dementors. Seeing Lucas staring at them with those eyes, the remaining Death Eaters suddenly felt like prey. Run, he is a quasi-legendary wizard. With the shout of a Death Eater, the remaining dozen Death Eaters scattered and fled in all directions. The situation was reversed, and Lucas opened his arms in the air and shouted in his mind, "Time-binding magic, time loop." The fleeing Death Eaters were immediately held in place by the magic. No, to be precise, they kept advancing and reappearing at the start in an infinite loop. Crush. Boom. The system's prompts kept echoing in his ears, making him even more energetic in killing the Death Eaters. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a Death Eater and getting 400 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a Death Eater and getting 400 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing a Death Eater and getting 400 achievement points. Not even a minute, there were only 3 people left among the dozen or so Death Eaters. Watching Lucius Malfoy flee with the rest, Lucas did not choose to hunt down. If only Mr. Malfoy went back alone, it might arouse Voldemort's suspicion. And with Voldemort's moody personality, maybe he will give Malfoy a few Cruciatus curses. Letting those people go can just serve as a shield for Malfoy. Seeing that he obtained 4,800 achievement points in just a few minutes, Lucas nodded in satisfaction. It seems that it is not difficult to draw a few more prizes this year. In the meantime, he flew over to Moody. Alastair, I'm going back first. Seeing the Scarredman nodding, Lucas immediately used apparition. Crack. After the sound, Lucas was no longer in the air. At this time, Emmeline Vance, who was hit by the killing curse, caught up with the team again. Seeing everyone's surprised eyes, Emmeline explained, the Death Eater's magic power was not strong enough, it just made me vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. After she finished speaking, she gestured to everyone to look at her skirt, only to see that it was covered in blood. Stay in formation, we're almost there. With the attack just now, everyone stopped playing around for the rest of the journey. Soon a city full of lights appeared in Harry's sight. Surrey, where the Dursleys live, is not far from London, so Harry recognized the city in front of him at a glance. I think it is necessary to turn back and fly around again, so as not to be followed. No, I don't think so. Remus dismissed Moody's decision immediately. The appearance of Lucas is enough to drive away those who want to follow. His words got everyone's approval. Seeing that everyone was convinced because of Lucas, Harry felt a little awkward. However, thinking of the other boy mercilessly killing a dozen Death Eaters just now, Harry shivered again. Following the crowd, they landed in front of a high-end building. Harry looked at everyone puzzled. Remember this address? He took the note from Moody, and saw that it said, the Order of the Phoenix is located at 341, Urban District, London. Dang 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 dang. Old Moody tapped the nearby street lamp with his staff. Then the house in front of him began to move, and number 341 gradually appeared in front of Harry. Here it is. No one came to answer his question, but instead urged Harry to hurry into the house. Oh. Harry, are you all right? Mrs. Weasley opened her arms and wrapped Harry in her arms. Ma'am, I'm fine, where is this? This is the old house of the Pruitt family. My former family, my 2 brothers died in the First Wizarding War and the house has been empty since then, so I handed it over to Dumbledore. Seeing a trace of sadness in Mrs. Weasley's eyes, Harry hastily offered a few words of comfort. Just as he was thinking about how to change the subject, he heard arguing from the room at the end. Ma'am, what is this? They are in a meeting, we will have dinner in a while, you go up and find Ronald and the rest to play. Mrs. Weasley stepped forward and closed the door. Harry took the opportunity to look inside and saw members of the advance guard, and Arthur Weasley. He even saw Sirius and Lucas sitting inside the room. Mrs. Weasley didn't give him a chance to ask questions, she closed the door and said immediately. Harry, I'll show you to your room. Following her footsteps, Harry went up to the 2nd floor, and when he passed by a room, he saw Lucas's girlfriends in there. Hermione, Cho, and Ginny greeted him with a nod, and then continued to chat about the topic just now. Go in, Ronald and the rest are right there. Having come to his senses, Harry pushed open the door in front of him. Ron, who was sitting on the bed, stood up immediately upon seeing him. Harry, are you okay? I heard you were attacked, is it true? Seeing the worry in his friend's eyes, Harry's complaints about him for so long melted away. It's okay, Lucas showed up and saved us, by the way, what is this place? Crack. Crack. There were 2 sounds in a row, and the twins appeared beside Harry. This is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Fred, George, Mom said that even if you are over 17, you can't do everything with magic. Ronald said dissatisfiedly to the 2. Of course, the reason why he complained was more because of envy. Who doesn't want to use magic anytime and anywhere? Harry glanced at the twins enviously, and then continued to ask, what is the Order of the Phoenix? It was still the twin brothers who answered him. The Order of the Phoenix is an organization established by Dumbledore to fight against you-know-who, and the people meeting below are all key members of the Order of the Phoenix. Lucas too? Harry asked curiously. Ron said in disgust, not only him, but Snape as well. Snape. Harry was very surprised, because he knew Snape had been a Death Eater. As they chatted, the topic shifted to the letters. Seeing Harry's face turned ugly, Ron hurriedly explained, I also wanted to write back to you, but Dumbledore asked us to keep in touch with you as little as possible. Especially about this place, Dumbledore made us. Made you keep it a secret from me, right? Harry gave the three of them a cold look. Seeing Ron nodding awkwardly, Harry laughed at himself. Maybe he doesn't trust me enough. So did Dumbledore tell you why you had to keep it from me? The three looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly again. I knew that I was not strong enough, so I could only be concealed and used as a pawn. No one even replied to me with a letter containing useful information for a month. Sure enough, I'm not trusted. Don't be silly, Harry. Ronald comforted his friend by grabbing his shoulder. He couldn't bear to see Harry looking so depressed. But Harry knocked off his hands on his shoulders, raised his head and questioned the three of them. Then why am I required to stay at the Dursleys' house and cannot leave, while you are eligible to participate? It's not what you think. Mom never let us near the meeting room. Oh, so you weren't allowed to participate either, but at least you're staying together, and I'm alone at the Dursleys, with no news from the wizarding world. Dumbledore clearly knew that I was the one who protected the Philosopher's Stone, I was the one who got rid of Tom Riddle's diary, and I drove off the Dementors. Not long ago, I faced a dragon and a sphinx, but why is no one willing to tell me what's going on now? Ron put his hands on his shoulders again. Harry, we actually wanted to tell you what happened. No, I don't think you wanted to, otherwise even if you can't use the owl, a phone call could solve the problem. Don't tell me that none of you can use the phone. Downstairs in the conference room. Hearing a whine from above, Lucas put his teacup on the table. It seems that some people are really forgetful, and after only 1 month, they started to complain again. Dumbledore chuckled a few times, and brought the topic back to Harry's trial. Although Fudge stepped down and Minister Thickness was kind to us, I don't think we should take it lightly. I will accompany Harry to appear in court as a witness for the defense. Lucas, you can also come along. Lucas looked at the old bee in surprise. Me? I don't mind, but if Pius suddenly changes his mind after seeing me and plans to give Mr. Potter a heavy sentence, then don't blame me. Everyone thought of the rumor that Lucas had been at odds with the new minister for a long time, and they all agreed. Dumbledore said with a smile, Pius is not such a petty person. Lucas sneered and stopped expressing his opinion, but he suddenly found that everyone had overlooked one thing. Do you know who the chief warlock is this time? The meeting room suddenly became quiet. Lucas sighed. They didn't know who the presiding judge was for a long time, so what's the point of their discussion? Professor Snape even stood up with a sneer. I'm going back first, it's a waste of time to have a meeting here. It just so happened that Mrs. Weasley knocked on the door and entered. Is the meeting over? If it's over, we can have dinner. Everyone got up and walked outside the room. Just as they reached the stairs, Harry's complaints came from the stairs. Lucas stopped immediately, looking up with cold eyes. Chapter 274, The Resurrected Fudge. I really don't understand why Dumbledore wants to involve Snape, he's obviously. Harry didn't finish his sentence because Ron was tugging at his sleeve desperately, motioning him to look down. When Harry met Lucas' cold eyes, his face suddenly turned red. It seems that you still remember what I said before. Do you think that hiding in the room will prevent others from hearing your complaints? There's no need to explain, and I don't want to hear it. Just now, Emmeline was hit with the killing curse and barely survived, but instead of caring about her, you complained that no one trusted you as soon as you came in. Then let me tell you clearly now that I don't trust you very much. You are reckless, impulsive, extremely weak and always self-righteous. With your personality, it's hard for me to trust you unreservedly. Finally, I would like to remind you that Professor Snape is still your teacher even outside of school. Please use honorific titles when addressing him. After Lucas finished speaking, he led Professor Snape out. The old house became silent for a while. Seeing everyone's eyes on him, Harry's face turned red, he felt so ashamed. Sirius went upstairs, patted his godson on the shoulder and said in a low voice, Don't mind it, Grindelwald's temper is like this. He is now the most influential person in the Order of the Phoenix besides Dumbledore. If possible, you should avoid him in the future. Sirius is also looking out for the good of his godson, but his words made Harry very unhappy. He didn't say anything. He really couldn't figure out why Dumbledore wanted Snape, who was a Death Eater, to join him. But seeing the Godfather's concerned eyes, he nodded, temporarily following Sirius' advice. Seeing that the atmosphere became dull, Mrs. Weasley interfered quickly, Don't just stand there, go to the dining room to eat. Lucas and Professor Snape left the old Pruitt house and walked along the street towards the Thames River. Are you going home? Hogwarts? Or towards Voldemort? I'm going back to the Dark Lord. There was an attack just now. I can help Lucius when I go back. All right. Lucas nodded and continued, This time you revealed the matter of Harry Potter's transfer in advance, presumably Voldemort's suspicion of you should be reduced a lot. I hope so. Snape was still not used to hearing Voldemort's name all the time. It wasn't that he was afraid of the other person, but that Voldemort had placed a taboo on the name. Once someone utters his name, the spell will be triggered, making it easier for the Death Eaters to track and capture the person who uttered the name. But this is Lucas. He is so powerful that even if he is unprepared, he doesn't fear having to face him. If someone else pronounced Voldemort's name like this, Snape had to consider whether he should leave immediately to avoid exposing himself. The two briefly talked about their plans, and Professor Snape used apparition to go to Voldemort's hiding place. Avada Kedavra. As soon as Snape reached the door, he saw the light of the killing curse through the crack in the room. Eyes slightly opened, worried about his friend's life, he hurriedly opened the door. Master, I'm back. Severus, have you found the ingredients for the potion? I found them, Master, and I will brew the potion for you right away. Snape looked aside as he answered, relieved to find that Lucius Malfoy was safe. Very good, you have worked hard, go and brew the potion now. It's my honor to serve you. Snape turned and walked outside the house. After waiting for him to leave completely, Voldemort said, Lucius, my friend, you did a good job this time. Master's orders, I will do my best to perform them well. Voldemort smiled in satisfaction. It seems that our friends are still useful, don't you think so, Lucius? Whether Severus is useful or not is entirely up to the Master. If you think he can't be trusted, I am willing to get rid of him for you. No, Severus still has some use. He has worked at Hogwarts for so many years and is the head of Slytherin House. I need him to replenish our ranks with fresh blood. Old Pruitt House. Lucas left with Hermione and Cho Chang after dinner while Ginny stayed with her family. As for Luna, this summer she went to Sweden with her father to look for the Crumplehorn Snorkack, so she is not in England for the time being. Dumbledore disappeared after dinner, never giving Harry a chance to talk to him, which made him even more frustrated. Overnight. After barely getting a good night's sleep, Harry walked out of the room. Merlin's beard, I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Fudge. Is that fudge? I really didn't expect it, Merlin. There were whispers in the dining room. Harry walked downstairs cautiously, only to see Sirius and others reading the Daily Prophet together. Sirius, Professor Lupin, what are you looking at? The few people who were startled quickly raised their heads. Seeing that it was Harry, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Harry, come and see. Arthur Weasley waved to him. When he saw the Daily Prophet on the table, he frowned reflexively. He is very disgusted with this newspaper now. Look, Harry, something happened to Cornelius Fudge. Following Sirius' finger, he saw Fudge's hideous appearance printed on the newspaper. In the photo, he was held by two Aurors, and he was still wearing an Azkaban prison uniform. How did this happen? Seeing Harry's puzzled look, Sirius turned the newspaper 2 more pages. The newspaper said that because Fudge couldn't bear the blow of losing his job, he became mentally disturbed and killed all the members of his family. There were more than 20 people in total, and none of them survived. On the 3rd page were photos of Fudge's wife and son. Harry saw the tightly closed eyes of the two, with unbelievable expression on their faces. How did he go crazy all of a sudden? Humph. Sirius showed a disdainful expression. I guess it must have been done by some of the Death Eaters. It's a Death Eater tactic, you read it in the papers. After Sirius finished speaking, he pointed to one of the passages. Reporters from the Daily Prophet speculated that this was an act of revenge by the Death Eaters. I didn't expect that the Fudge family would end up like this. Although they are not one of the sacred 28 families, they are still pure blood. There is one less pure-blood family in the magic world. In more than 10 years, Rosier, Fudge, and Pruitt have been destroyed one after another. Perhaps it won't be long before the Black family will join in. Sirius said in melancholy. The current magic world is really getting more and more withered. The ancient families were disappearing one after another. Seeing that the Second Wizarding War is inevitable, Sirius couldn't even imagine how many pure-blood families would survive after the war. Just when Sirius was sad thinking about this, Remus was lamenting another thing. Pius is really lucky. He solved such a sensational case when he first took office. The key point is that he also confiscated the property of the Fudge family for the Ministry of Magic. Arthur Weasley nodded approvingly. After they finished discussing, they looked at the newspaper again. At the end of the report, it was written that Fudge will be interrogated today, and if the evidence is convincing, there is a high probability that he will be executed with the Dementor's kiss. Bang. Pius Thickness tapped his gavel. In light of Cornelius Fudge's confession to the crimes he committed, the Wisengamot unanimously resolved to give him the Dementor's kiss. The ordinary people who came to witness the trial cursed Fudge angrily. You crazy beast, you didn't even let your own wife and children go. With Fudge being taken away, the people in the trial court also gradually dispersed. And Cornelius Fudge, who was supposed to be taken to receive the Dementor's kiss, was taken to an empty room. There was a delirious Death Eater in the room. As the polyjuice potion was poured, the Death Eater quickly turned into Fudge. Execution, inspection, and coffining. A series of actions were completed in just 1 hour and Cornelius Fudge died to the public. However, all but a very small part of the wealth accumulated by the Fudge family over the past century has entered the treasury of the Ministry of Magic. The rest were secretly transferred to Lucas's personal coffers by Pius. August 12th is the day of the trial of the Savior. Harry sat up suddenly on the bed. Looking at the calendar on the wall, his brows could not help but wrinkle. It was still dark at this time, but he had no sleepiness at all. Hearing the snoring sound from Ron next to him, he was actually a little envious. He probably envied that he didn't have to go through so many bad things. Since he couldn't sleep, Harry tiptoed out of the room. I know, you don't need to ask any more, I will safely send Harry to the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Weasley's voice came from downstairs. But as far as Harry knew, it should have been Sirius who accompanied him to the Ministry of Magic today. At the same time, as today's Chief Judge, Dolores Umbridge came to the Ministry of Magic proudly. But when she entered her office, her expression immediately became ugly, if it's even possible for her to become uglier. The Master told her that she needed to complete the task in order to avoid being punished. It was with great difficulty that she won the chance to lead the trial. She will never let Harry Potter go back to Hogwarts lightly. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle snake. Chapter 275, Umbridge has ulterior motives. Good morning, Harry. Mrs. Weasley saw Harry standing at the door of the dining room. She was a bit busy at the moment, because she not only had to use magic to direct the spatula to cook, but also had to endure the nagging of her husband beside her. While Sirius sat alone, looking unhappy, Harry asked anxiously, how can I get to the Ministry of Magic later? Oh dear, Arthur will take you with him when he goes to work. That's right, then you can stay in my office and wait until the trial time arrives. Arthur Weasley said enthusiastically. But wasn't it originally planned that Sirius would take me there? However, Dumbledore thinks that Sirius going to the Ministry of Magic could expose himself easily. Even if he turns into a dog, there is still a lot of risk. As soon as Arthur had finished explaining, Sirius went on to say, yes, his judgment is always correct. Seeing his obviously resentful face, Harry didn't know what to say to comfort him, because even he thought that Dumbledore was right. When did Dumbledore say that? Is he back? Mr. Weasley nodded. That's right, he didn't want to wake you up last night, maybe because he was afraid of disturbing your sleep. Hearing what he said, Harry secretly blamed himself for sleeping too soundly last night. Okay, young man, after breakfast, go and change into the suit, we are ready to go. London streets. As an international metropolis, the streets are full of urban white-collar workers in a hurry. But there was one individual who stood out with his weird behavior. Oh, is this a computer? How does it work? Looking into Mr. Weasley's curious eyes, Harry stood there very awkwardly. He didn't know how the thing worked, even the Dursleys didn't have one. Mr. Weasley, it's bad if we're late, let's hurry up. Oh yes, business matters. Arthur suddenly realized, but it didn't take long for his eyes to be attracted by the ticket-checking equipment of the subway again. Seeing people looking at them all around, Harry hurriedly dragged him to the visitor's entrance designated by the Ministry of Magic. Oh, I've never used the guest entrance, let me figure out how to use it. Put in Muggle money first, then enter 6. Seeing Mr. Weasley's clumsy operation, Harry asked curiously, how do you usually go to work? Through the flow, or if I'm in a hurry, I just apparate. Well, Harry had to admit that it's really convenient to have magic. With a burst of shaking, the phone booth gradually began to descend. When they came to the atrium on the 8th floor of the basement of the Ministry of Magic, this time it was Harry's turn to behave like a country bumpkin, showing an appearance like someone who had never seen the world. Harry looked at the resplendent hall and the ceiling gleaming with golden symbols. Feeling it was worthy of the Ministry of Magic, it was much prettier than Hogwarts. The sound of rising flames caught his attention. Seeing people coming out of the fireplace on the left every few seconds, Harry hurriedly looked to the right again. There was a group of people queuing to leave the fireplace. There are so many wizards here. Looking at the endless stream of wizards, he felt that there were as many people here as there were muggles walking outside. Come on, let me introduce you to the Ministry of Magic, but before that, we need to go to the security checkpoint at the end to register the wand. The two walked along the shiny dark wooden floor to the Fountain of Magical Brethren. Harry looked curiously at the odd combination of two wizards, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf. But before he could ask what the fountain represented, Mr. Weasley pulled him towards the row of golden doors at the end. After going through some complicated procedures, the two finally boarded the Ministry of Magic elevator. Mr. Weasley, what are these paper airplanes? Saw Harry pointing at the paper airplanes flying overhead. Arthur explained with a smile, these are the notes from the Ministry of Magic. They were originally delivered with owls, but after a long time people found it very unhygienic. Everyone was tired of cleaning owl droppings on their desks. The elevator stops for a moment on each floor. At the same time, there is a nice female voice in the elevator introducing the departments on each floor. Bang. The second level, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, includes the Misuse of Magic Office, Aura Office, and the Wisengamot governing body. The pleasant female voice sounded again and Mr. Weasley motioned for Harry to follow him. The two came together to a crowded and messy large office. Looking at the pile of documents, Harry suddenly lost interest in working at the ministry. It's a little crowded, you need to find a place to sit down first, there is still an hour before 9 o'clock, don't worry, you will be fine. Harry found what could be called a seat and sat down, but before his butt was hot, an old wizard rushed over. Arthur, listen to me. I already knew about the backflush of toilet sewage. It's not about the toilet, it's about Harry Potter. I have come to inform him that his trial has been brought forward to 8 o'clock, in the old 10th courtroom. What? Arthur stood up in surprise. It's too bad, why didn't they come earlier? Oh, it's still 5 minutes away. Harry, come with me. The two hurried to the 10th floor underground, and encouraged by Mr. Weasley's eyes, Harry stepped inside. At this moment, the courtroom was full of people. On the high platform directly in front sat 3 wizards in black robes. The leading which had a pale toad-like face, and to her left was the newly appointed Minister of Magic, Pious Thickness. And to her right was a witch with a monocle. You're late, Harry Potter. Sorry, I just got the notification. That's your own reason. In fact, we sent an owl to deliver a letter to you early this morning. Now please sit in your seat. The voice of the toad witch was making him feel uncomfortable. It was as if she was talking through a chokehold as she forced her clearly fake girly voice to pass through. Carefully sitting on the chair, Harry had time to look around. A group of people in plum-colored robes sat on either side of the courtroom. They all had serious faces, and they all wore a silver W badge on their chests. Harry counted roughly, and there were about 50 of these people. Harry Potter, are you ready? I'm ready. Very well, the trial on August 12th of Harry, who lives in 4th Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, for committing an infringement against the Reasonable Restraints of Minors Act and the International Statute of Secrecy. Interrogators, Dolores Jane Umbridge, Senior Undersecretary, Pious Thickness, Minister of Magic, Amelia Susan Bones, Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Trial Recorder, Percy Ignatius Weasley. Before Umbridge finished speaking, a loud voice came from the door of the courtroom. Witness for the defense, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry turned his head sharply, only to see Dumbledore walking in with a calm face, with that usual twinkle in his eyes. Seeing him there, Umbridge's face became very ugly, but the people who came next made her face turn completely livid. Witness for the defense, Lucas Albus Grindelwald. Harry was very surprised that Lucas had also arrived. But what surprised him even more was his full name. Albus. Isn't that Dumbledore's name? Lucas frowned tightly. Why the hell is it that a witness must give their full name? 2 quasi-legendary wizards came to testify for Harry, which immediately attracted discussions from the Wisingamot people. Regarding the arrival of the two, someone in the Wisingamot frowned, with a look of disapproval. While some people looked at the two worriedly or even in fear. And only a small number of people waved to welcome the two, such as Director Amelia. Has the Ministry of Magic changed the trial time without notifying the defense witnesses? But you're still here, aren't you? Umbridge almost had the words, "You're not welcome," written on her face. When Dumbledore looked at Madame Toadbridge, a cold light flashed in his eyes. There are only a few people in the Ministry of Magic capable of mobilizing Dementors. With Fudge now dead, and knowing that Pius or Amelia obviously couldn't have done it. The remaining Rufus Scrimgeour, again a very principled man, so it was clearly not him either. Then there is only the senior undersecretary in front of them, Dolores Umbridge. And he also got a message from Pius this morning. Umbridge actually took the initiative to ask to be the presiding judge, which is really strange. Lucas didn't think as much as Dumbledore. At least now he doesn't hate Umbridge too much, because the two don't conflict. As for whether the horrid woman has sided with Voldemort, Lucas didn't intend to delve into it. No matter whether she works for Voldy now or in the future, it was only 400 achievement points in the end. Lucas drew his wand and conjured 2 delicate chairs beside Harry. "Headmaster, please sit down." The two sat next to Harry, one on the left and the other on the right, which immediately created a sense of security for him. Umbridge knocked the gavel angrily and said, "The accused, are you Harry Potter who lives at 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey?" "Yes." Harry replied with a nod. The corners of Umbridge's mouth turned up, and she opened a piece of parchment and read, "The crimes committed by the accused are as follows." Chapter 276, Lucas deals with Harry's trial. The accused had received a written warning from the Ministry of Magic for similar charges 3 years ago for using the hovering charm. This action violates Paragraph 3 of the Law on Reasonable Restraint of Minors and Article 13 of the International Law of Secrecy. Umbridge asked immediately after reading Harry's charges. "Did you receive a written warning from the Ministry of Magic for the same reason 3 years ago?" "Yes, but..." "Did you know that under the age of 17, you are not allowed to use magic outside of school?" "I know, but..." "Do you understand, then, that wizards are never allowed to cast magic in front of a muggle?" "I know, but I did it for..." "Did you cast a full Patronus on August 2nd at 9:23 p.m.? Umbridge didn't seem to want Harry to talk, so she kept asking quickly, giving Harry only time to admit. Seeing that Harry's neck was red with anger, Lucas shook his head helplessly. "I object. I think the chief interrogator is suspected of deliberately guiding the defendant, and according to our understanding, 2 Dementors broke into the Muggle residential area at that time. Mr. Harry Potter and his cousin Dudley Dursley were attacked by the Dementors and he was forced to use the Patronus charm to fight back. I remember that Article 7 of the Reasonable Restraint on Underage Wizards Act clearly stipulates that under special circumstances, underage wizards can use magic in front of Muggles. The special situation is when the wizard himself and his relatives are under attack. According to this law, Mr. Harry Potter is not guilty of any crime. After hearing what Lucas said, the Wisengamot wizards immediately started discussing it. Some of them were skeptical of Lucas' words, but those close to Lucas thought he had a point. What a joke! Umbridge said loudly. It's such a big joke. Dementors are under the control of the Ministry of Magic. How could they appear in Muggle-inhabited areas for no reason? Then you have to ask the people from the Ministry of Magic. Maybe someone sent the Dementors there on purpose. Seeing Lucas' blue eyes, Umbridge suddenly panicked. Those eyes seemed to be able to see through her heart. Nonsense. No one from the Ministry of Magic would do such a thing. Lucas Grindelwald, please don't divert everyone's attention here. Now we're talking about Harry Potter. The unauthorized use of magic as a minor has nothing to do with Dementors. Heh. Just as Umbridge finished speaking, Lucas sneered from below. How could it not matter? If the Dementors didn't show up, why did Harry Potter use the Patronus charm? Facing Lucas' aggressive attitude, Umbridge's CPU was running a bit slow, and she couldn't figure out how to refute it for a while. So she had no choice but to hit the gavel hard a few times. At this moment, Amelia Bones, who was sitting next to her, asked, Mr. Harry Potter. Did you cast a complete Patronus at that time? Yes. Can you tell me about your Patronus form? It's a stag, ma'am. Amelia looked at Harry with a hint of admiration. Then, since when have you been able to cast a corporeal Patronus? Harry didn't know why she was asking these questions, but he answered truthfully. Learning that Harry was able to cast the Patronus charm in his third year, the appreciation in Amelia's eyes was undisguised. But her behavior annoyed Umbridge next to her. Director Bones, please don't ask irrelevant questions. Irrelevant. I don't think these issues are irrelevant. Amelia glanced at the old toad beside her with contempt. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is the largest department of the Ministry of Magic, and it also has great power, so Amelia is not afraid to offend the senior undersecretary. Umbridge gritted her molars fiercely, and looked at Amelia with a fierce look in her toady eyes. Director Bones, it seems that I need to explain to you the absurd lies of the defendant. First of all Dementors are under the control of the Ministry of Magic. There will never be any Dementors running into Muggle residential areas. Secondly, Dementor can't be seen by Muggles at all, and the defense took advantage of this to make up lies, but they seem to have forgotten that there are no witnesses. So we can't take their words at face value. Dumbledore stood up immediately and said, we have a witness. I recall that the Wisengamot Charter of Rights stipulates that the accused has the right to call witnesses to the trial court to testify. The members of the Wisengamot nodded in agreement with Dumbledore's statement. Then Mrs. Fig came to the courtroom. Witness name: Arabella Doreen Fig. Mrs. Fig looked stiff. Always looking around cautiously as if she didn't want to be in that place. Tell me carefully what you saw that day. Amelia Bones seemed to have taken over Umbridge's job, which made the toad mad. Mrs. Fig described in detail what happened on the night of August 2nd. She also described in detail what the Dementors looked like when they attacked. After hearing her story, the members of the Wisengamot started discussing it again. If it's what Mrs. Fig said, the problem might be too serious. This suggests that the Dementors are likely to be breaking away from the Ministry of Magic's control. Coincidentally, Dumbledore thought so too. I want to remind you all that as long as Voldemort gives an order, the Dementors will obey his orders, so I have reason to suspect that the Dementors have escaped the control of the Ministry of Magic. Nonsense, this Muggle is lying. Umbridge stood up and accused. Mrs. Fig was very angry after hearing this. I'm just a squib, not a Muggle, and I can see Dementors. Yes, neither squibs nor Muggles can use magic, but squibs are wizards in essence, so spells to repel Muggles have no effect on them. They can also see many magical creatures that only wizards can see. Umbridge sarcastically refused to admit about the Dementors and started yelling in her fake girly voice. In the end, Lucas's patience was worn out and a huge pressure suddenly fell on everyone's shoulders, but mainly focused on the toad. Umbridge looked at the blonde boy standing up in horror, and said tremblingly, Lucas Grindelwald, what are you doing? This is the British Ministry of Magic. I just think you are too idle. I have given you the reason why Harry Potter used magic. We have also found witnesses. But looking at you, it seems that you don't intend to end this trial. Do you think that Headmaster Dumbledore and I are just as idle as you? After Lucas finished speaking, the magic pressure increased even more. Pius patted the table in front of him under pressure. Lucas Grindelwald, don't be too crazy. Pius Thicknesses, the toad is doing this at your instigation. Minister, Grindelwald is too lawless. Umbridge moved closer to Pius. It seemed that she wanted to tell everyone that she was instructed by him to do so. It's a pity that she didn't know that Lucas and the minister were just acting. Pius looked at Umbridge with a murderous look in his eyes, but it was well covered up by him. Lucas, this is the Wisengamot Tribunal, do you want to fight against the entire Wisengamot alone? 50 members of the Wisengamot followed Pius to stand on their feet. When he saw them pointing their wands at him, Lucas smiled disdainfully, then try it. As soon as the words fell, the shattering magic came out from his hands. Although his magic did not target people, the stone steps and the walls on both sides were all smashed. The members of the Wisengamot started staggering, and some of them were unlucky enough to be hit by their companions. You're really vulnerable. The wizard group looked at the young men in the middle of the court in horror. They finally understood the gap between themselves and a quasi-legendary wizard. Lucas easily defeated them without even using his wand. Lucas. Dumbledore put a hand on Lucas' shoulder. The magic oppression stronger than him flashed by, and the heavy oppressive feeling in the trial court disappeared immediately. Amelia Bones stood up and said, "Now a show of hands. If you think Harry Potter is guilty, please raise your hand." Lucas looked around, and everyone lowered their heads. Pius looked at Dumbledore, and finally put down his hand that was ready to be raised. Dumbledore saw the way he looked. While worrying about the conflict between the minister and Lucas, he was a little happy at the same time. "Raise your hand if you think Harry Potter is innocent." There were so many people raising their hands this time that Lucas showed a satisfied smile. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Umbridge, and the same goes for Dumbledore. Being stared at by two quasi-legendary wizards, Umbridge struck the gavel in her hand under the pressure. "I declare that the charges are not established, and the Ministry of Magic drops all charges against Harry Potter." Harry jumped up from his chair happily. While Lucas snorted coldly, turned around, and walked out. If it hadn't been for Dumbledore's request, he wouldn't want to come to such a boring place. Watching Dumbledore and Harry Potter leave the Inquisition, Umbridge looked sullen. She came to Pius and whispered, "Minister, I think it is necessary for the Ministry of Magic to supervise the teaching quality of Hogwarts. I heard that their defense against the dark arts professor for the school year hasn't been found yet. Why don't you send me there? I might be able to help you find something about Grindelwald." Umbridge bowed her head and didn't notice the chilling killing intent in Pius' eyes. "That's a good idea. I'll announce the appointment later." Watching the back of the minister leaving, the toad smiled triumphantly. She knew that her master cared most about the matters at Hogwarts. This time she messed up again, but since she got the chance to enter Hogwarts, her master might still be happy. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle snake. Chapter 277, The Isolated Slytherin, the Pink Toad appears. September 1st, King's Cross Station. Since the news of Voldemort's return has been revealed, the wizarding world fell into a depression. Although it has not yet reached the point where everyone has started fleeing the country and all shops are closed. But whether it is Diagon Alley or the Ministry of Magic, the flow of visitors has been greatly reduced. Just like the King's Cross Station at the moment, it will be lifeless in the future. The parents who came to see off their children were all concerned, while the students boarded the train and just sat in their respective compartments, no longer running around like before. Lucas normally wouldn't care about the scene in front of him. But for the British wizarding world, Voldemort is synonymous with disaster. Recently, the stores under the name of the Saints Group have been affected, and the sales profit has been greatly reduced. Damn noseless plastic surgery monster. Lucas groaned in his heart, and led Hermione and the others towards the train. That is Mr. Grindelwald. Fortunately, with him here, this train should be safe and sound. Hogwarts is Grindelwald and Dumbledore, it should be the safest place in England. It seems that sending our children there is a wise choice. Some people on the platform pointed at Lucas and talked about it, but even more people looked at the blonde boy walking by in awe. Blame it all on the latest issue of the Daily Prophet this morning. The headline on the front page of this issue was the photo of Lucas stepping on Voldemort in the cemetery. Rita Skeeter wrote, "The new leader, the sworn enemy of you-know-who." In her coverage, Lucas was portrayed as a ray of light in the darkness. Although the writing style was a little exaggerated, ordinary wizards still like her exaggerated style. The sales of Daily Prophet this morning nearly doubled compared to before. The public showed great interest in this 15-year-old boy, and placed high hopes on him. Boarding the train, things weren't much better inside than outside. The laughter of the past was long gone. The students hid in the compartments in groups, discussing in whispers the news they heard from their parents. The students of Slytherin seemed to have become the plague again. As long as there are Slytherin students in the compartment, there will be no students from other houses in it. People who were on good terms with Slytherin in the past also chose to stay away as much as possible. Seeing the sullen faces of the snakes, Lucas frowned. But now is not the time for lecturing, everything will be discussed at the end of the dinner. Hermione glanced around and said, "Honey, it seems that Slytherins are not having a good year." There were many emotions in the eyes of the students when they looked at Lucas: envy, admiration, and disgust. The first two glances were the effect of the newspapers, while the last look was because he was a student of Slytherin. Just ignore them for now. They went to the end carriage, and the Hogwarts Express slowly drove out of the station. It is rare that the beginning of school this year was sunny, so Lucas accompanied Hermione and others to enjoy the scenery outside the window. Before they knew it, the sky had darkened. "First years here, please come here." Unexpectedly, it wasn't Hagrid who welcomed the new students this year. Lucas knew that Hagrid was sent out to contact and win over the Giants, but he was not optimistic about his chances this time. The Giants were cruel and bloodthirsty, and Voldemort could easily win them over as long as he agreed to let them slaughter Muggles wantonly. Dumbledore obviously wouldn't offer them such a thing. Lucas and his 4 Hogwarts girlfriends went to the castle in a Thestral-pulled carriage. When he came to the Slytherin long table, he found that Draco was actually wearing a prefect badge. Now that the candidate for the prefect has been confirmed, I will trouble you for the rest of the work, Draco Malfoy. Draco nodded slightly. Just then, the Sorting Hat on the bar stool began to sing. The song that was similar every year changed this year. Long ago I was a new hat. Hogwarts hadn't been built yet. The 4 founders of noble houses thought they would never part ways. The same goal connect them. The wishes of each other are so consistent. To build the best magic school in the world. What friends are there in this world? Could it be better than Slytherin and Gryffindor? Unless you count another pair of best friends. Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. But this year I want to say a few more words. Please listen to my new song carefully. Our Hogwarts is in danger. Enemies outside the school are watching. We must be closely united internally. Otherwise everything will fall apart from within. I have told you frankly. I've sounded the alarm for you. Now let's start sorting. When Lucas heard the new song of the Sorting Hat, he couldn't help looking at the teachers' seats. Dumbledore probably wanted to use the Sorting Hat to remind those bright kids in the 4 houses. Perhaps he had expected that the Slytherins would be sidelined. After all, most of Voldemort's followers came from Slytherin. Chief. Lucas looked back and saw the snakes looking at him. No matter what, leave it for after the chief challenges. What you have to do now is to fill your stomach. When the sorting was over, sumptuous food appeared on the long tables. Compared with the lively dining environment of other houses, Slytherin seemed very quiet here. Dang 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 dang. When the meal was over, Dumbledore tapped the goblet with his spoon, and the leftovers on the long tables disappeared immediately. I know that everyone is very tired now, but please be patient and listen to my nagging for a bit. It started with a request from the caretaker, Mr. Filch, who asked me for the 426th time to remind you. Everyone is not allowed to cast magic in the corridors between classes. Of course, there are many other regulations. I won't explain them one by one. If you want to know, you can go to Mr. Filch's office and check the list. The second thing is specifically for the new students. You must not go to the Forbidden Forest and some places that are strictly forbidden to enter. I believe that many senior students should have a deep understanding. The third thing, our professors have changed a bit this year. First of all, the defense against the dark arts professor. Let's welcome Professor Umbridge with applause. Umbridge was wearing a pink robe over a pink cardigan today, and there was a pink bow on her slightly curly hair. She also rubbed a lot of skincare potions on her pale face, as if it would make her look more girlish. There was warm applause in the auditorium, but those who knew Umbridge didn't join in the applause. For example, Lucas, or Harry. Dumbledore waved his hand and continued, let us welcome Professor Grubblyplank, who will be in charge of your Care of Magical Creatures class. Where's Hagrid? Harry looked at his friend curiously. Ron turned his attention to the twins who were usually the most well-informed. Hagrid seems to have received a task arranged by Dumbledore, and he may have left Hogwarts by this time. That's right, Hagrid showed off to us for a long time the other day. Harry's brows were tightly knit together, little did he know that even Hagrid knew more than he did. And these days they have all been staying at the old Pruitt house, so why did Hagrid meet the twins, but he didn't know anything about it. Annoyed, he shifted his gaze to the teacher's seat. Unexpectedly, he just happened to meet Umbridge's eyes, and seeing the maliciousness in her eyes, he immediately felt a bad premonition. Dumbledore waved again and the Great Hall returned to calm. About the Quidditch trials. Ahem, ahem. They will. Ahem, ahem. Being interrupted twice by others, Dumbledore frowned slightly. He looked to the side and saw that Umbridge had stood up from her seat. Obviously, she had something to say. Dumbledore's reaction was quick, he didn't even say the rest of the sentence, he just sat back in his seat. Thank you, Headmaster. Umbridge pretended to thank him sincerely, and then walked out of the teacher's table. The students looked at the pink toad standing in front of the teacher's table in surprise. Some people were already secretly laughing at Umbridge's lack of understanding of Hogwarts rules. They have been in school for so many years, and they have never seen any new professor dare to interrupt the headmaster. Cough, cough, Umbridge cleared her throat and said, first of all, it's great to be back at Hogwarts. Umbridge grinned, showing a mouth full of fangs. It's great to see so many happy little faces looking at me. I desperately want to meet you all. I believe we can become very good friends. The students on the 4 long tables were either surprised or bewildered. Apart from Umbridge's shrill and fake voice, everyone was even more surprised that someone coaxed them as if they were 5- or 6-year-old children. Lucas just glanced at Toad and stopped paying attention. He took out his wand and tapped on the table, and a steaming cup of black tea appeared immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he picked up the teacup, he felt the gaze from the teachers' seats. I was sent by the Ministry of Magic. In addition to serving as a professor of defense against the dark arts, I also hope to investigate and reform Hogwarts education. Especially for some students, since they come to the school, they should look like a student, and they can't do whatever they want just because they are strong and have excellent grades. Everyone followed Toad's gaze and saw Lucas holding a teacup elegantly. They all have long been accustomed to his privileges in certain aspects, but everyone could see that the new professor seemed to have conflicts with him. Does this Professor Umbridge think that Lucas didn't dare to do anything to her in front of everyone? The students were curious, and the professors were equally curious. Lucas stopped sipping tea and cast a cold glance at Umbridge. Clang. The teacup made a crisp sound when it was placed on the long table. At this moment, everyone in the Great Hall was paying close attention to him. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Turtle snake snake. Chapter 278, Dismissal. The Slytherin house with an eerie atmosphere. Calm, very calm. Lucas didn't react when he heard Umbridge talking about him. He just put the teacup on the table and glanced at her, that's all. Such a weird move once again provoked discussions among the students. Seeing Lucas look away, Umbridge breathed a sigh of relief. She won the bet. When Lucas was at Hogwarts, he was obviously much more restrained than in the outside world. There were many things in this soft hum. There was arrogance, complacency, and a hint of disdain. But Lucas was still sipping his tea slowly. Very well, let's continue the topic from just now. The Ministry of Magic has always believed that the education of young wizards is a very important thing. The precious talent you are born with will probably be wasted if it is not cultivated and exercised under careful and meticulous guidance. An ancient skill unique to the magic world must be passed on from generation to generation, otherwise it will disappear. The precious magical knowledge accumulated by our ancestors must be preserved, supplemented and perfected by those fortunate enough to practice the noble profession of education. Umbridge turned to face the professors. Seeing her bowing slightly to herself and others, the professors had different expressions. However, they all did the same thing, that is, they chose to ignore her and did not choose to return the gesture. As the most senior head of the four houses, Professor McGonagall's face was sullen, her brow furrowed as she looked at Umbridge with disgust. What does she think of this place? A lecture stage for the Ministry of Magic. This is a school. Professor McGonagall was very disgusted with Umbridge's bureaucratic style and words. Instead of wasting everyone's time, it would be better to let the students go back to rest earlier. Professor Snape and the other two heads nodded, agreeing with Professor McGonagall's point of view. However, since Dumbledore, who is the headmaster, chose to back down, they can only sit in the teacher's seat with a sullen face and listen to the long speech of the stupid Toad. Ahem. Umbridge cleared her throat again. She always talks with her throat closed, which makes her feel a little sore. But seeing the little wizard staring at her from below, she smiled again. The previous headmasters of Hogwarts have all innovated when shouldering the important task of managing this historically famous school. And that's totally right, because if there's no progress, it's going to stagnate, it's going to start to decay. However, the practice of progress for the sake of progress should never be encouraged. Our traditions have been tried and tested, and often do not need clumsy changes. Having said that, Umbridge glanced back at the teacher's seat. She seemed to want to tell everyone that she was referring to the current headmaster, Dumbledore. Dumbledore was still a smiling Santa Claus and didn't seem to hear her insinuation. Umbridge turned back and continued her tirade. As time passed, the students below began to fidget and some people had already started to doze off. More people were chatting in low voices. But in front of the teacher's seat, Umbridge showed no intention of stopping. Only now did she talk about the third idea of education reform. Perhaps only Merlin knew how many things she planned to say in total. The crowd desperately hoped that someone would step up and interrupt her speech. But seeing Dumbledore's relishing expression, everyone let out a long sigh. At this moment, Lucas finally finished the tea in his cup. And as the teacup was placed on the table, the tyrannical pressure immediately made Umbridge shut her mouth. It's really noisy. When I was trying to enjoy a cup of tea, I always felt that there was a fly flying around my ear, which was really annoying. Seeing Lucas stand up, the Slytherin snakes followed suit. Headmaster, if there is nothing important, I will take the Slytherin students back first. Indeed, it's really getting late, the prefects should lead everyone back to their respective common rooms. As soon as Dumbledore finished speaking, thunderous cheers erupted in the Great Hall. The students cheered for Lucas, and even more for Headmaster Dumbledore. Lucas glanced at Draco, who walked out of the group consciously, leading the people from Slytherin House back to the dungeons. During the whole process, he didn't even look at the pink toad. When Umbridge recovered from the shock, she found that the people in the Great Hall had already left. Even the teacher's table behind her became empty. Grindelwald, Dumbledore, how dare you humiliate me like this? Umbridge gritted her back teeth and said viciously. Slytherin Common Room. In the middle of the room, the first-year Chief Challenge competition was going on. Lucas sat on the sofa with his hands under his chin. Although his eyes were fixed on the kids who were fighting, there were other things on his mind. Soon the competition for the first year's chief ended. Lucas glanced at Draco and saw him nodding slightly, then he stood up and came in front of everyone. I believe that everyone has already heard the news of the return of the Dark Lord from the newspapers, so you should be able to imagine that the days of our Slytherin house will be very difficult. We may be ridiculed, despised, or even attacked by other houses, and your friends in other houses may stay away from you and alienate you. But I hope that everyone will not forget their own identities. We are at school, that is, we are students. In Hogwarts, we should do our part well. I believe that those who misunderstand us will sooner or later find out that we Slytherins are not what they think we are. Another thing I want to say is that this is a school, and I don't want anyone to bring in things from the outside world, no matter what camp you belong to in the outside world. But as long as you're still at Hogwarts, you're only part of the Slytherin house, understand? Yes, Chief. After everyone answered, there was an unexpected sneer from the crowd. Everyone glared at the person who made the sound, and Lucas looked at the figure with a disdainful smile on his face. Angus Selwyn, do you think there is anything wrong with my words? No, there's nothing wrong with what the chief said. Anyway, for so many years, it's what you say that we have to do. I have no objection. After Angus finished speaking, he gave Lucas a contemptuous look. Anyone can see the dissatisfaction in his eyes. The Selwyn family, Voldemort's loyal servants, with his return, your family must be very happy. Although Angus did not answer Lucas' question, his wild eyes betrayed his inner thoughts. Lucas snorted coldly when he saw this, and a huge pressure enveloped the opponent. I said that outside things are not allowed to be brought into the school. Angus Selwyn, with your attitude, can I understand that you are provoking me? Humph. Angus sat down on the ground with a muffled grunt. Lucas' pressure was like a mountain, and Angus was almost out of breath. Chief. Draco Malfoy suddenly stood in front of Angus, and seeing this, Lucas put away the magic pressure. You want to intercede for him? Chief, school has just started. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to do this at this time. There was an instant silence in the common room. Everyone knows about Lucas and Draco's relationship, and they also know that the Malfoy family and the Selwyn family are deadly rivals. But now Draco actually helped the heir of the Selwyn family. More importantly, Lucas listened to him, which would have an impact on his prestige. Several year chiefs glared at Draco. Astoria even drew out her wand, ready to cast a spell on Draco and Angus. The other snakes looked at Draco and whispered. I heard that Malfoy has joined the Death Eaters, and now it seems that the rumors are true. If it's fake, he won't help Angus, but I can't figure it out. Can't figure out what? Why did Draco choose to join the Death Eaters so early, and isn't he friends with the chief? Lucas and Draco pretended not to hear other people's comments. The two looked at each other for a long time, and Lucas suddenly sighed. Forget it, I will let him be for now. He continued as if nothing had happened. Because of the tense situation outside, I think we should set up a study group. This group is mainly for actual combat, and you can learn a lot of practical magic spells against enemies in the group, even including the unforgivable curses. Everyone's discussions became louder and louder. They were all very interested in the study group that Lucas mentioned. After looking around for a while, Lucas said, but all members who enter the group must take an unbreakable vow not to disclose anything about the group. I think everyone knows what the punishment of the unbreakable vow is, so I will give you a week to think about it. If you think you can keep secrets and want to learn more advanced magic, you can sign up with Astoria Greengrass. They all froze for a moment, and turned their eyes to Draco, who was aside. Before, such an important matter would normally be entrusted to him by Lucas. It was only at this moment that they realized that under the calm appearance of Slytherin House, it seemed that it had become rough and unpredictable. It's just that there is a powerful chief in charge, and all activities can only be carried out in secret. Late at night, the calm returned to the Slytherin common room, and the students were all sleeping under the covers. Lucas came to the common room alone. Under the dim light, he saw the platinum head protruding from the black sofa. Draco, you asked me out so late, what happened? Well, the Dark Lord has given me a task. Chapter 279, Voldemort's Plan, Elf's Tears. In the Slytherin common room, Lucas was sitting opposite to Draco. Draco just finished speaking, and Lucas immediately cast a muffly auto spell on the entire common room to prevent eavesdroppers. If I'm not wrong, he should have asked you to recruit fresh blood in school, right? Draco raised his head, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes, this is indeed the task he gave me, but that's not all. Huh? Lucas asked curiously. Besides this matter, what else did Voldemort want Draco to do? Draco frowned slightly, and said puzzledly, he asked me to cooperate with my companion in school, but he never told me who this companion is. Companion. Lucas looked up at the ceiling, watching those black lake creatures swimming around. When Draco mentioned a companion, he first thought of Professor Snape. But if it is really the professor, he has no reason not to know. Then it should be someone else. The most probable should be Dolores Umbridge. The Toad's name suddenly appeared in Lucas's mind. Draco, if Umbridge asks you for help, no matter what, agree first. You suspect it's her? Draco asked in surprise. Immediately afterwards, he frowned and said, it should be impossible. Such an ostentatious person will actually be used by the Dark Lord. I'm going to ask you this. You've been giving Voldemort a foot rub all summer. Haven't you seen Umbridge? Hearing Lucas's description, Draco rolled his eyes. No, I'm just a newcomer, and I'm not qualified to participate in many things. What about your father? Draco frowned more and more tightly. You know who seems to be wary of our Malfoy family. Father has only been dealing with trivial matters recently. However, he still heard some useful news. You know who has been in contact with his former subordinates recently. The werewolf leader Fenrir Greyback has clearly replied that he will continue to serve him. There are also giants. It seems that the negotiation is going well. If there is no accident, the giants will also join the Death Eaters. Finally, there will be Azkaban. The Dark Lord seems to be planning to attack Azkaban, but the exact time is still unclear. Father wants you to pay more attention. Lucas nodded. Azkaban will be breached sooner or later, and neither he nor Dumbledore have been preparing to do anything about it. They didn't intend to forcefully stop them, but it was certain that Voldemort would be angry. Even if he rescued the prisoners of Azkaban, it would be useless trash. I know everything. Pansy, Daphne, Blaise and Theodore, plus Crabbe and Goyle, all your cronies and friends are entrusted to you. Lucas was talking about the heirs of the families who had made an unbreakable vow to Lucius Malfoy. Besides Crabbe and Goyle, among these few people, everyone else has their own shrewdness. If there is an emergency, they can also help Draco. If you let Pansy and the others know that they have such a position in your heart, I'm afraid they will be very upset. Hearing Draco's teasing, Lucas smiled lightly. But don't get too excited. I need you to pay attention to the students from families close to Voldemort in Slytherin. If anyone wants to integrate into your small group, you must notify me in time, and I will try to notify Mr. Malfoy, so as to avoid the possibility of him being exposed. Draco nodded solemnly. Ending the conversation with Draco, Lucas didn't go back to his room to sleep. Hogwarts at night is still so gloomy. Lucas followed the path in the dungeons to the door of the potions office. Knocking on the door, Professor Snape's voice came from inside immediately. Professor, you really haven't slept yet. Thanks to some troll brain kids, I have to prepare the required potion ingredients every time I go to class. Hearing the strong resentment in the professor's tone, Lucas secretly thought that it was really not the right time for him to come. He hurriedly changed the subject, looked at the cauldron next to him and asked, what kind of potion is being brewed here? A potion used to restore the Dark Lord's body. Lucas had a serious expression on his face. How long will it take to brew? Anytime. Hearing Professor Snape's answer, Lucas looked at him in surprise, but he quickly understood what he meant. The potion that Harry drank before the resurrection ritual was developed by Professor Snape. He also certainly knew how to deal with that situation. Then when will he finish recovering? At the latest, 3 months. December, Christmas, Azkaban. Surprise flashed across Snape's eyes. That's right, he should be planning to attack Azkaban during the Christmas holiday. But this is also my guess, and I can't be completely sure. After he finished speaking, he continued to prepare the potion materials needed for tomorrow's class. Lucas stood by the cauldron and stared at it for a long time before turning and walking towards him. Professor, according to the agreement, I brought you the last ingredient of the spirit-purifying potion. Professor Snape's hand snapped. Seeing the vial appearing on the desk, he quickly picked it up. Is this the elf's tears? He asked as he looked at the tears shining like liquid diamonds in the bottle. That's right, genuine elf tears. Snape didn't bother to continue sorting out the materials, but instead threw the job to Lucas. Looking at Professor Snape, who was setting up the cauldron and preparing to brew the spirit-purifying potion, Lucas shook his head helplessly. Don't look at the troubles that the potion's master likes to cause for Harry on weekdays. He is actually really concerned about his safety. After Lucas had distributed all the ingredients, Professor Snape had already put the ingredients of the spirit-purifying potion into the cauldron. This potion needs to be brewed for at least 1 year. During this period, there must be no mistakes. If I have to go out for something, you will take care of it. Don't worry, I understand the importance of this potion. Lucas replied. The two watched the dragon blood, the phoenix blood, and the elf tears swirling in the cauldron, and then slowly blended together. Time passed by like this. Then Lucas suddenly remembered that he still had something to ask. Professor, Umbridge. You are right, she is indeed a Death Eater, and she is also the first Ministry of Magic staff member to join the Death Eaters after the newspaper published the Dark Lord's return. Then what's the purpose of her coming here? Lucas asked. Snape turned to look at the boy beside him. You and Dumbledore. What? Lucas hadn't reacted yet. The target is you and Dumbledore. She wants to use her identity to sow discord between you and the Ministry of Magic, and make your unfriendly relationship even worse. As for how to deal with Dumbledore, I don't know, but with the relationship between Pius Thickness and Dumbledore, Umbridge can only cause some trouble for Dumbledore at most. After saying these words, Snape continued to read the ancient potions book in his hand. And according to the instructions in it, use the wand to stir the potion in the cauldron clockwise to speed up the fusion of several main ingredients. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the thin drizzle started again. The fifth-year students finally had to attend their first lesson of defense against the dark arts. For this course, the students are still looking forward to it. Forgetting about their first and second years, the teaching of their third and fourth years was very good and they learned a lot of useful knowledge. In their third year, Professor Lupin was humorous and taught them how to deal with various dangerous creatures. Then in their fourth year with Professor Moody, although scary in appearance, he really taught them how to deal with the enemy. So they were looking forward to what Professor Umbridge would teach them even if she didn't make the best first impression. Hermione was actually one of them. The 15 almost 16-year-old Hermione had become quite beautiful. Whenever he walked beside her, Lucas felt a little itchy. Hermione rolled her eyes at her boyfriend, but the smile on her mouth never disappeared. Having her boyfriend so attracted to her looks made her really happy. Still watching. You promised my parents that you would wait until we are adults. Lucas shrugged his shoulders. Of course, it's only a year and a half anyway, so I can afford to wait. Hermione blushed slightly, shook off his hand and walked into the classroom. Not long after the two sat down, Umbridge walked in with figure 8 steps. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. The students replied weakly. That's not okay, and I'd like to hear from you. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge, again. Good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Compared with the lazy voices from just now, the voices this time were obviously much louder. Very good. Before starting this course, we must first grasp the classroom discipline. Those students who eat snacks, please hand in your snacks. Seeing that no one came forward, Umbridge drew out her wand and pointed at a few people. Then a bunch of snacks flew out of these people's desks and pockets. Umbridge glanced at everyone proudly, and then looked at the couple sitting together in the classroom. Although the school doesn't object to your falling in love, at least you should keep it out of class. In order to concentrate on listening, I think it's better for you to sit separately. Couples of young lovers were forced to separate under the watchful eyes of Umbridge. Soon, she looked at Lucas and Hermione who were sitting in the first row. She didn't directly target Lucas this time, but all the young couples just for this reason. Now that everyone else has separated, if Lucas still insists on sitting together with his girlfriend, don't say she is deliberately causing trouble. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake Turtle Snake Snake Turtle Snake Snake. Chapter 280, The Correct Usage of Umbridge. We need actual combat. Hermione silently packed her things. She didn't want to bring Lucas and Umbridge into another conflict because of this little thing. But just when she was about to stand up, her wrist was tightly held. Lucas, it's totally unnecessary. Lucas understood what she meant. Giving Hermione a calm look, he looked at the toad beside him. He had been thinking about a problem since last night. What good can Umbridge do for him? He thought about it for a long time last night. The pink toad doesn't seem to be able to bring any benefits other than causing trouble to his otherwise relaxed school life. Umbridge is like a clown. Even just a word from Lucas can deprive the horrid woman of her proud position as senior undersecretary. But just now, when Lucas looked at Harry, he suddenly thought of the correct usage of Umbridge. If you ask the Death Eaters what they could to please Voldemort, killing Harry Potter definitely came first. Lucas stared at the toad-slash-human hybrid in front of him. If the plan works, maybe he could use her to obtain Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Mr. Grindelwald, you are staring at me like this, is there something I said wrong? Of course. Lucas nodded. As far as I know, your position at Hogwarts is only a professor of defense against the dark arts. Since the Hogwarts school regulations do not clearly state that couples cannot sit together, then you have no right to ask us to adjust the seats according to your ideas, Professor. Mr. Grindelwald, I'm doing this for your own good, and I'm not just a defense against the dark arts professor, I'm also the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. When Umbridge talked about her position, her expression was very smug and full of pride. But her pride didn't last long, because Lucas kindly reminded her, you are just one of the senior undersecretaries, and you seem to have missed a few words. Seeing Umbridge's face become livid, he thought her angry and helpless expression was really funny. Umbridge took a deep breath. Anger didn't make her dumb, she knew in her heart that she was inferior to the young men in front of her in terms of strength and power. Long before coming to Hogwarts, she knew that Lucas was the chief of Slytherin House. Once Umbridge was also a student of Slytherin House, so she understood the level of power and influence he held in the school. So she suppressed her anger, with a clearly fake smile on her ugly face. Well, since Mr. Grindelwald insists, then I have no objection. Speaking of which, I used to be a member of Slytherin House. Seeing you as a powerful chief, I am sincerely happy for Slytherin. For Umbridge to adjust her mood so quickly and fight back, Lucas was not surprised. If she didn't have an extraordinary mind, she wouldn't be able to become the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic. It wasn't long after Umbridge finished her sentence that discussion started in 2s and 3s in the classroom. From everyone's point of view, Umbridge was taking the initiative to give in and even wanted to please Lucas. Maybe someone will find this cool, but there are also plenty of people who would be jealous of Lucas. Seeing the different emotions on the students, there was a hint of pride in Umbridge's eyes. Very well, now please put away your wands and take out your quills, we won't be needing them in my class. Hearing this sentence, everyone's expressions became depressed. Lessons that usually require them to put away their wands are not very interesting. Like history of magic, or potions. Umbridge took a very short wand from her handbag. Tapping the blackboard hard a few times, a line of words appeared on it: Defense against the Dark Arts, back to the basics. You are going to take the OWL exam this year, but I have learned that your class is intermittent, and even the content you have been taught is messy. The previous professors did not teach in accordance with the standards approved by the Ministry of Magic, which may prevent you from passing the next OWL exam. Umbridge waved her wand again after saying this, and 3 lines under the words, Course Objectives, appeared on the blackboard. 1. Understand the basic principles of magic defense. 2. Learn to identify occasions where magic defense can be used reasonably. 3. Assess defense against magic in the context of practical use. I'm sure each of you has a copy of Defensive Magical Theory by Slinkhard. Now take it out, turn to page 5, and read Chapter 1, Introductory Fundamentals. When reading, don't whisper to each other, I will notice clearly when I stand here. She had just finished speaking when she saw Harry holding his right hand high. Do you have any questions, Mr. Potter? Shouldn't we be learning how to cast defensive spells? Defensive spells? Umbridge seemed to hear something incredible. No, you won't encounter the need to cast defensive spells in my class. Have you seen the second lesson objective? You have to learn to distinguish when you should use defensive spells. Do you think there will be danger in my class? Umbridge laughed a little after she finished speaking. She thought the idea was a funny joke. Then Hermione raised her hand in dissatisfaction and said, As far as I know, our Defense Against the Dark Arts exam includes a practical part, so don't we need to practice our spells? First of all, you can only ask questions after I allow you to, Miss Hermione Granger. She said her last name with a hint of disgust. Secondly, as long as you have solid theoretical knowledge, there is no reason why you cannot cast the spells in the rigorous exam. You really think we don't need to practice? Hermione looked at the professor with an incredulous look. Could it be that you expect us to cast the spells for the first time at the exam site? Umbridge didn't answer though, but that sure look in her eyes said it all. The other students also felt it was ridiculous, and Harry couldn't bear it anymore and said, It's so dangerous outside now, shouldn't we learn some practical knowledge? Mr. Potter, please raise your hand next time before you ask a question. As for the danger you mentioned, why can't I see it? And do you think Hogwarts is not safe? Who do you think is going to storm the school and threaten you kids? Harry stood up angrily. Of course, Vold. Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? Umbridge could no longer hold back her anger, and she cut him off with a growl. Seeing her getting angry, the people in the classroom shrank their heads. Only Harry glared at her without fear. He thinks that she and Fudge are the same kind of people, both of whom are avoiding problems by denying the truth. Even though she already knows that the Dark Lord has come back, she actually wanted to give them such meaningless lessons. Umbridge saw that he showed no sign of repentance and became even more angry. She felt that it was necessary to find a way to deal with these underage wizards. At this time, Lucas' words reminded her. Wouldn't it be better if she got a higher status at Hogwarts? Lucas probably didn't think so either. A word he accidentally said actually reminded Umbridge, leading to the position of Hogwarts Senior Inquisitor being born in advance. Detention, Mr. Potter. Leaving aside her thoughts of getting a higher position for later, Umbridge decided to deal with this troublesome boy in front of her first. Tomorrow evening, come to my office at 5 o'clock. Then she turned and walked towards the podium, not intending to continue the discussion. Just when she was going to lead everyone to read the text together, Lucas' voice suddenly came from below. I don't think Mr. Potter is wrong. Right now we really need more practical spells, and at the same time we need actual combat training. Professor Umbridge, I hope you can answer a question clearly. Are all the Defense Against the Dark Arts classes this school year going to be the same as this one? Lucas raised the textbook in his hand to signal to the Toad. Yes, the Ministry of Magic insists that only sufficient and solid theoretical knowledge will allow you to pass the exam. I need to remind Mr. Grindelwald that you are not an education expert specially trained by the Ministry of Magic, and you are not qualified to question the acceptance standards stipulated by the Ministry of Magic. I don't know since when the Ministry of Magic can interfere with Hogwarts education so casually. Hearing the sarcasm in Lucas' words, Umbridge was furious. It is true that the Ministry of Magic did not interfere in the past, or could not interfere. But now that she has entered here on behalf of the Ministry of Magic, everything will naturally become different. Mr. Lucas Grindelwald, regarding your contempt for the Ministry of Magic, I will truthfully report it to Minister Pius Thickness. Go ahead. Lucas shrugged his shoulders, looking around at the snakes. Hermione followed her boyfriend's gaze, and it dawned on her when she saw the thoughtful Slytherin students. No wonder she felt that what Lucas said just now was a bit deliberate. It turned out to be for the Slytherin students. It seems that he is reminding them that there is no useful knowledge to learn from Umbridge. Hermione and the others knew about Lucas's plan to set up a study group, and even signed up early. The atmosphere in the classroom became a little delicate, and everyone was a bit displeased with Umbridge. But due to the identity of the other party, they could only swallow their anger. So after seeing Lucas' behavior, many students felt happy inside. The classroom fell into a long silence. Umbridge glared at Lucas, and seemed to have no intention of continuing the lecture. Just then, Draco Malfoy's voice came from the other side. I think Professor Umbridge's teaching method is not bad. The next moment, all the eyes in the classroom were on Draco, who was also sitting in the first row. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake turtle. Chapter 281, Draco's Arrogance. Voldemort is going to attack Azkaban. The atmosphere in the classroom became more subtle, but Draco didn't seem to notice it. He flipped through a few pages of Defensive Magical Theory and said, Lucas, maybe Professor Umbridge has her own way. We can't be so quick to deny her teaching methods without giving them a chance, can we? Draco looked the same as usual when he said those words. He had just finished speaking when Crabbe and Goyle both nodded in agreement. Pansy Parkinson, Blaise Zabini, and others also supported Draco's point of view. Lucas had yet to say anything when Umbridge's big toad-like face showed a wide smile. Mr. Malfoy is right, I do have follow-up teaching plans. Her gaze swept over the faces of Draco and the others. In her mind, she secretly matched them with their parents among the Death Eaters, and it occurred to her that these people might become her helpers at Hogwarts. It's just that she hasn't figured out how to reveal her identity to these children yet. At this moment, everyone's attention was no longer on Umbridge, but on Lucas and Draco. Not to mention the shrewd snakes, the Hufflepuff students could also feel the strange atmosphere between the two. Since you said so, Draco, let's wait and see. Seeing that Lucas chose to give in, Umbridge's eyes lit up. Then let's continue our course. Today we will read the content of the basic theory of entry. Not long after, when the class finally ended, the students couldn't wait to rush out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Almost all of them had strong dissatisfaction and disgust on their faces, and the ones who didn't are just because they have very good control of not showing it outwardly. They read the first chapter over and over throughout the class in order to memorize it. Now they just wanted to go to the Great Hall to find some juice to moisten their throats. Mr. Draco Malfoy, please stay behind. A voice thinner than that of a girl came from behind. Draco frowned slightly, giving the others a look. Professor, what can I do for you? Facing Umbridge, Draco showed the arrogance of a top pure-blood family heir to the fullest. Although such a performance will provoke Umbridge's disgust, it will definitely not cause her suspicion. Seeing the same posture as the old Malfoy, the smile on Umbridge's face became more obvious. Can I call you Draco? I'm very good friends with your father, Lucius Malfoy. Of course. Draco nodded slightly, with a generous expression on his face. Umbridge noticed his subtle show of superiority even though it wasn't obvious, and it made Draco's impression on her mind go crazy. But even so, the warm smile on her face didn't fade a bit. Draco, what do you think of Lucas Grindelwald? As soon as the words came out, Draco's eyes became vigilant. He's a good friend. This answer obviously did not satisfy Umbridge. Noticing the wariness in Draco's eyes, she whispered again, Don't worry, your father and I are very good friends, you can trust me. When speaking of the word friends, she also specially emphasized it. Finally, she held her left arm with her right hand. Seeing the series of actions, Draco's eyes softened a lot, but he was more vigilant than before. Unexpectedly, Lucas guessed right, Umbridge was also a Death Eater. It turns out that this is such an important matter. You should have said it earlier. What did you ask me just now? What do you think of Lucas Grindelwald? After being reminded by her, Draco suddenly said, has power, has brains, has a great personality, and he is a very good partner in business. That's it? Umbridge asked suspiciously. Right, that is it. Seeing Draco's affirmative nod, Umbridge looked thoughtful. Draco, I still need more help from you at school. In this Hogwarts castle, I am too weak alone. That's simple. If it is to deal with some simple things, I am willing to serve the professor. If you have anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. Umbridge nodded in satisfaction. She likes children who understand things like this. It's good to have your promise. I will write a letter to Minister Thickness later. I believe we will have the opportunity to cooperate soon. Umbridge winked at him when she finished. Draco really didn't expect this. Fortunately, his acting skills are not bad, and he didn't let the pink toad see the disgust he was feeling. Professor, if there is nothing else, I will go back first. After saying his farewell, Draco turned and walked out quickly. But just as he was about to walk out of the classroom, Umbridge said mysteriously, Draco, have you ever thought about becoming the chief of the Slytherin house? The footsteps that had already stepped out of the classroom suddenly stopped. Draco looked back. No, I don't think anyone can take away the position of house chief from Lucas. Looking at the distant figure, Umbridge laughed. She could see clearly just now that Draco's eyes were full of ambition. As long as he has this ambition, maybe I can take advantage of it. After saying that, Umbridge laughed again. That kind of shrill laughter with a choked girly voice sounded really creepy. Many students passing by the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom quickened their pace and fled in fear. Draco frowned as he returned to the common room. Umbridge's last words gave him a bad feeling, so he wanted to talk to Lucas and remind him to be careful. But as soon as he entered the common room, he saw many people signing up for something around Astoria, and Lucas was also answering questions from the crowd. In this situation it wouldn't be easy for Draco to go directly to Lucas. If it was before, it would be nothing if he dragged him away directly. But not now. In the eyes of everyone, their relationship is in a delicate state at the moment. Draco took another look at Lucas, who was surrounded by the crowd, so he had to find another time to talk to him about it. In a luxurious residence in Little Hangleton, Voldemort was scanning the subordinates in front of him. What's going on with the Dementors? Master, the Dementors have returned to the Ministry of Magic at this time, and those who communicated with them reported that they are willing to serve you. That's a good job, Lucius. Voldemort said flatly. Meeting Voldemort's terrifying red eyes, Lucius Malfoy quickly lowered his head. It's all with the help of the Master's reputation, I'm just running errands. What Voldemort liked most about Lucius was that he was self-aware and could speak nicely. That's right, let's go ahead and attack Azkaban during the Christmas holidays to welcome our companions back. At that time, let the Dementors cause some trouble for the Ministry of Magic. By the way, you go and inquire about the prophecy from more than 10 years ago. I need to know the full content of the prophecy so that I can find a way to completely eliminate Harry Potter. Lucius Malfoy replied respectfully, all prophecies will be recorded in the prophecy balls and kept in the prophecy hall of the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. Nagini, on Christmas night, you go and bring back the prophecy ball, treat it as a warm-up before the attack on Azkaban. Hearing Voldemort's order, Nagini the serpent nodded slightly. Seeing the big snake beside Voldemort, there was a look of fear on the Death Eater's face. This big snake is really strong, and more importantly, its venom will slow down the speed of wound healing. During this time, the Death Eaters have seen many people die from the loss of blood because of the serpent. Voldemort saw everyone's terrified expressions, and with a smile on his face, he raised his left hand and stroked Nagini's head. He has always believed that proper deterrence would make his subordinates more loyal. When Astoria handed over the list of the study group registrations, Lucas didn't expect that there would be so many people. My lord, these people have taken an unbreakable vow, and they will never reveal anything about the study group. Seeing Astoria's expression like she was asking for praise, Lucas patted her head. Good job, thank you. I was just doing what I could. Astoria shook her head shyly. But soon her expression became a little disappointed, and after a while she said, My lord, please don't blame my sister, I will go to persuade her. What? Lucas asked suspiciously. My sister has been staying with Draco Malfoy recently, but I will make her see reason. Seeing the little girl's firm eyes, Lucas suddenly didn't know how to explain. Forget it, let Daphne take care of the headache. He believed that Daphne, as a sister, should have a way to deal with her little sister. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. Someone from the newspaper office came to the school early in the morning. The students who passed by the front hall and were about to go to eat showed curious expressions. Only after getting closer did they realize that it was Professor Umbridge who had been promoted. Now she is not only the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts, but also the first High Inquisitor of Hogwarts. No one has ever heard of this position. However, it can also be seen from the title that Umbridge, as the Inquisitor, will have way more power in the school. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake Turtle Snake. Chapter 282, The Contest Between the Toad Inquisitor and the Dungeon's Bat, a duo that never disappoints. The magic camera was constantly flashing as Umbridge stood in the foyer beaming. Senior Undersecretary Umbridge, may I ask, does your appointment as a High Inquisitor this time mean that the Ministry of Magic will fully intervene in the Hogwarts education system? Please call me Inquisitor Umbridge. In fact, the Ministry of Magic has been seeking educational reforms, and I, as the first High Inquisitor. Looking at Umbridge, who was delivering a long speech, Harry asked in puzzlement. What does a High Inquisitor even do? Judging from the orders issued by the Ministry of Magic, the responsibilities are very comprehensive. Fred, or is it George? Maybe Gred, let's just leave it as one of the twins, appeared next to Harry at some point. He also looked at the boastful Umbridge in the distance, with deep disgust in his eyes. Guys, guess what I heard? The other Weasley twin came from the other side. No wonder Harry didn't see him just now, it turned out he was there to gather information. Seeing the three pairs of curious eyes, George smiled and said, I have found out about the High Inquisitor. It's really scary. This position not only has the power to supervise students, but even faculty members. As long as she feels that the faculty members are not suitable for Hogwarts, she can report to the Ministry of Magic. Some professors may be expelled this time. George patted his chest, looking frightened. Hearing his words, Ron immediately showed a gloating expression. It would be great if she could start with Snape. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Lucas walking from a distance. Lucas. Harry wanted to ask about Dumbledore's condition, but Lucas walked straight into the Great Hall without even looking at him. Harry, who felt like he was hit again, had no choice but to follow up with his friends. At the Ravenclaw long table, while eating breakfast, Lucas reminded the four girls, don't forget about tonight, I have already told you the password for the Slytherin common room, remember to come early. Don't worry, we will go together when the time comes. Hermione replied on behalf of the others as the first girlfriend. Tonight will be the first official activity of the study group. Lucas has already found a place, which is in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. There's no place more secure than Salazar Slytherin's sanctuary. It's a pity that neither the secret garden nor the library of Rowena are suitable for others to know about. Godric's treasure room is even more unsuitable, not to mention that the place is not big enough, and it is full of valuables. After much deliberation, only the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets meets the requirements. First of all, it is underground, and it cannot be opened without Parseltongue. Secondly, it is big enough, and also very empty. And most importantly, Salazar's laboratory is very well hidden. He doesn't worry about the others finding it, and even if they find out, they may not be able to open it. After breakfast, everyone began to go to their classes. After dealing with the reporters, Umbridge quickly got into work. She was acting very nosy everywhere on campus, having fun interrupting young couples who wanted to kiss. Probably wanting to get revenge on Lucas for saying she had no power. After she became the Inquisitor, she even wanted to control which foot the student stepped into the classroom first. If before her new position she wasn't very welcome, now she became hated by the whole school, teachers and students. History of Magic Classroom. Looking at Cuthbert Binns on the podium, talking about his textbooks, Ron said speechlessly, "Why didn't Umbridge come to investigate Binns? He obviously has some dementia." Harry smiled lightly, then looked at Lucas. He was keenly aware of the subtle shift in Slytherin House. The Slytherins who were monolithic before, now seemed to have a tendency to split into two groups. Then he looked back at Draco. Every time he saw him, he would think of everything that happened in the cemetery. He still couldn't believe that Draco would volunteer to join the Death Eaters. But he had no choice but to believe it. Then he looked at the people beside Draco. Whether it is Pansy Parkinson or Theodore Nott, the parents of these people have all appeared in the cemetery. Not to mention Crabbe and Goyle, these two were among the first names Voldemort called out back then. Don't look at them, didn't you say you saw Malfoy join the Death Eaters? That's right, but since they are Death Eaters, they are our enemies. Instead of thinking about these messy things, you might as well think about how to deal with the detention you have later. The mention of detention gave Harry a headache. Thinking of Umbridge's malicious stare at the start of term feast made him feel like he was doomed this time. The drowsy history of magic class finally came to an end. After lunch, they had double potion classes in the afternoon. The whole day of class today was dreadful. The fifth years went to the dungeons. As they stepped through the doors of the potions classroom, at a glance, they saw a toad in a pink cardigan sitting in the last row of the classroom, her clothes making her stick out like a sore thumb in the gloomy classroom. Having to meet two of the most annoying professors at the same time. One can imagine the student's mood at the moment. Sit in your seat quickly. A soft, whisper-like voice reached everyone's ears. Waiting until everyone was seated, just as Professor Snape was about to speak, Umbridge in the last row asked, "Professor Snape, do you allow couples to sit together in your class? The latest educational decree I issued this morning stipulates that excessive intimacy between couples is prohibited in class and in public places." Lucas looked at the toad behind him blankly, and got a provocative look in response. Hermione patted her boyfriend on the shoulder. "Don't be angry, it's not worth offending the Ministry of Magic over such a trivial matter." After she finished speaking, she kissed Lucas on the cheek, picked up her school bag and walked towards the Ravenclaw group. Seeing the two finally compromise, Umbridge immediately showed a smug toad look. Little did she know that her appearance at the moment was exactly what Lucas wanted to see. Well, he didn't want to see her, but that's the reaction he wanted from her. Because Lucas was too strong before, the relationship between the two was hostile. All he has to do now is to show his weakness and let Umbridge turn her attention towards Harry. Now he just needs to wait until she wants to deal with Harry. That's when his plans for Umbridge and Harry Potter start. Now we start the class. What we need to make today is the strengthening solution. Professor Snape's voice was still slick. It's just that there was a little more anger in his tone today. The potion's function and the brewing method are all on the blackboard, and the materials have been placed on your desktop. Don't stand still now, start brewing the potion. I don't want to talk about it a second time. The students hurriedly lowered their heads and got busy. Umbridge looked around at everyone's performance, and then wrote and drew in her tiny girlish notebook. After all this was done, she came to Professor Snape again. "It seems that they are quite esoteric, but I have doubts about strengthening solutions. Are they really suitable for learning such dangerous potions? I will be making comments to the Ministry of Magic on this point, and I am sure the Ministry will be happy to remove it from the textbooks." Well, Professor Snape was offended by Umbridge's words. Seeing the toad walking towards him, Snape turned and walked towards the desk where Neville and Seamus were. For Neville, Snape was the nightmare of a lifetime. The bat's gaze almost caused him to pour the salamander's blood into the cauldron ahead of time. Fortunately, Seamus beside him stopped him right in time and a trace of regret flashed across Snape's eyes. Then he turned around and reminded, "Professor Umbridge, I think it's better for you to stand back. These dunderheads whose heads have been stepped on by a troll often blow up their cauldron." Umbridge didn't heed Professor Snape's advice. She was busy recording the areas where potions could be improved in the notebook. "How long have you been working at Hogwarts?" 14 years. "I heard that you applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts professorship during the summer, did you?" "Yes." Snape replied in a low voice, but his gaze was still fixed on Neville, continuing to put pressure on him. You've applied for defense against the dark arts many times since you entered school, haven't you? That's right. Snape was a little annoyed, because of the toad beside him, and because of Neville. Seeing that Umbridge's questions were coming to an end, Lucas drew his wand and pointed it to Neville. Neville's arm was hit by a curse and suddenly went numb, and the blood of the salamander tightly held in his hand finally fell into the cauldron. Seeing the potion in the cauldron turn from turquoise to orange and making a horrible hissing noise, Neville suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. This feeling is so familiar, he has this premonition every time he's in front of a cauldron. Neville, you. Seamus didn't have time to think about it, so he pulled out his wand and used a vanishing charm on the cauldron, hoping to vanish the contents before it exploded. But as the demolitions expert of Hogwarts, Seamus never disappoints. Professor Snape, who stepped back 2 steps ahead, had already drawn his wand. With the earth-shattering sound, the potion in the cauldron splashed around. The students around were already used to it, and skillfully took out their wands to protect themselves. But Umbridge, who didn't fully understand the Neville-Seamus duo, suffered a disaster. Her exposed skin began to swell rapidly after touching the potion, and after a while her body became strangely shaped, looking even more like a toad if that was even possible. You idiot. You screwed up again, Neville Longbottom, and this time you lost 0 points. Professor Snape ignored the ugly toad beside him, but scolded Neville sharply, and cleaned up the criminal evidence by the way. Ah. Umbridge glanced at herself in the mirror, screamed and ran out of the classroom. Her departure made everyone breathe a sigh of relief, this included Professor Snape. A good potions lesson is always short. Maybe it's because Umbridge was dealt with, but for the first time in forever the students walked out of the potions classroom with a smile on their faces. The time slowly came to 9 o'clock in the evening. All the snakes who took the unbreakable vow came to the common room, this also includes Lucas' 4 girlfriends. Everyone was very curious about the place where Lucas said that they could cast magic safely without being found. At the same time, Harry had just finished his detention and walked out of Umbridge's office with blood on his hands. This made him hate the new professor, and at the same time make up his mind to resist that toad. Chapter 283, Lesson 1 Killing Curse, Dumbledore's Army Established. Master Lord Chief, everyone is here. After counting the number of people, Astoria came to Lucas. Thanks for your hard work. Lucas walked up to the crowd. Nearly 80% of the people in Slytherin House have signed up for the study group, and this gave him great satisfaction. Everyone, starting today, we will have 2 days of practical teaching every week, but before that, I need to make a statement. All the magic I teach is extremely dangerous, and you are absolutely not allowed to use it on people other than the enemy. Yes, Chief. N. Lucas raised his hand to check the time, it was 9 o'clock sharp. There was a grinding sound on the wall behind him. Seeing that there is actually a hidden door in the common room, the others were surprised. Chief, is this? Marcy Flint asked curiously. This is her last year at Hogwarts. As the 7th year's chief, she brought almost all the 7th years to the study group, because she understood that once they graduated they would lose the protection of Hogwarts. In the current situation, if they learn more, they might be able to save their lives at a critical moment. Here is the passage to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. They were all startled, and their eyes became thoughtful. The basilisk and air incident that made a lot of noise 3 years ago, could it be that it was their chief who did it? Lucas knew what they were thinking, but he didn't bother to explain it. When everyone entered the venue where Harry fought the basilisk along the passage, they noticed the humanoid targets that had been placed in the arena. In addition, there were also some boxes next to the targets. However, the boxes were all covered with black cloth, so no one could see what was inside. Chief, what are we learning today? The novelty passed, and everyone gathered together again. Lucas drew his wand and tapped his palm. Those who can participate in this study group, your abilities are beyond doubt, so let's skip the basics directly. Umbridge seems determined not to teach us practical defensive spells, which is not good news for 5th and 7th year students. So our goal this year, in addition to learning the magic spells that need to be used in actual combat against the enemy, is also to learn the magic spells in defense against the dark arts textbooks. Today is the first lesson. We will start with the most practical spell, one of the unforgivable curses, the Killing Curse. Lucas' words caused everyone to exclaim. The students whispered to each other, as if they were a little apprehensive about learning how to kill. My lord, why don't we start with the disarming charm? I remember it was said in the book that the disarming charm is the simplest, most direct and easy to use spell. Many people also wanted to ask the same question. That's a good question. Lucas came to Astoria and continued, because the disarming charm is only suitable for sneak attacks. Use the disarming charm on me. Astoria looked up, saw the encouragement in Lucas' eyes, and slowly raised her wand, Expelliarmus. The red light flew towards Lucas, but it was easily intercepted by the opponent halfway. After the actual demonstration, he looked at the crowd and said, it is undeniable that the disarming spell is the easiest to cast, but will you be able to win if you just knock off the opponent's wand? Please remember that actual combat is not a duel, and your opponent will not admit defeat to you just because his wand is knocked into the air. Lucas looked at Astoria again. Use the disarming charm on me again. Expelliarmus. The little girl seemed to be addicted to it, and cast the spell at Lucas right after he finished speaking. Seeing Lucas' wand flying into the air, everyone followed the wand and looked up. What are you looking at? Lucas' voice caught everyone's attention and saw that he didn't stop attacking because his wand was knocked into the air. Astoria felt a magic hit her stomach, and then a gentle force made her fly backwards. At the same time, Lucas quickly stepped forward to catch his wand, and disarmed Astoria. See. Actual combat is not about standing still and waving your wand stupidly. When you relax because you knocked the enemy's wand away, the opponent is probably already thinking about how to kill you. Returning the wand to Astoria, Lucas walked up to everyone again and said, the killing curse is equally simple to cast, and you all know the effect. Last year, Professor Moody taught us the unforgivable curses and how to resist the Imperious Curse. I believe everyone still remembers those lessons. They all nodded one after another. When they personally experienced the Imperious Curse, only then did they know why the Ministry of Magic declared it an unforgivable curse. Professor Moody once said at the time that the killing curse cannot be resisted. In fact, this statement is not correct. Lucas' words made everyone very puzzled. Casting the killing curse requires a very strong magic power as the foundation. People with insufficient magic power can probably only make people have nosebleeds or spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. In addition, the killing curse is not impossible to dodge, but the speed of human beings is usually not as fast as the magic spell. But I can tell everyone with certainty that the killing curse can be blocked. Avada Kedavra. The green light illuminated the entire room, and the humanoid target at the side was shattered by the killing curse. Seeing this, they all shivered. For wizards with powerful magic, the killing curse also has good damage ability. Take me as an example, ordinary wooden doors and stones can't stop my killing curse at all. For elite aura level wizards, wooden shields, and metal such as dinner plates are equally unable to stop their killing curses. However, how many people have the strength of the elite aura level? Lucas was sure to tell them not many. So the way to resist the killing curse is very simple, have changeable things around you and a good transfiguration spell. Hearing his methods, everyone showed helpless expressions. If transfiguration was so easy to use in battle, each magic school would not have a separate class for it. Lucas chuckled and said, the killing curse kills the one who is hit, and skilled wizards with powerful magic can also exert impressive destructive power. Compared to the disarming charm, the casting action is equally simple, and it also has a strong deterrent effect. No matter how you look at it, casting the killing curse is more suitable than the disarming charm when you're fighting for your life. So for the next period of time, not only do you have to learn the killing curse, you also have to practice speedy transfiguration to make sure that everyone can turn anything into a shield. Today, let's practice the killing curse first. With a wave of Lucas' hand, the boxes covered by the black cloth revealed their true faces. They were all full of live rats in them and there were more than a dozen boxes. The girls backed away one after another, with disgusted expressions on their faces. These rats are the ones you will train on next, one for each of you, come on. Among the people in front of them, except for those in the 6th and 7th year, whose magic power barely reached the standard. Others still had some difficulty trying to kill the rat successfully in one go. Lucas didn't let them stop practicing once they succeeded. He wanted them to practice until they could use it with a wave at a critical moment. They don't have plot armor like Harry to protect them after all. It's not possible to take the world by using one trick like he did with his Expelliarmus. Thinking of Harry defeating Voldemort with the disarming charm, Lucas felt like it made no sense at all, it was insulting. Avada Kedavra. A green light hit the ground next to a rat making it run away. Seeing Astoria's frustrated expression, Lucas smiled and came to her side. Your movements are wrong, that's why you can't cast the spell properly. After saying that, he held Astoria's wrist and taught her how to swing the wand. This made the little girl shy. Of course, his girlfriends did not escape his personal teaching. Lucas looked around watching the serious expressions on everyone's faces and showed a satisfied smile. Everything is always difficult at the beginning, and his study group finally took the first step. Through layers of screening, there will be many outstanding talents among these people. The saints also need fresh blood. More than 2 hours passed and everyone dragged their tired bodies back to the common room. After sending off his girlfriends, Lucas returned to the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. A long time passed before Draco walked in with Pansy and others. Really, seeing them learn spells makes me so envious. Hearing Blaise Zabini complaining, Lucas chuckled and said, it's hard work for you to make a trip at such a late hour. What are you talking about? Isn't it hard for you to teach so many people? Draco said with a smile. Letting the others practice the killing curse first, Lucas took Draco aside. Did Umbridge come to find you? Well, she was really stupid enough to ask me if I'm interested in becoming the chief of Slytherin. Has she forgotten the election system for the position? Seeing the disdain in Draco's eyes, Lucas said with a smile. Honestly, if she asks for any help, try to push it to me, the chief of the house, and I plan to make a deal with her. No problem. Draco didn't ask what the deal was. The two briefly exchanged ideas on what to do next and Lucas suddenly thought of a very important thing. In a few days, you will need to go to Umbridge for a small report. Potter seems to be planning to set up a study group. The name seems to be D.A or something. Dumbledore. Draco asked in surprise. Basically, you tell Umbridge the news, but don't agree to any of her requests. Draco answered in the affirmative and Lucas took him to the practice field. As for where he got the news from, it was naturally revealed by Ginny. There is a Gryffindor girlfriend who is really convenient to inquire about news over there. In a few days, Dumbledore's army was formed. The reason why Harry did this is because Umbridge doesn't teach any useful knowledge. Secondly, it is also because Ron, Seamus, and others were pushing him to do it. Today is the official start of Dumbledore's army classes. Thanks to the help of the twins, Harry managed to find the room of requirement. Fred, George, are you really not joining the D.A? The twins looked at each other and said, sorry, we have too many orders, the skiving snack boxes are very popular, so the rest of our time will be used to complete the orders. Neither had forgotten what Lucas had said before the summer break. He said that this semester he will teach them some useful things and the two have been eagerly waiting for it. Harry knew in his heart that both of them were just making excuses. He thought that the two were looking down on his own strength, so they didn't want to participate and learn from him. This made him feel a bit of resentment in his heart. He felt that as good friends, the two of them should cheer him on. Seeing the twins walk away, Harry sighed, but when he walked into the room of requirements, he saw his classmates staring at him eagerly and he suddenly had a thought, does this count as having a group of followers? Another few days passed. The actions of Umbridge didn't stop. Almost all the professors have been investigated by her and the second round of investigations will begin today. The first one is Professor Trelawney who did not do well in the last round. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake Turtle. Chapter 284, The New Educational Decree Causes Complaints. Hogwarts Tower. If you keep going up along the revolving stairs, you will arrive at the divination classroom. Umbridge came earlier than all the students. Being a toad must have its advantages. Maybe she jumped all the way up the stairs, or that's what some students imagined. Seeing Professor Trelawney, an almost predatory smile immediately formed on her face. Good afternoon, Professor Trelawney. You should know that today is the day I check on your class. Hello, Professor Umbridge, Trelawney said deadpan. After some time getting to know her, none of the staff at Hogwarts likes the pink toad. After Trelawney finished speaking, Dhe walked to the front of the classroom and took a seat. Apparently, she had no intention of entertaining Umbridge. Humph. Umbridge gave her a contemptuous look, before moving a chair and placing it a few inches behind Trelawney. Such a move made Trelawney feel disgust from the bottom of her heart. At this time, there was a burst of laughter outside the classroom. The students came to the classroom full of joy. But they were greeted by a lifeless Trelawney and a smiling Umbridge. The laughter and smiles disappeared in an instant and everyone hurried to their seats and sat down. Today we are going to talk about predictive dreams. Please open the Guide to Interpreting Dreams and work in pairs to help each other interpret their recent dreams. Trelawney's tone was no longer as cryptic as before. But her voice was trembling, indicating that she was worried and frightened. After arranging the content of today's class, Trelawney planned to return to her seat. But seeing Umbridge sitting behind the seat, she hesitated for half a second, then turned and walked towards the students who were interpreting their dreams, thinking that as long as she doesn't go back to her seat, she can avoid the toad problem. This is obviously a bit naive. Umbridge closed the notebook in her hand, and walked quickly behind Trelawney. Last time the answers you gave to some of my questions weren't very clear. How long have you been working here? Please be precise. About 16 years. Seeing that she could not escape the fate of being questioned, Trelawney's expression was very depressed. Umbridge didn't give up on the next question because of the professor's depressed attitude. You're Cassandra Trelawney's great-great-granddaughter, right? Yes. Trelawney tilted her head involuntarily. Her reaction was exactly what Umbridge liked to see. Very well, you are the second person in the Trelawney family who has the seer ability besides Cassandra, right? Trelawney nodded proudly. This ability is a talent that many people dream of. Seeing that Professor Trelawney was stepping into the trap step by step without knowing it, Lucas shook his head helplessly. No wonder she has the lowest grade among all the professors, she's really too careless. He was no longer interested in listening to the conversation between the two professors. Just when Lucas was about to find something to do, he heard the voices of Harry and Ron from the next table. Come up with a dream, what if the old toad comes to ask us later? Harry's tone seemed anxious, and after saying this, he gave Umbridge a wary look. It was me last time, it's time for you this time. Ron's dissatisfied voice sounded. After thinking hard for a long time, Harry said, but I don't have dreams these days, why don't we make one up? Lucas was no longer interested in listening to the following content, but his attention was attracted by Harry's phrase of, I haven't dreamed lately. If he remembers correctly. It would take some time for Voldemort to realize the connection between himself and Harry. It seems that I have to talk to the old bee about this problem. When Lucas sorted out a plan in his mind, Umbridge checks for divination classes were also completed. When he saw Professor Trelawney pretending to make up a prophecy, Lucas knew she was done for. The divination class ended soon. Immediately following the second quarter in the afternoon was Umbridge's defense against the dark arts class. Good afternoon, everyone. Please turn the book to page 19. Today we are going to study the book's second chapter, The Theory of Ordinary Defense and Its Origins. Although they were prepared for this, the students still complained dissatisfied. Waiting until the long, grueling defense against the dark arts class is finally over, everyone left the classroom and fled to the Great Hall for dinner. Draco. What's the matter with you? Seeing Draco Malfoy left alone, the smile on the Toad's face became warm. Professor, I recently learned something, and I think it is necessary to tell you. What's the matter? There was a bit of curiosity in Umbridge's eyes, but more delight. Really, only she is the most reliable. Thinking of this, Umbridge looked at Draco even more intensely. Cough, I heard that Potter recently organized a secret research team to study those dangerous spells. And they named the research group D. which I think you should know. D. Umbridge narrowed her eyes and repeated the two letters in her mouth. Within seconds, Draco saw her eyes light up. Dumbledore. It must be so, it seems we need to do something, Draco, I need your help. This. Draco grimaced. Professor, if there is no order from Lucas, the chief of Slytherin, I will be powerless. Umbridge was taken aback for a moment, she almost forgot that Lucas existed. It's okay, I have other ways. The Tower of Gryffindor tonight was the same as usual. No one noticed that Harry lying on the bed was frowning tightly, as if he was experiencing a nightmare. He only joked during the day that he didn't have dreams recently and the same night he got a nightmare. It seemed that sometimes he shouldn't talk too much. He was in a very strange state right now. He knew he was dreaming, but he couldn't wake up. He could only be forced to follow the perspective in the dream and experience everything. This feeling is very annoying. My friend, I tell you, you seem to have messed up. Forgive me, Master. Harry was immediately drawn to the conversation in the dream. He saw a vague figure kneeling in front of another. Before he could take a closer look at the appearance of the two of them, a sharp and hoarse voice reached his ears. Crucio. A red light dominated Harry's vision and he sat up abruptly from the bed. Seeing the familiar surroundings, listening to Ron's deafening snores, he smiled self-deprecatingly again. I didn't expect that it has been so long, and I still can't forget everything that happened in the cemetery. He took for granted that the nightmare he just had was entirely due to the profound experience in the cemetery a few months ago. Wiping the sweat away, he returned to sleep again. This time he slept very soundly and didn't dream of that strange scene again. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. The students walked to the Great Hall in groups, discussing what delicious food will be served this morning. Suddenly, they saw Filch walking out of the Great Hall carrying a ladder. Bang 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 bang. The hammer smashed down on the steel nail, and then something like a picture frame was hung on it. Education Decree Number 24. Someone among the students gathered outside the Great Hall read the above content aloud. All student organizations, associations, teams or clubs are hereby dissolved. Organizations, associations, teams and clubs are defined as regular gatherings of 3 or more students. Re-establishment can be requested from the High Inquisitor, Professor Umbridge. No student organizations, associations, teams and clubs shall exist without the approval of the High Inquisitor. Any student found forming or participating in any organization, association, team or club without the approval of the High Inquisitor shall be immediately expelled. The above regulations are in compliance with Education Decree Number 24. Once this education order was promulgated, it immediately caused an uproar among the students. Especially the Quidditch teams of the 4 houses. Seeing that the Quidditch tournament was about to start, promulgating this education decree at this time is completely killing this sport. Ron frowned, looking worriedly at his friend. Harry, It doesn't matter, she can't find us, and our people have signed a non-disclosure agreement. No one is willing to bear the price of revealing the secret. When thinking of this, he remembered that the humiliating word sneak will appear on the face of whoever revealed it, so Ron nodded reassuringly. But both of them seemed to have forgotten that there is such a thing as Veritaserum in the world. It would be fine to say that Ron didn't remember it, but Harry just saw its power a few months ago and still didn't think about it at this time. At night. During another study group meeting. After everyone left, Draco and others came again. What? You want to send me to Umbridge to sign it? Draco said in disbelief. Lucas nodded and said, that's right, since the Education Decree Number 24 was created because of you, of course it's up to you to reorganize the Quidditch team. Wasn't it you who made me? Before Draco could finish his sentence, Lucas glared at him and Draco, who couldn't tell the truth, smiled bitterly. Okay. That's right, who made you the captain of the team, and as long as you go, I'm sure Umbridge will agree without hesitation. Draco smiled bitterly. What about the study group? Do you need me to get her to sign it as well? No, she will never sign it when she sees my name on it. Don't worry, I already have a solution. Draco and the others were sent away and Lucas came to the castle alone. He likes to walk alone in the dead of the night, which is good for thinking about his next plans. Just when he was considering whether to go to Dumbledore or not, he suddenly sensed the magical reaction of the twins in front of him. Feeling playful, he immediately approached the two of them using the disillusionment charm. Chapter 285, Two Foxes Conspired to Trap Voldemort. Fred, I don't think it's time for a new product, there's enough skiving snack boxes. The Toad will find out about them soon, George, so we must develop a new product before that happens. On the hall steps, the twins had an argument over their differences as Lucas walked behind the two of them and said in a low voice, I think Fred's point of view is quite correct. The two quickly jumped up from the steps, but seeing that it was Lucas, their pale faces turned rosy again. Boss, are you trying to scare us to death? I thought it was that guy Filch coming. Lucas asked puzzledly, why are you afraid of Filch? They looked at each other and said, because Filch is now the Toad's lackey. He always goes to complain to her, and every time we would be put in detention. What the two said surprised Lucas. It seems that some people forget who gave him this precious job. Keeping this matter in mind, Lucas asked the two of them again. I'm looking for you. I've set up a study group. Are you interested in joining? The two looked at each other and smiled, and replied in unison, of course, we have been waiting for a long time. Early the next morning, looking at Defense Against the Dark Arts on the schedule, the fifth-year students were wailing before they entered the classroom. Hey, did you hear? Professor Trelawney doesn't seem to be doing well. I was there and she kept complaining to everyone that she had been humiliated by Professor Umbridge. On the way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the students chatted about some gossip. Harry frowned, he was worrying about the Quidditch team. Although he is not the captain, he still wants to help because he loves Quidditch. And he knows very well that the reason why Umbridge refused to agree to Angelina's application to re-establish the Gryffindor Quidditch team is most likely related to him. Potter, it's been a long time. Harry raised his head abruptly, and saw the platinum-haired boy standing at the door of the classroom. Since the two parted ways last year, they have not spoken a word. Malfoy, what do you want? Harry's eyes turned cold, and he glanced from left to right. Well, all of Draco's cronies are there, the offspring of the Death Eaters. Draco didn't care about the other person's eyes, he raised the parchment rolled up in his hand and said. The Slytherin Quidditch team has been approved to be reformed, how about yours? You know that the match between our two houses will start soon. So fast? Ron said in surprise. Draco enjoyed the surprised look in his eyes. Yes, Professor Umbridge and my father are good friends, I just asked her to do me a small favor. Draco's original intention was to remind Harry that there was something wrong with Umbridge, but it's a pity that he doesn't seem to understand. Looking at Harry passing by, Draco sighed in his mind. Students, please turn to page 34 of your book and read Chapter 3, Reasons for Non-Offensive Responses to Magical Attacks and remember. The shrill and fake girly voice echoed in the classroom. The students picked up their books and read aloud in pain. In the entire classroom, perhaps only Harry can read the contents of the book with a smile on his face. It's not that he likes to study, and it's not that the old Toad compromised. He just thought of what he had done these days, and he felt very excited. Come to think of it, he and the members of the DA were doing things that Umbridge and the Ministry of Magic would not allow. Isn't that exciting? Every time he thinks of someone who has successfully learned to defend against spells thanks to him, Harry feels extremely happy inside. With continuous in-depth study, members of the DA are now more and more convinced of him. There was also a trace of admiration in the eyes looking at him. Everyone's performance made Harry feel very useful. Harry, who was giggling alone, didn't notice that Umbridge was watching him from the podium. Since knowing that Harry Potter formed an illegal organization without authorization, she has been trying to find ways to punish the boy. But without substantial evidence, she has no chance to deal with him. That damn squib still hasn't found the hiding place of the D.A until now. Umbridge complained in her mind, walked to Harry's side and coughed on purpose. When he realized that the Toad was staring at him, Harry restrained his smile and concentrated on reading the contents of the textbook. But she seemed to be trying to find trouble with him today, and she didn't move until 10 minutes later. At night, the nightmare continued to strike. Harry really wanted to slap himself in the face hard. Since he said during divination class that he didn't dream, he has been having nightmares these days. Since he had become used to it, he just followed the dream and observed the surrounding environment. This time the line of sight was very low, and he clearly felt that his body was soft and cold. Is it some animal? The question didn't bother Harry for long, because soon his attention was drawn to other things. A vast ocean appeared in his sight. And although the surrounding environment was extremely dark, he could still tell that he was standing on the edge of a cliff. And there seems to be a small island in the distance, and there should be a lighthouse on the small island, for there was a ray of light shining from there. What is this place? Harry wanted to go to the island to see it, but this dream's direction is not up to him. However, through the perspective of his dream, he saw many patrolling people on the island. But before he could see clearly, he woke up from the dream again. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he felt the need to talk to Dumbledore. No matter how stupid he is, he can sense that there is something wrong with these nightmares. Meanwhile, inside Dumbledore's office, Lucas and Dumbledore were chatting about Umbridge. Is it really okay to let her go on like this? Why not? Since we know that she is a Death Eater, there is nothing to worry about. Lucas said lightly. And her actions these days have indeed attracted everyone's attention. Didn't you notice that few people talk about us Slytherins recently? Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Umbridge is indeed a good target to attract hate. At this critical moment, he certainly hoped to see the four houses reunite. After talking about this, Lucas talked about the problem with Harry's head. Headmaster, have you thought about using the connection between Harry and Voldemort to do something? I thought about it, but the risk is a bit high. Big risks can often bring big rewards. I think it can be used to our advantage. What are you planning? Dumbledore looked curiously at the blonde boy beside him. It's too early to tell, we have to find out if Voldemort is aware of his connection to Harry. When this matter is confirmed, it won't be too late for us to make arrangements. I think it's better to start with that prophecy. It's time for you to meet Harry. As soon as the voice fell, Lucas' figure disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the voice of Harry came from the bottom of the spiral staircase. Seeing that the stone gargoyle moved away, Harry's expression brightened because it meant that Dumbledore was finally willing to meet him. Seeing Harry in pajamas as he walked into the office excitedly, Dumbledore suddenly understood what Lucas' last words meant. Harry, what's the matter? Professor, I've been having some strange dreams recently. Oh. Dumbledore's eyes flashed brightly. What kind of dream is it? Harry suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Just because of a few dreams, he was really impulsive and came to disturb the elderly headmaster so late. I just dreamed of some strange things, and I think it seems to indicate something. Harry told Dumbledore all about the nightmares of the last few days. Seeing the old man had a serious expression, Harry added a sentence after finishing speaking. Probably because I was too tired during this period, so I have nightmares at night. It doesn't matter if you don't believe it. No, I trust you, Harry. Dumbledore led him to the sofa and sat down. Harry, remember what I said about your special connection with Voldemort? Of course, when Voldemort was going to kill me, my mother protected me, which allowed some of his abilities to be transferred into my body, such as Parseltongue. Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. That's right, those strange dreams you have are actually related to these abilities. It makes you have a magical connection with Voldemort. You can see through your dreams what Voldemort is doing, and that's not going to do you any favors, so I've arranged for Severus to help you with that. Really? Harry lowered his head. He didn't think this ability was dangerous. Instead, he felt special at the moment because he could see the bad things Voldemort was doing. Isn't that special? Not even Dumbledore can do that. Dumbledore, who was old and mature, immediately saw through his little thoughts, but he didn't point it out. Because these problems will be solved by Snape. Want to know why you and Voldemort got so entangled? Harry nodded hastily. Dumbledore was finally about to tell him something secret. Does this mean that he can also participate in the plans of the Order of the Phoenix in the future? Harry's eyes were full of longing. Dumbledore smiled and said, it's all about a prophecy. Under Harry's curious eyes, Dumbledore uttered the prophecy that was made more than 10 years ago. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Yes, Dumbledore didn't tell the full prophecy, he just said a few more words from what Voldemort knows. If Voldemort was finding out what was going on through Harry, then when he hears the last sentence, he will want to know the follow-up content. Is it all? Harry asked curiously. No, but it's getting late now, and you'll know the rest later. Seeing Dumbledore's mysterious appearance, Harry wanted to ask something else, but seeing the old headmaster's face, he had no choice but to leave the office. Meanwhile, in Little Hangleton, Voldemort summoned the Death Eaters overnight. Before the fall of Azkaban, I need you to go to the Ministry of Magic to get the prophecy back. I will send Nagini to get the prophecy ball and you have to protect her. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake. Chapter 286, Harry bites someone. Lucas teams up with the Toad. Having sent away Harry, Dumbledore turned around to see Lucas reappearing on the couch. It appears that Harry is in contact with Voldemort more and more frequently. Headmaster, did you see Mr. Potter's eyes just now? Dumbledore nodded solemnly. Although those snake eyes appeared for just a moment, they still didn't escape my eyes. I think it's better to inform the members of the Order of the Phoenix to take turns guarding the gate of the Department of Mysteries. Whether Voldemort has noticed the connection with Potter will be known soon. Dumbledore agreed with Lucas's proposal very much, so he immediately wrote a letter and handed it to his phoenix, Fawkes. With a flash of fire, Fawkes disappeared from the sycamore wood perch. A friendly reminder, you'd better prepare some portkeys leading to the Pruitt family home. Watching the back of Lucas leaving, Dumbledore frowned, not understanding why he said this suddenly. Time flies, this year's Quidditch Cup is coming as scheduled. A whole year has passed and the students have long wanted to compete and watch it. The first match of the year will be Slytherin versus Gryffindor. It can be said that the meeting of two enemies is full of highlights, but Lucas did not go to watch the game because he was very confident that Slytherin would win. The "Weasley is our king" song did not appear this time because Lucas didn't want the attention of the whole school to be on Slytherin House again. The result was no surprise and the Slytherins were victorious. Although the golden snitch was finally caught by Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley was like a colander. The Slytherin chasers managed to score 18 quaffles before Harry caught the snitch. If Harry hadn't stopped the loss in time to end the game, the score might have continued to expand. At the end of the game, Ron blamed himself for the loss. Just when Harry was thinking about how to comfort his friend, he happened to meet Professors Umbridge and McGonagall. The Toad said in her annoying voice, "Although I didn't agree with Gryffindor House to form a Quidditch team, I didn't expect you to go directly to the headmaster in the end. Forget it, since it has been established, I won't bother with it anymore, but please take a look at the latest education decree." McGonagall took the parchment from Umbridge's hand and saw that it said, "Education Decree number 25. Another one." Professor McGonagall's tone was slightly exasperated, but her eyes continued to look down. "The High Inquisitor will henceforth have supreme authority over all punishments, sanctions and deprivation of rights involving Hogwarts students. And have the right to modify such punishments, sanctions and deprivation of rights made by other faculty members." At the bottom of the parchment was the signature of Minister of Magic Pius Thickness. How could Pius? Umbridge proudly retrieved the parchment. "I am now suspending Harry Potter because I have received information that he has violated the Educational Decree number 24. There is reliable news that he secretly formed a group and is training them in secret. Until this news is verified, he will not be able to participate in the following Quidditch matches. Banned." Harry couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The two professors looked towards the foyer, where Harry and Ronald were standing. Umbridge said proudly, "That's right, it's a suspension." Then she grinned and turned to walk away. Harry knew that she was coming for him, so after being suspended, he devoted more energy to the training of the DA. Umbridge had expected the other side to give in, but unexpectedly, he did the opposite. After chasing and trying to intercept them again and again, she was always unable to catch the members of the D.A, which made her more and more irritable. She asked Draco for help several times, but was also cleverly rejected by the other party. Harry found joy in the battle of wits with Umbridge and fought with great joy every day. Time went by like this for weeks. During this period of time, more and more education decrees were promulgated. Umbridge also became the most annoying professor Hogwarts has ever seen. She couldn't take it anymore after not being able to get hold of Harry Potter for so long, so she took the initiative to meet Lucas. When Draco sent the news back, the corners of Lucas' lips rose slightly. The pink toad finally took the bait. Knock knock knock. In the evening, Lucas knocked on the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts office. Getting the reply from inside, he pushed open the door and walked inside. Umbridge's office was full of pink, with plates with magical images of cats adorning the walls. "Mr. Grindelwald, please sit down. I don't know why Professor Umbridge asked me to come. We seem to have been in peace recently, right? Of course, I had some misunderstandings about Mr. Grindelwald in the past. I called you here today to resolve this misunderstanding." Lucas said with a smile, "I am here for this purpose as well. As a Slytherin, you and I actually understand that only when we cooperate will it be beneficial to both parties, don't we?" Umbridge nodded yes, but didn't think the same in her mind. It is true that if she is only the senior undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, there is no harm in cooperating with Lucas, but unfortunately, she has another identity. The task of her other identity is to worsen the relationship between Lucas and the Ministry of Magic. However, it is not impossible to temporarily use Lucas to deal with Harry Potter. "I heard that Mr. Grindelwald is also planning to form a study group." "That's right. In my spare time, I want to organize students to read texts in the common room to pass the boring time." "I see." Umbridge nodded and said, "If it's just reading, I can't think of any reason to reject you children who love to learn." Lucas smiled and put the application form of the study group in front of her. When he saw Umbridge put her signature on it, Lucas immediately said, "Tomorrow morning, Draco and others will come to you to report. Maybe you can ask them to set up a team to check those students who have poor discipline." "It's a good idea. It seems that we hit it off very well, Mr. Grindelwald." The two hands shook lightly. The two smiling people were calculating each other in their hearts. As the days kept passing, under the instruction of Lucas, Draco and others showed a positive attitude. But every time, they were just a little late to catch Harry's DA. This annoyed Umbridge, but there was nothing she could do about it. On this day, another meeting of the study group came. In the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets, everyone was practicing Sectum Sempra against the wooden humanoid target. The practice of the killing curse came to an end last month. Even if some don't have enough power to use the killing curse at full power, at least they can cast it successfully. For them being able to do this, Lucas was already very satisfied. So the second spell he taught everyone was the Dark Cutting Curse invented by Professor Snape. This spell does not need to be backed by powerful magic, and the casting action is equally simple, while its power is not bad either. If it hits a vital part, it is also a one-hit kill. The time slowly came to 11 o'clock in the night, so Lucas stopped everyone who was practicing. This is the last group activity this semester, and the next activity will be after the Christmas holidays. I hope you all have a pleasant holiday. Waiting until everyone left, Lucas looked over to the Weasley twins who were left behind. How about the alchemy I taught you? The two looked at each other, drew 2 alchemy circles on the ground, and then put a damaged humanoid target into each of them, and after activating them a red light bloomed. The damaged humanoid targets were restored to their original state. Lucas drew out his wand and said to the target, Expelliarmus. The magic spell was completely absorbed when it hit the target. Not long after, the wand in the human target's hand also shot a disarming charm. Elementary alchemy object, not bad. After months of practice, the twins' alchemy studies have finally paid off. Lucas taught alchemy to the 2 of them. It is also because he hoped that the 2 could use alchemy to create more weird and effective alchemy props. He'd always thought that alchemy would suit the Weasley twins. Being complimented by Lucas, the twins looked at each other and smiled. Thanks to the teaching of the boss. When our store opens, we will definitely give you a surprise. Lucas doesn't care about surprises, he only hoped that the 2 of them would become proficient in alchemy as soon as possible. Whether it is for themselves or for the future war, it can help. Harry lying on the bed fell into a magical dream again. Having learned the exact reason why this happened from Dumbledore, he was no longer afraid, and even felt that it was very good for him to probe Voldemort's secrets like this now. This time the angle of view was still very low, and his body was still soft and icy cold. After experiencing it many times, Harry probably guessed what perspective he was in. A snake. He was now a snake. Harry tried to keep his eyes open and found himself in a dark corridor. And at the end of the corridor, there was a person sitting in front of a door and sleeping. That person looked familiar to Harry, but because it was too dim, he didn't recognize who it was. As his vision got closer, Harry found himself next to the man. At this moment, the man was suddenly awakened and the silver blanket slid from him. Harry's eyes widened. No wonder the person looked so familiar, it was actually Ron's father, Arthur Weasley. Before he recovered from his surprise, he found that the snake he had turned into bit Mr. Weasley's arm. No. Harry screamed and sat up on the bed, which awakened Ron, who saw Harry clutching his forehead, so he hurried to his bedside. Chapter 287, Attack Ahead. The last Horcrux appears. Lucas and Dumbledore did not expect that Voldemort would attack in advance, which disrupted their original plans. Just now, Dumbledore was in the office making arrangements for what was to come. Thanks to reliable sources, they knew in advance that Voldemort would send Death Eaters to infiltrate the Ministry of Magic on Christmas night. But when Professor McGonagall took Harry into the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sensed something ominous. Maybe they miscalculated something this time. Harry, what do you want from me? Dumbledore asked softly. But Harry looked panic-stricken, obviously unable to answer the question. Minerva, can you tell me what happened? Albus, Harry, he had a dream. That wasn't a dream. Harry interrupted Professor McGonagall roughly. Seeing Harry reacting like this, Dumbledore hurriedly comforted him. Calm down, Harry, speak slowly, and tell me what happened. Harry took a deep breath and said, I saw something strange in my dream again. Just like I told you last time, this time I know what I became in it. It was a snake, a very big snake. So what did you see this time? Dumbledore guided him to tell what he saw. He knew that Harry must have seen something very important this time. I attacked Mr. Weasley, the feeling was very clear, and I bit through his skin with my fangs. Professor Dumbledore, hurry up and rescue Mr. Weasley. You said that there is a connection between me and Voldemort, so it must be real that Mr. Weasley has been attacked. Calm down, Harry, can you tell me where the Mr. Weasley you saw in the dream is? Harry didn't understand the use of asking such useless information, but he still grumpily described the hallway in his dream. After listening to Harry's description, Dumbledore immediately looked at Professor McGonagall beside him. Please inform Mrs. Weasley and the Weasley children to come. When Professor McGonagall left, he drew his wand and summoned his Patronus. Lucas, who was discussing alchemy with the twins, suddenly looked up to the sky above the secret room. Immediately afterwards, a silver-white phoenix appeared. Dumbledore's voice came from Phoenix Patronus, Lucas, please come to my office immediately. Voldemort attacked ahead of time, Mr. Weasley is injured. Dad, the twins exclaimed. Lucas frowned and said, you two come to the headmaster's office with me. When the three entered the office, Dumbledore was giving orders to the old portrait near the ceiling. Everard, and Dilys Derwent, did you all hear that? A wizard with short black hair and an old witch with curly silver hair opened their eyes at the same time. Certainly. After receiving the reply from the two portraits, Dumbledore immediately ordered, that boy has red hair, go look for him immediately. Also pay attention to whether there are enemies, and send an alarm to your own people. The wizard named Everard nodded, and disappeared from the portrait together with the old witch. Everard and Dilys Derwent are the famous headmasters of Hogwarts, so many places have their portraits. As the owners of the portraits, they can freely shuttle among their own portraits. Please be patient, the two of them will send back news soon. At this moment, the Weasley family had gathered in the office. Mrs. Weasley looked worried, and Ginny immediately threw herself into Lucas's arms when she saw him. "Lucas, Dad will be fine, right? Don't worry, leave it to me." After comforting her, Lucas came to Dumbledore's side. The old man was fiddling with a silver instrument, while Harry stood by and watched curiously. "Headmaster, can you tell me exactly what happened?" Dumbledore didn't look back, but simply told the story. Hearing that everything was Harry snooping from Voldemort, he couldn't help but give him a look. Perhaps sensing Lucas' gaze, Harry's eyes showed a little smugness. At this moment, Dumbledore finally got the instrument ready. They saw him tap the instrument a few times with the tip of his wand and it released a cloud of smoke, then it gradually formed the shape of a snake. It turns out that it is actually separated. As soon as Dumbledore's words fell, the smoke snake split into two, dancing and spinning in midair. Harry didn't understand what Dumbledore was saying, but Lucas knew that Dumbledore identified Nagini's Horcrux through Harry's dream and this instrument. The two looked at each other, and Regia remained silent. "Dumbledore. How about over there?" Dumbledore looked hurriedly at the portrait. Not only him, but everyone in the room looked at Headmaster Everard, who was wiping his sweat. "I saw him, the situation was very bad, the big snake entangled him and dragged him in," I shouted in various portraits, hoping to attract people's attention. "Strangely enough, there doesn't seem to be anyone on duty around." "That's weird, Dumbledore. I have a bad feeling." Everard's words made the hearts of those present sink and Mrs. Weasley's tears started falling instantly. She and Ginny hugged each other, both mother and daughter sobbing quietly. The twins clenched their fists tightly, they didn't want to lose their father. As for Ronald, he was holding his head in his hands at the moment, his face was pale, and his eyes were dull, it looked like he was already on the brink of collapse. At this moment, Headmistress Dilys Derwent also returned to her portrait. "I have notified St. Mungo's and they are ready to receive the wounded. The question now is how to get him out." "Headmaster Dumbledore." Mrs. Weasley's eyes were red, begging her most respected headmaster. "Let me go, even if they have an ambush, I can easily deal with it." The sudden voice woke everyone up. Looking at Lucas, who had his arms folded, Dumbledore nodded. "If it's you, it's totally fine, you go to attract attention first, rescue Arthur, and that person will arrive later." Lucas knew who Dumbledore was talking about. "It's not too late, I'm leaving now." Just when he was about to use a portkey to leave Hogwarts, the voice of Harry suddenly came. "Wait." Seeing the doubts in everyone's eyes, Harry hesitated and said, "I'll go too, maybe I can deal with that big snake." He wanted to say that he was a Parseltongue, which might help him convince Nagini to let Arthur Weasley go. Lucas sneered, and immediately activated the portkey and disappeared in place. This caused Harry's face to turn red. Feeling someone patting his shoulder lightly, he turned quickly and looked back. Dumbledore smiled kindly and said, "Don't worry, everyone has their own mission, and your mission hasn't come yet. What you need to do now is to learn occlumency as soon as possible. I have already told Severus to start teaching you from this Christmas holiday." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he turned to look at the Weasleys. "Don't worry, Lucas will bring Arthur back safely." "Yeah, Mom, Lucas will have no trouble at all rescuing him." As Lucas' girlfriend, no one knows Lucas' true strength better than Ginny. The twins also nodded in agreement. During this period of time, they have been training with the study group, and the two also experienced Lucas' profound knowledge and power. If it was him, he would definitely be able to bring their father back safely. Among the brothers and sisters, perhaps only Ron was full of mistrust towards Lucas. "You take a break here, Minerva, you stay with Molly, I'll ask the elves to prepare some hot food." Dumbledore walked out of the office after speaking. On the 7th floor of Hogwarts, Snape was standing under an oil lamp looking directly at the empty corridor. "Professor Snape, why don't you rest at this late hour?" Snape turned slowly towards the direction of the voice. "Professor Umbridge, wandering around the castle so late is not a good habit. I'm here to check if any students have sneaked out of the dormitory at night." "Then you are probably worrying too much, it is already early morning, and even the naughtiest students know how to go back to sleep." After Snape finished speaking, he turned his head back and continued to stare blankly at the corridor in the distance. "Professor Snape, you haven't answered my question, what are you doing here so late?" Before Snape could answer, Dumbledore's voice came from afar. "I have something to do with Severus, Professor Umbridge, it's getting late, you should hurry back and rest." Looking at the two people going away, Umbridge squinted, intent on following them to hear what they had to say, but worried that she would be discovered by Dumbledore. Lucas, who left the range of Hogwarts, immediately used the Void Rift to rush to the Ministry of Magic. When he came to the Department of Mysteries, he found that the staff of the Ministry of Magic who were on duty tonight had lost their breath of life. "Quick! Don't let him escape, chase after him." There was a loud shout in front of him, Lucas's eyes froze, and he hurried towards the direction of the sound. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon/Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake. Chapter 288, The Department of Mysteries has been captured, and Voldemort is furious. Derek Walls. 23 years old, a new recruit to the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries. The Department of Mysteries is known as the top secret department of the Ministry of Magic. But in fact, not many people want to work here. And the reason is simple, there is no chance of getting ahead. Now that you come to work in the Ministry of Magic, who doesn't want to be promoted to be an official of the Ministry of Magic? There are so many departments in the Ministry of Magic where everyone has a chance to be promoted, except the Department of Mysteries. This is the most important department of the Ministry of Magic, and it is also the most hopeless department. But Derek was very satisfied with his job. He is a half-blood wizard with very poor family conditions, so being able to work in the Ministry of Magic is already very satisfying. How could he dislike any position? Tonight, Derek was on duty in the lobby of the Department of Mysteries as usual. Looking at several colleagues who were playing cards, he hesitated for a long time before whispering, "Gasper, Jamil, the director said that we must be on duty seriously, especially during the recent period. He also said that it was a kind reminder from Dumbledore, we all know that, Derek." Gasper was a middle-aged greasy man, fat, beer belly and bald as his impression to others. But the greasy man looked at Derek impatiently at this moment, who as a newcomer, even if he is reprimanded, he can only swallow his anger. The bell suddenly rang in the hall, reminding everyone that it was patrol time. Derek looked at his colleagues gathered in 2s and 3s, and saw that they were indifferent, so he could only pick up the key and go to patrol alone. Hey, it's really shameful that someone who's 23 years old has magic power comparable to that of a kid who just graduated. Don't say such words, Gasper, playing cards, I don't know when I can leave this ghost place. Dumbledore, I think he must be going crazy, he even arranged for someone to guard this place. It's really unnecessary. Hearing the discussion behind him, Derek walked straight into the planetary room without stopping. The planetary room is a room full of planets, standing in it is like being in the universe. Derek likes it here because he can forget a lot of troubles here. For example, his low magical strength. After about 10 minutes, he walked out of the planetary room and went to the prophecy hall not far away. The inspection of the Hall of Prophecy takes the most time. When he came to the entrance of the prophecy hall, he looked at Director Arthur Weasley who was sleeping by the door, and couldn't bear to wake him up. Order of the Phoenix. Derek whispered, looking at Arthur. He also learned of the existence of the Order of the Phoenix from the chats of his colleagues. He heard it was a non-governmental organization founded by Dumbledore. If only I could join the Order of the Phoenix. Derek said enviously, turned and left from the prophecy hall. He decided to check the other rooms first and let Director Weasley get some extra sleep. In the time room, Derek sat down in a room full of clocks and time turners. Looking at the interview about Lucas on the Daily Prophet, there was a strong longing in his eyes. It is precisely because of the flaw in his own magic power that he worships those who are powerful. If I can meet Mr. Grindelwald one day, I could die without regret, right? He didn't know how long it had been when he finally walked out of the time chamber. As soon as he stepped out of the door, his brows furrowed. It was so quiet, the sounds of his colleagues playing cards and making jokes all disappeared, which gave him a bad feeling. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Didn't you say that this is the top secret department of the Ministry of Magic? The top secret fart is just guarding a bunch of broken prophecy balls. A strange voice came from the hall, so Derek raised his wand and walked carefully to the end of the corridor. Through the half-open door, the situation in the hall was clear at a glance. Gasper and Jamil, who were playing cards just now, were lying on the ground. It can be seen from their frightened and lifeless eyes that the two have been dead for a long time. Derek covered his mouth with his hands, and looked to the rest of the hall. The colleagues on duty were all on the ground at this moment. There are a few who survived by luck, and were being tortured by a group of men in black. Not long after, several green lights illuminated the hall of the Department of Mysteries and the few remaining officers on duty also died. Derek covered his mouth with his hand, watching everything that happened outside in horror. If he kept hiding like this, he might be able to save his life. But when he saw the dark mark drawn by the men in black, he couldn't help but exclaim. Who? Derek didn't dare to stay, so he turned around and ran back. He was going to find Director Arthur Weasley, who might have a way to deal with the situation at hand. But when he came to the Hall of Prophecy, he saw a big snake attacking Director Weasley. In the end, the snake even wrapped its body around the opponent and dragged him into the prophecy hall. I didn't expect that there was another fish that slipped through the net. Fortunately, I found it in time. Derek turned around and saw that the Death Eaters had already caught up. Facing the spell flying at him, his legs trembled and he fell down to the ground. It turned out to be a coward, which is really boring. Kill him quickly, we have to go back and defend the hall to buy more time. Bah. Waste of time. Seeing the leader of the Death Eaters raise his wand, Derek closed his eyes and waited to die. Before dying. Instead, he was no longer afraid, on the contrary he was very relaxed. At least when he's dead, he can lighten the burden on the family a little. The only regret is that he didn't get to meet the two great figures Lucas Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore up close. Immobilis. A strange voice came from afar, and realizing he wasn't dead yet, Derek slowly opened his eyes. The familiar figure in the distance made him mistakenly think that he had hallucinations before his death. Lucas Grindelwald, chairman of the Saints Group, quasi-legendary wizard, champion of the Tri-Wizard tournament. He has too many titles. Even if Derek is older than the other party, it still can't stop his worship of Lucas. When Lucas passed those Death Eaters, he would pat each of them on the shoulder and immediately afterwards, the Death Eater would be torn apart. That's amazing. Derek said in surprise. Lucas chuckled and said, "Can you stand up? I don't know the way to the prophecy hall, please take me to save people." "No, no problem." Looking at the young man who jumped up immediately, Lucas smiled kindly. But he was quite surprised in his heart. The young man in front of him had strong magic power, at least reaching the elite aura level. But for some reason, most of the magic power seemed to be locked. This actually aroused Lucas's interest, but right now it is still more important to save lives. At the same time, Voldemort was looking for the orb through Nagini's eyes. He needs to know the complete prophecy. What is the power that he does not know? What is Dumbledore's secret weapon? If that wasn't cleared up, his fear of Dumbledore would always be there. Voldemort still feared Dumbledore to this day. Even if he learned that Lucas had quasi-legendary strength at a young age, he was only more vigilant. The proud Voldemort firmly believes that only Dumbledore is his only opponent in this world. Damn it. Voldemort suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed in the blood-red pupils. Why can't I find the prophecy ball, Lucius, what do you think? Lucius Malfoy bowed to Voldemort's side. Master, the Department of Mysteries has always been mysterious. Could it be that there is some powerful magic in the Hall of Prophecy? I think it's better if we catch someone from the Department of Mysteries, and maybe we can learn a way to find the prophecy ball from that person. Voldemort's cold eyes softened. As expected of you, cunning Malfoy, then you will lead someone to do this, and bring Nagini back as well. As you order, Master. Lucius Malfoy turned and walked out of the room, and the sound of apparition came from outside after a while. Judging by the continuous sounds, Lucius brought more than a dozen people to support this time. Department of Mysteries, Hall of Prophecy. Due to excessive blood loss, Arthur Weasley's condition was already quite bad. What's more, his neck was still tightly wrapped by a big snake. If this continues, he may stop breathing before long. The hands that were still struggling gradually became weak and Arthur used his last bit of strength to look at the big snake in front of his head. He had already thought of many ways he might die and the most likely thing is to die at the hands of Death Eaters. But he never expected that he would be killed by an animal. Nagini, kill him and prepare to leave. Voldemort's voice reached the snake's mind, making it stop moving and let go of the person it had been clinging to. Looking at Arthur Weasley, who was already half dead, Nagini showed no mercy, stood up, opened her bloody mouth and bit the Weasley patriarch's neck. But in the nick of time, a sword with a cold light flew from a distance and Lucas' figure then appeared beside Arthur Weasley. Chapter 289, The Battle of the Hall of Prophecy. There was disappointment in Lucas' eyes when he saw Nagini dodging the Gryffindor sword. If Nagini, the living Horcrux, can be dealt with here, it would undoubtedly be the best result. Lucas. Mr. Weasley, you'd better not speak, save your energy, the person who can save your life will arrive soon. Molly, are they all right? Lucas chuckled and said, they must be very happy if you can go back. Putting Mr. Weasley in the care of Derek, Lucas reached out and resummoned the Gryffindor sword. As a living Horcrux, spells have little effect on Nagini, because part of the spell would be reflected by her skin. Looking at Nagini who was hissing at him, Lucas clenched his sword and went forward. The keen intuition of animals told Nagini that the sword in the opponent's hand was very dangerous. So during the fight, she tried to avoid the Gryffindor sword as much as possible. In Little Hangleton, Voldemort was very anxious to see Nagini being attacked. Why hasn't Lucius arrived yet? No. Grindelwald, how dare you? An angry Voldemort swept over the prostrate subordinates beside him. Parkinson, take someone with you too. If something happens to Nagini, don't even think about coming back. Pansy's father nodded quickly, and walked out of the room tremblingly. Master, is Lucas Grindelwald at the Ministry of Magic? Will he? Avada Kedavra. The Death Eater who was speaking was executed on the spot. Voldemort looked at everyone with his scarlet eyes. Don't mention Grindelwald's name in front of me from now on, never. Call for Snape. When will the potion be ready? The time I set will end soon. Nagini dodged the sharp sword again. She knew that she was no match for the boy in front of her, so she immediately crawled under the shelf where the prophecy balls were stored. Regardless of Nagini's huge size, her crawling speed wasn't slow at all. It used to be a male Dictus, and her magic power wasn't weak. At this time, more than a dozen streaks of black mist flew in from outside the door. The fog was so fast that it surrounded Lucas and Mr. Weasley behind him in the blink of an eye. Mr. Grindelwald, it's the Death Eaters. Derek reminded him aloud. Seeing that these Death Eaters dared not make a move or show up, Lucas couldn't help laughing, a bunch of rats. The voice just fell and his wand appeared in his hand. Avada Kedavra. The green light flew towards one of the fogs with a howling sound. When it hit the opponent, it split into 3 beams of green light to both sides. In the blink of an eye, 4 black mists turned into 4 dead Death Eaters. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points and 2 galleons. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. 4 beeps sounded continuously. The first even rewarded 2 galleons, which was considered a windfall. Amazing. Derek exclaimed at the side. It's just that his tone was no longer filled with worry, but instead it was filled with envy and longing. The Death Eaters did not dare to fly around again and finally appeared. Finally stopped hiding. Lucas looked around and noticed that there were some unknown faces. Looking at their ferocious appearance, one can also guess what these people did in the past. Voldemort really has less and less taste, he will accept all rotten fish and shrimp. Facing Lucas's ridicule, the Death Eaters around him dared not speak out. Fortunately, Lucius Malfoy appeared at this time. Lucas Grindelwald, how the great master does things is not for you to judge. Hearing what the other party said, Lucas almost laughed. Could it be that Voldemort likes this tune? He also said great master, which he found somewhat funny. Lucas cleared his throat and looked at Malfoy with a half-smile. It seems that this snake is very important to Voldemort, so we can't let it go. After he finished speaking, he stretched out his palm, and a golden light beam instantly hit the iron frame where Nagini was hiding. After less than a second, everything the beam passed through was disintegrated, including 2 Death Eaters. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. TSK, it escaped. Lucas put down his hand in dissatisfaction, and looked at Lucius Malfoy again. Sure enough, Nagini had already hid behind him. Before the people around them recovered from their stupefaction, Lucas walked towards Nagini with the Gryffindor sword in hand. At this time, several black mist flew from the door. As soon as Parkinson's figure appeared, he shouted, Lucius, take Nagini back first, and we will hold him back. None of you can get away. Lucas raised the Gryffindor sword in his hand. At this moment, the sword was covered with black anti-magic power. As the sword was inserted into the ground, the magical elements in the prophecy hall were immediately emptied. The connection between Voldemort and Nagini was naturally severed as well, which made him feel uneasy, and at the same time, his wariness of Lucas deepened a lot. The black magic power that just flickered away made Voldemort very uneasy. You guys, go to the Ministry of Magic immediately and bring Lucius and the others back. The remaining Death Eaters operated one after another and rushed in the direction of the Ministry of Magic. 10 minutes was short, but enough time for Lucas to kill the Death Eaters around him. For the powerless Death Eaters facing Lucas, 10 minutes was too long. 10 minutes later. Lucius Malfoy, who was covered in wounds, left the prophecy hall with his friend Parkinson and the remaining 2 Death Eaters. Lucas let out a long breath. Looking at the 12,800 achievement points on the system interface, he couldn't help feeling the preciousness and value of Death Eaters again. Including the achievement points gained this time, he now has more than 27,000 achievement points. Seeing that Christmas is coming, he finally collected the achievement points for the holiday lottery. Not long after the Death Eaters left, the sound of apparition sounded behind them. Snape emerged from the black mist and walked up to Arthur Weasley without the slightest hesitation. As Mr. Weasley swallowed the potion given, his complexion improved quickly. No problem, just leave the rest to St. Mungo's workers. Snape glanced at the teenager next to him, and immediately disapparated. Lucas didn't ask what the professor was going to do either. He drew out his wand and pointed it at Mr. Weasley, making him float towards the door. Seeing this, Derek quickly followed. Once a St. Mungo's healer picked up the wounded, Derek finally summoned up his courage. Mr. Grindelwald, can I follow you? Looking at the anxious young men in front of him, Lucas showed a gentle smile. Derek thought he disagreed, and hurriedly said, although my magic power is not very strong, I am very diligent and I can endure hardship. You misunderstood, I didn't mean to reject you, anyone can enter our saints group. Lucas raised his wand and gave him a little tap, making a silver light fall into Derek's palm. With this badge, you can go directly to the saints group to report, and someone will receive you when the time comes. Looking at the saint's mark on his palm, Derek's expression became very excited. Lucas didn't expect that the young man that he accepted just out of curiosity would grow into a quasi-legendary wizard in the near future, and even become his right-hand man. Little Hangleton. Voldemort looked at the bruised Lucius with satisfaction. Very good, you protected Nagini, I will definitely reward you well, go down and rest first. It is our honor to serve you, master. Lucius and Parkinson quickly bowed their heads and answered. When the two walked out of the room, Severus Snape walked in from the outside. Master, I have finished brewing your potion. Seeing the bright red potion in the bottle, Voldemort first let Snape drink a little by himself to make sure there is no problem. Only then did he drink the potion in the bottle. The tyrannical magic power moved through his body and Voldemort's festering flesh fell to the ground, and new flesh grew rapidly from the wound. It didn't take long and after it was finished he stood up from his chair. It feels so good to have a perfect body again. Severus, I will record your achievements, and when you complete another task I entrusted to you, I will reward you as well. Thank you, master. Snape replied respectfully with a knee on the ground. At the same time in Dumbledore's office. There was no news for a long time, so the Weasley family was distraught. Seeing this, Dumbledore asked the two previous headmasters, Everard and Dilys Derwent, to come again. Unexpectedly, the two had just left the portrait when Ron said dissatisfied, "It must be Grindelwald who didn't rescue my father. He is an evil dark wizard, so how could he save people with good intentions?" His sudden outburst immediately attracted everyone's attention. Hearing his words, Dumbledore's expression immediately turned serious. Chapter 290, Almost Falling Short. A Stronger Voldemort. "Ronald, what are you talking about?" Mrs. Weasley snapped at her son. This summer, Lucas participated in the activities of the Order of the Phoenix. He can say what he says in the Order of the Phoenix not only because of his great strength, but also because of his terrifying scheming mind. Besides, Lucas has been taking good care of their family. Not only did the twins get good jobs during the summer vacation, but even her third son, Percy, was doing well in the Ministry of Magic and knew that Lucas was behind all of this. "Shut your mouth and sit down. Learn to trust others. If I hear you say bad things about Lucas again, I will immediately take you away from the school." If it was the Ronald from before, he would have probably returned to his seat and played Quail long ago. But this time was different. Thinking that his father might die, he felt a lot of panic and irritability in his heart. "I'm right, you discussed bringing Harry to the old house during the summer vacation. I later heard that Grindelwald instructed Snape to disclose Harry's whereabouts to Voldemort. Later, Harry was indeed attacked. He and Voldemort were in the same group." "What?" Harry was taken aback. Ron had never told himself about it. "Professor Dumbledore, what's going on here?" Before Dumbledore could speak, Ron answered first. "Professor Dumbledore probably doesn't know about it either." Dumbledore didn't have much time to deal with Ronald at the moment. He stood up and came to Harry. The Elder Wand slipped from his sleeve in an instant. Before Harry could dodge, a powerful memory charm hit his head. Dumbledore didn't know if it would help. He just hoped that Voldemort's attention wasn't on Harry's side just now, otherwise Snape's life would be in danger. "Headmaster Dumbledore, this is..." Ron said with a look of surprise. But before he could finish speaking, he received a solid slap on the face. Looking at Ginny with an indifferent face in front of him, he felt a little wronged. "I'm your brother. You should be thankful that you are my brother, otherwise, what hit you just now would have been a killing curse." The two had lived together for more than 10 years, and Ron could tell at a glance whether Ginny was joking or not. Seeing his sister's serious eyes, he wisely stopped talking and turned to look at his mother and brother. But he found that they all looked at him with the same indifference as Ginny. Mrs. Weasley sighed heavily. Dumbledore put the unconscious Harry on the sofa, and turned to look at the aggrieved Ronald. "Mr. Weasley, please don't say these words in front of Harry in the future, although I can't tell you specifically why Lucas did that. But I can assure you that Lucas is absolutely trustworthy. I swear it on my name, Albus Dumbledore." Dumbledore's words were very solemn. Just when he finished speaking, the two headmasters in the portraits returned to their positions at the same time. "Dumbledore, the fight is over, and the boy should have won. I saw the Weasley boy pass under my portrait. He has been sent to St. Mungo's, although he doesn't look that good, his injury should not be life-threatening." Hearing that Arthur Weasley was safe, Mrs. Weasley wept with joy, and the twins smiled again. Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. "Molly, you take the children back to the old Pruitt house first. Anyway, tomorrow is going to be a holiday. Let them go back early, and take Harry along with them." He took out an old teapot and just put his wand on it when he suddenly thought of Lucas' previous reminder. Could it be that the boy has the same ability as his father to see the future? Regardless of exploring Lucas' abilities, Dumbledore looked at the teapot and said, "Portus. Okay, hold the teapot tightly, and it will send you back." In Little Hangleton. Voldemort, who was experiencing the perfect body, was unaware of Harry's condition. Snape didn't know he'd just wandered through the gates of hell. Fortunately, the timing of his delivery of the potion was perfect, and he successfully saved his life. Some months have passed, so Voldemort's magic power was much stronger than when he was just resurrected. At this moment, his physical problem was also solved, so he couldn't wait to try it. Voldemort raised his wand and roared. The originally clear night sky immediately became filled with lightning and thunder, then a dark mark made of black mist appeared in the sky. It didn't take long for all the scattered Death Eaters to come to Little Hangleton. Voldemort retracted his wand and looked at his flawless body with indescribable satisfaction in his eyes. "Lucius. I'm here, Master." Lucius Malfoy, who had just recovered from his injuries, stepped forward to respond. "Lucius, my friend, I need a more powerful wand. As a member from an old family, you should have heard of the legend of the Deathly Hallows, right?" "Master, my family does have some records of Deathly Hallows." "Very well, go and find the Elder Wand. I need it. This is the task I entrust to your Malfoy family." "Can." Seeing Voldemort's scarlet eyes, Lucius immediately lowered his head and said, "As you wish, Master, I will definitely find the Elder Wand for you." Lucius readily agreed, but he was still feeling very bitter, because no one knows what the Elder Wand really looks like. The Deathly Hallows hasn't been seen for so many years that most people dismiss it as a fairy tale. After Voldemort gave his orders, he turned and looked at his subordinates who had rushed over. Everyone, you have also seen that I have regained my perfect body and my magic has become stronger, all thanks to Severus. Of course, I will keep Lucas Grindelwald's assassination in mind. I know many of you are afraid of him, but don't be afraid, for I am back. I will definitely execute that arrogant boy with my own hands, and let him know that the great Voldemort cannot be defeated. Everyone, dawn is Christmas. After Christmas I will lead you to Azkaban to welcome more companions back. The future will belong to us, to all of us wizards, and even more so to us Death Eaters. Voldemort's speech aroused the ambitions of many people and a lot of them showed fanaticism in their eyes. Who is willing to join Voldemort without ambition? Voldemort's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd, and their eyes satisfied him very much. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Maladies. As the only large-scale comprehensive magical hospital in the British wizarding world, it has a very long history and the abilities of its healers is also very good. Mrs. Weasley left her children in the Order's headquarters and came to the streets of London alone. The entrance to St. Mungo's is hidden in a red brick department store. There is also a "closed for renovation" sign on the door. She went to the window and explained to the doll inside. "I'm visiting the patient Arthur Weasley." The mannequin's hand waved lightly, and she immediately walked in through the glass door just like in Station 9 3/4. When she walked through the glass door, she immediately came to a long corridor. The patient's coming and going reminded her about what kind of place it was. "Hello, I am visiting a patient, Arthur Weasley, who has just been brought in." The hall nurse waved her wand, and Arthur Weasley's name appeared instantly. "He's on the first floor, Dangerous Di Llewellyn Ward, Serious Bites." "Thanks." Just as Mrs. Weasley traveled to St. Mungo's to be with her husband, the Weasley children also returned to the old Pruitt house. Lucas has been waiting here for a long time and Ginny threw herself into his arms as soon as she entered the door. "My dear, thank you." "What nonsense, you are tired too, go to bed early, and I will accompany you to see your father tomorrow." Ginny shook her head, and her arms around Lucas tightened again. Knowing that she was really frightened tonight, Lucas let her hold him. The two came to sit on the sofa, and Ginny's head naturally leaned on Lucas' shoulder. The clock was ticking as the two chatted in low tones until Ginny fell asleep against Lucas. "Ding, the Christmas limited time lucky draw is open, and this lucky draw will last until 12 midnight, please spend as much as you want." When the sun was coming out, the sound of the system suddenly rang in his ears. Lucas has long been used to the randomness of the time when the system starts the special lottery draws. He glanced at Ginny who was fast asleep and silently said to the system, "System, start 100 lottery draws." Ding, each limited time lottery draw will consume 200 achievement points, and 100 lottery draws will consume 20,000 achievement points. Are you sure? Yes. As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling light appeared. It's been a long time since Lucas had a 100 draw streak and he didn't know what good things he could get with his luck after so long. Ding, this time-limited platinum lottery draw is over. A total of 46 bronze rewards, 31 silver rewards, 19 gold rewards, and 4 platinum rewards have been obtained. Lucas looked at the rewards and when he saw the platinum rewards, his eyes suddenly lit up. With these, Project Azkaban should go perfectly. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake. Chapter 291, The Long-Lost Lottery Draw Azkaban Counterattack Plan Countdown. Ding, this time-limited platinum lottery draw is over, with a total of 46 bronze rewards. The details are as follows: Gold Galleons *3, a total of 136, Christmas Women's Limited Edition Dress *6, Christmas Tree, Evergreen, *1, Artificial Rain Launcher *1, Rain Bomb *18, White Fresh Essence *2. Lucas thought the bronze lottery was still so useless, but seeing that set of artificial rainfall equipment, he fell into deep thought. This thing seems useless, but if it is used properly, it may also have unexpected effects. Keeping the artificial rainfall equipment, Lucas threw all other useless things into the void. But when he checked the Christmas limited edition women's dresses, he accidentally opened them and took a look. Seeing the bold design of the dress, he coughed and silently put away all 6 dresses. Finishing checking the bronze draws, he turned his attention to the silver lottery again. This time limited platinum lottery draw is over, with a total of 31 silver rewards, as follows: Apparition, Level 4, *4, Illusion Curse, Level 8, *1, Reparo, Level 7, *4, Shield Charm, Level 7, *3, Exploding Curse, Level 6, *4, Smashing Curse, Level 7, *4, Splitting Curse, Level 7, *4, Arresto Momentum, Level 3, *3, Sectum Sempra, Level 3, *3, Fiendfire Curse, Level 6, *1. The silver lottery draw has been quite rewarding. After synthesizing and learning the obtained spells, the Splitting Curse, Smashing Curse, Shield Charm, and Illusion Curse have all reached the full level. At this critical moment, reaching the full level of these practical spells is undoubtedly a good enhancement of his strength. As for other spells, although they are not at full level, they have also been greatly improved. This made Lucas even more looking forward to the gold draw. This time-limited platinum lottery draw is over, and a total of 19 gold rewards have been obtained. The details are as follows: talent points 2/3, finite, level 7, *1, firestorm, level 8, *2, protego maxima, level 5, 1, finite, level 7, 4, memory charm, level 7, *4, protego maxima, level 6, *4. System: use 4 talent points for alchemy, and the remaining 2 points for ancient runes. After spending the talent points, Lucas's alchemy has also reached the full level. And his ancient runes talent has also reached 7, which is not far from the full level. He looked at the high-level spells that were drawn this time. The first is the finite spell. Through reasonable learning and synthesis, it has successfully reached the full level. Then the firestorm and the memory charm have also reached the full level. As for his protego maxima, it has been directly upgraded from level 5 to level 8. He let out a long breath. Every improvement in strength is very important to him now. After some months have passed, he is a little uncertain about Voldemort's current strength. But remembering that when Tom just came out of the cauldron he was already able to match him. At this moment, the strength of his magic power cannot be worse than him. Maybe it has already surpassed Lucas. Forget it, the next step is the main event. This time-limited platinum lottery draw is over, and the host got 4 platinum rewards. The details are as follows: talent breakthrough scroll *1, cartilage and sense, very poisonous, *1, Jigai *1, elf magic void decay, level 1. System: use the talent breakthrough scroll. As the scroll disappeared, his alchemy talent also reached an awakened state and gave him an unexpected talent. He glanced at Ginny, who was still asleep, and quietly took out an ordinary pocket watch. Refine. There is no need to draw the alchemy array, just holding it in his hand was enough to complete the production of an alchemy item. This is the surprise brought to Lucas after the alchemy talent awakened. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and turned his attention to the next item. Cartilage incense, very poisonous, enters the human body through the skin, and 1 drop can immediately melt the bones of wizards below the elite aura level. Lucas gasped. How many elite aura level wizards are there in the wizarding world? No matter which country they are in, elite aura level wizards are rare talents. Looking at the cartilage incense in his hand, he immediately thought of the artificial rainfall equipment he had just picked up. It seems that Merlin really wants to avenge Mr. Weasley. Originally, he hadn't planned to confront Voldemort head-on in Azkaban. But now it seems that their first bout is coming up soon. Think of it as revenge for Mr. Weasley, and make Ginny happy too. However, this matter still needs to be discussed with Dumbledore. Carefully putting away the cartilage incense, Lucas looked at the last 2 rewards. Jigai is from the anime Bleach, and a lot of people should be familiar with it. Thinking of the soul pill that he had drawn before, he already had a detailed plan on how to use these 2 things in his mind. Elf magic, void decay, level 1 with the user as the center of the circle. The ground with a radius of 50 meters is attached to the power of the void. When entering it, no matter whether it is enemy or friend, it will be swallowed by the power of the void, note, except for the user. It's a wide-range attack skill. And the effect of this magic is also very abnormal, not only devouring magic power, but also devouring the vitality and flesh and blood of everyone within the range. However, the shortcomings are also very obvious, regardless of friend or foe. Obviously not suitable for large-scale battles unless he's alone. However, it also has obvious advantages. The magic power, vitality, and even flesh and blood swallowed will be fed back to the caster. Moreover, this magic has a large range, but it does not consume a lot of magic power. Compared with the forbidden spell, this magic will be very practical when fighting alone and surrounded by heavy siege. System: open my character attributes. Name: Lucas Grindelwald. Age: 15 years old. Status: 5th year Hogwarts student. Bloodline: Void Elf, Awakened. Talents: Void Fissure, Void Aura, Void Enhancement, Eye of Foresight, Eye of Medusa, Weakened Version, Combination Skill, Obscurus, Controllable. Mana Strength: 79, Quasi-Legendary. Charms: 11, Awakened. Transfiguration: 10, Awakened. Dark Arts: 12, Awakened. Alchemy: 10, Awakened. Ancient Runes: 7. Divination: 10, Awakened. Potions: 10, Awakened. Elven Magic, Soul Devouring, Level 1, Looting, Level 1, Life Steal, Level 1, Void Escape, Level 1, Void Corruption, Level 1, Void Grasp, Level 1, Void Decay, Level 1. Elf Combat Skills, Ancient Elf Combat Skills, Full Set. Super Magic, Anti-Magic, Spell Text, Crush Magic, Time-Binding Magic. Forbidden Magic, Seraph's Elegy, The Wall of Forbidden Size. Animagus, Black Panther. Battle Pet, Star Dragon, Infant. Different Space, Hufflepuff's Secret Garden, Recognized Owner. Magic Items, Goblin Sword, Magic Mechanism Trap, Bridge, Soul Pill, Jigai. Achievement Points, 7,951. Seeing that his magic power was about to reach 80 points, Lucas felt relieved. According to his estimate, when his magic strength reaches 89 points, it should enter the quasi-legendary peak. That is the current strength of Dumbledore. Although this only represents the strength of magic power and does not fully represent the overall strength. But magic power is the foundation of all magic. If the magic power is strong, even the most common spells can have impressive power. He glanced at his luxurious stats and smiled slightly. Before Professor Snape's spirit purification potion was successfully brewed. As long as he and Dumbledore continued to consume Voldemort's vital strength, driving him into madness would be fine. How to say that sentence? If you want to destroy people, you must first make them crazy. If Voldemort, who was already irritable, went completely insane and blinded by hatred, it would be much easier to deal with him compared to when he's calm. After all, he has been preparing for his resurrection for more than 10 years, and he already has a set of plans after the resurrection. The Death Eaters are very powerful in England. Even if the Order of the Phoenix and the Saints join forces, they can only temporarily evade their influence. Voldemort was irritable because of the Horcrux, so Lucas wanted to make him even more angry, so much that he would completely lose his mind. At the same time, it also makes him more arrogant. If he could defeat Lucas Grindelwald and Albus Dumbledore, would that make Voldemort even more arrogant? There is also dissension. Lucius Malfoy and others are working hard for the final decisive battle at the moment. From last year before Voldemort was revived, Lucas has already sketched the final battle picture in his mind. The preparatory work has been done. The first step is to start with the Azkaban counterattack plan. When Lucas finished sorting out the plan in his mind, it was already daylight outside. Ginny rubbed her eyes, seeing Lucas sitting for the whole night. Her eyes were full of distress. Go wash up, I will accompany you to see your father in St. Mungo's. After sending Ginny and the others to St. Mungo's hospital, Lucas returned to Hogwarts immediately. At the same time, he also asked Medusa to return to Grindelwald Manor with his letter. When Dumbledore heard that Lucas was going to launch a counterattack in Azkaban, his expression became hesitant. Lucas, Severus has given Voldemort the potion to repair his body, and he should have solved his physical problems by now. I know, I'm not going there to deal with him, I'm only going to deal with those dark wizards who are about to escape from Azkaban. Headmaster, you don't want Voldemort's strength to continue to grow, do you? Looking at the cartilage incense on the desk, a gleam flashed in Dumbledore's eyes. Old Pruitt House, headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry, who was enjoying his vacation, was pushed down on the chair by Snape, who rushed over. Seeing this, Sirius asked loudly, Snavelis, what do you want to do to Harry? Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to teach Mr. Potter a clemency. He has to learn it this term. Time is running out, so we'll have to start now. The Savior suddenly remembered that Dumbledore seemed to have said such a thing. But, what exactly is a clemency? Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake. Chapter 292, Voldemort, there is an insider, stop the transaction. Harry's situation is not a secret. During the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore even explained it to everyone in detail. Although he certainly wouldn't say that Harry was a Horcrux. That's why everyone keeps being so secretive around Harry. Sirius is impulsive, but he was clear that the only thing that could help Harry now was a clemency. Harry, listen. Sirius grabbed his godson's shoulders with both hands. I know you hate Snavelis, and I do as well, but he's a really good clemens. Me, and Remus, none of us want anything to happen to you, so study hard, okay? Of course, if Snavelis bullies you, you must tell me right away. Harry first nodded in agreement, then looked at the two suspiciously. What exactly is a clemency? A clemency, which is mainly used to prevent the mind from being invaded, is a remote branch of magic. Unfortunately, Snape's answer made him even more puzzled. He didn't understand why he had to learn it. It's not like he was close to Voldemort for him to read his mind. Snape said indifferently, from today onwards, you will go to me for private counseling once a week. Remember that you can't tell anyone about this, especially Dolores Umbridge. Just when Harry was about to nod, Sirius next to him suddenly asked, why didn't Dumbledore teach it himself? Perhaps the headmaster thinks that he has the right to entrust this unpleasant job to others. Snape's words were full of resentment. It's no wonder really, since there's no way he could be happy about having to spend so much time with a boy who has a face that resembles James Potter. Let's gossip less, we are ready to start. Snape grabbed Harry by the collar and dragged him to a room on the second floor. Snavelis, just wait a moment, if I find out that you are trying to punish Harry under the disguise of teaching a clemency, I will definitely not let you go. Although Dumbledore insists that you have switched sides, I still have doubts about you. Ah. Snape returned a mocking smile. Then why don't you just go and talk to him? Snape suddenly realized, probably because he wouldn't trust a poor mutt who has been squatting at other people's houses for so long. The irascible Sirius immediately drew his wand. Snape, who had been prepared for a long time, certainly would not sit still. One of the two was angry, and the other wanted revenge. Just when the atmosphere became tense, Lupin and others walked in from the outside. What are you doing? Snape snorted coldly and left, dragging Harry to a room on the second floor. Sit down, let's get started. Looking at the gloomy face of the old bat, Harry asked cautiously, Sir, why should I learn this? Snape didn't answer right away, but stared closely at him. Having encountered so many things, you should be aware of your anomalies, right? You must know that the Dark Lord is extremely good at using legilimency. What is legilimency? Snape was very angry, he hated being interrupted. Be quiet and listen to me. Legilimency is a magic that probes into other people's minds. It can help you get access to other people's emotions and memories. The Dark Lord is very good at this magic, so he can always see if someone is lying, and only occlumency can resist legilimency. Harry was visibly taken aback by those words. So what we're doing now will be seen by Voldemort, right? Don't say that name, Snape said rather annoyed. But Lucas and Dumbledore both call him that. The two of them have superb skills, they don't care about the consequences of pronouncing this name, but we. Snape didn't finish, but he believed that the stupid Potter boy should have figured out what he meant. Now let me answer your question, any magic will be affected by time and space, so he may not be able to see us now. When you return to Hogwarts, there is an ancient magic protection there, and it is even more impossible for him to spy on people there. However, these are useless to you, you should have noticed that there is a special connection between you and the Dark Lord. When you loosen the grip on your mind, like when you're asleep or unconscious, it's easy to connect to the Dark Lord. Isn't that great? Harry asked puzzled, so we can always know what he's doing. Snape had never seen such a stupid person. The soft voice became a little angry. Idiot, this means that the Dark Lord can also know everything that happened here through your mind. Harry's face paled. After hearing the professor's explanation, he understood why everything had to be hidden from him. Then, has the Dark Lord noticed? Yes, maybe you didn't notice it before, but you dreamed that you became a snake. At that time, the Dark Lord was possessing that snake. He has already noticed it, so you must learn occlumency. Listening to the cause and effect, Harry no longer resisted learning occlumency. He also knew that if he couldn't learn it, he would never be able to participate in Dumbledore's plans. In this way, the two people who hated each other started the process of teaching and learning occlumency. After discussing the deployment of Azkaban with Dumbledore, Lucas returned to Grindelwald Manor without stopping. Dumbledore had also left Hogwarts and headed to the Ministry of Magic to meet the new Minister Pius Thickness. In Grindelwald Manor, there is a secret room hidden in Lucas's study, and no one else knew about it here except for Vinda and Abernathy. But today, another person was allowed in the hidden room. Welcome, Uncle Lucius. Malfoy did not answer, but first checked the environment of the secret room. Seeing the wards carved in ancient runes on the wall, he relaxed. I don't have much time, let's make a long story short. You know who plans to attack Azkaban tomorrow night? The Dementors in the Ministry of Magic have completely devoted their allegiance to him. The riot of the Dementors is the signal for his attack. So fast. Lucas raised his eyebrows. Malfoy nodded. In addition, I have contacted several families recently, most of them were forced to join the Death Eaters because of the powerful strength of the Dark Lord. After several months of research and testing, people from these families have now taken an unbreakable vow and agreed to join us. Receiving the list from the Malfoy Patriarch, Lucas saw a lot of familiar surnames on it. Thank you, Uncle Lucius. This life has been hard work from the heart. During this period of time, Malfoy was walking on the tip of the knife every day. Either to pass information to Lucas, or to contact those families who are willing to rebel. He is like walking on the edge of a cliff, if he is not careful, he will fall into the abyss, and he will be smashed to paste. Malfoy leaned on the snake-headed cane with both hands, and said elegantly, everything is just for the Malfoy family. He looked at the blonde boy sitting across from him, both admiringly and a little worried in his heart. He worried that the boy in front of him would become the second Dark Lord. But at this moment, the arrow has already left the string, and there is no turning back for him and his family. If they can make it, they can only hope Lucas can still be the same as he is now. As for failure, then there would be no more Malfoys in the world, so naturally there was no need to think so much. You asked me to pay attention to the Dark Lord. I found that this time he returned, he was much more cautious than before, and many things were no longer revealed to us like before. It's natural, he is a person who has already failed once. Lucas was not surprised by this. Is he still so moody? He seems to have more restraint than before, but when he is very angry, he would still kill or punish the Death Eater who made a mistake without hesitation. It seems that once is not enough. What once is not enough? Malfoy asked suspiciously. Lucas said with a smile, it's nothing, I'm just thinking about the future plan, and I'll let you know when I think about it. It is Lucas' habit to take one step and see 3 steps in front. Hearing the news from Malfoy, he was already thinking about his next plans. Is it really okay this time? Seeing Mr. Malfoy's worried expression, Lucas said with certainty, absolutely no problem. The Order of the Phoenix and the Saints will dispatch some elite Aura-level wizards this time, and you must also inform our Death Eaters that unless they are at the same level, they must not go. Even if they go, if they notice some problems, they must evacuate immediately, understand? I don't want to see my own people suffer. Malfoy nodded half understanding. The two discussed Azkaban's plan in more detail. If Voldemort were here, he would probably shout, "There is an insider, terminate the transaction." Lucius Malfoy really told all that he knew about Voldemort. He was just missing the color of Voldemort's underwear. Noticing that a long time had passed, he took out a portkey and left the secret room. Vinda, inform the selected members to gather at the manor tomorrow evening. Getting a reply from Vinda, Lucas returned to the Hogwarts headmaster's office through the fireplace. He needs to bring the news to Dumbledore and at the same time discuss the next plan with the old man. Coincidentally, Dumbledore had also just returned from the Ministry of Magic. When he heard that Lucas had already prepared his next plan for Voldemort, he glanced at the blonde boy in front of him in surprise. "I think we see the same thing, and I just had an idea." Hearing what Dumbledore said, Lucas was immediately interested. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon /Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake Eagle Snake. Chapter 293, Help Voldemort Plan His Future Life, Dementors Riot. Hogwarts Headmaster's Office. The old and the young foxes were sitting opposite each other. "Headmaster, with your current strength, how sure are you about dealing with Voldemort?" Dumbledore took a jelly bean from the candy box. "It's hard to say. If it's just about beating Tom, I should be able to do it. But if you want to kill him, it's very difficult." He shook his head and continued, "Leaving aside the existence of Horcruxes, as quasi-legendary wizards, each of us has our own unique means of saving our lives." "That's the problem," Lucas said, putting down his teacup. "Although I haven't had much contact with Voldemort, it can be seen from the information collected that he is a very prideful person. Even if his number of Death Eaters is several times that of ours, he will still choose to face you and me alone. Only by defeating you and me head-on can he prove his strength to the magic world and continue to rule the Death Eaters with great strength. In that case, why don't we follow his wish?" Dumbledore popped the candy into his mouth, a shrewd grin appearing on his face. "Let me guess, your next plan should be to give up the Ministry of Magic to Tom, right?" Seeing Lucas nod, Dumbledore continued. "You want to make Tom fall into blind self-confidence by giving up the Ministry of Magic, but it's not easy to do that. So on this trip to Azkaban, I need to suffer a bit to let Voldemort understand that my magic power is no longer comparable to his." As soon as Lucas finished adding, Dumbledore continued. "But we also need to give Tom the opportunity to beat us apart, to trick Tom into playing tricks on us. I will be defeated first." Lucas chuckled. Dumbledore added, "And then me. In this way, he can safely launch an all-out attack to deal with whom he considers his enemy, Harry Potter." The two kept talking back and forth, and roughly finalized the complete plan. Plans such as showing weakness to the enemy, inducing discord, pretending to fail, etc. appeared one by one. The atmosphere in the office became a little weird. The previous headmasters in the surrounding portraits stared at the two on the sofa with weird eyes. They suddenly felt that Voldemort seemed less scary than the two before them. The two chatted happily, and Dumbledore said playfully at this moment, "Guess what else did I talk to Pius about the Dementors when I went to the Ministry of Magic this time? Let him turn against Voldemort at a critical moment." Seeing the smile on Dumbledore's face, Lucas knew he was right. Coincidentally, they thought of another piece. Lucas felt that having a puppet minister rather than one being controlled by Voldemort would be better. So might as well have Pius go undercover again. The poor Harry still doesn't know that he has been labeled as a bait. At this moment, he was repeatedly immersed in painful, terrible memories. When legilimency is being cast, the memory of the person at the receiving end will flash in the mind like a movie. Not only can the caster see it, the target can also see it himself. Another legilimency attack ended, and Snape's voice rang in his ears. "Focus, concentrate, get rid of distracting thoughts, yelling is useless, use your mind to resist. Besides, whose dog is that?" Harry actually heard a hint of schadenfreude in Snape's words. Thinking of being chased up a tree by Aunt Marge's dog when he was 9 years old, he felt a bit ashamed. It was even more humiliating that it was Snape who had seen it. "Abandon all emotions, you must use a clemency faster, come again." Just when the two were about to continue, there was a sudden noise downstairs. Dumbledore informed us that we will go to Hogwarts for a meeting tomorrow, and it seems that there are some very important things to discuss. Why doesn't he come here? This is the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix. Maybe it's because Dumbledore has something to do with him. The sound downstairs was getting smaller and smaller, gradually becoming inaudible. "Concentrate." Seeing Snape's warning eyes, Harry quickly restrained himself. In the blink of an eye, it was the evening of the next day. "It's cloudy tonight." Voldemort looked at the moon peeking out of the clouds, and said intoxicatedly, "Tonight, just tonight, I will announce my return to the entire Ministry of Magic. Everyone, go to Azkaban with me, let's go free my most loyal subordinates." Many Death Eaters headed by Malfoy stood quietly behind Voldemort at this moment. The Death Eaters changed into exclusive costumes to represent their identities. Although the shape is ugly, it is indeed recognizable at a glance. Lucius. Lucius hurried forward, "Master, I'm listening to your orders. How are our friends at the Ministry doing?" "According to your instructions, they will attack on time, and when the Ministry of Magic is in chaos, they will come to join us. You did a good job. Voldemort nodded in satisfaction. Everyone, let's pick up our companions and take them home. As soon as the words fell, Voldemort turned into a cloud of black mist and flew into the sky. The Death Eaters followed closely behind. Their goal was the same, and they all went to the Azkaban wizard prison in the North Sea. London, Ministry of Magic. On the 10th floor underground, the first courtroom is usually used to judge the most heinous criminals. Like the Death Eaters or murderers. This courtroom has a slightly different ceiling than the others. The ceiling of the first courtroom seems to be covered with a transparent membrane filled with a black liquid. Most people are off work at this time. The heavy door of the trial hall was heavily closed as the trial entrusted by the delegates had long ended. On the 10th underground floor, which was empty, suddenly there was a strange noise. In the first courtroom, the film on the ceiling continued to expand as the black liquid inside was constantly hitting the membrane. Suddenly, the film burst like a ball and the black liquid was falling from the ceiling. It turned out that it wasn't any liquid at all, but a lot of Dementors. Due to the tight space above the ceiling, when they were crowded together, they looked like a black liquid. The items in the first trial room were quickly covered with a layer of frost. These Dementors did not linger, but flew out of the first courtroom and headed towards the gates. Boom. 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 The sound of heavy impacts continued to be heard from the courtroom. A passerby on duty looked puzzled. Hey, did you hear anything? The duty officer walking across nodded. He came to investigate because he heard the sound. What happened again? What happened to the Department of Mysteries 2 days ago? Although he didn't finish speaking, his colleague already understood what he wanted to express. You think it might be Death Eaters again? Just as he was about to nod, the officers on duty patrolling in other areas also rushed over. What happened? Boom. Before he could answer, a deafening bang came from the courtroom. They hurriedly covered their ears as they looked towards the trial hall and saw a group of Dementors squeezing out from the not-so-spacious gate. Quick! Run, the Dementors are out of control. Several people fled for their lives in a hurry. But the speed of 2 legs, how could it be as fast as the Dementors flying in the sky? Soon, several people tasted the Dementors' kiss and several officers on duty were killed. The Dementors flew up the elevator. Many departments of the Ministry of Magic are as busy at night as they are during the day. For the Dementors, these wizards gathered together were akin to a sumptuous dinner. Screams and curses gradually sounded from all the floors. There were also the occasional sounds of operating or Patronus charms being cast. On the second basement floor, Auror Command Center. An Auror pushed open the office door in panic. Director, the Dementors are rioting, and people are having their souls sucked everywhere in the ministry right now. Pine Caro opened his eyes, and the coldness flickered away. Notify all the Aurors to come back for support, and then start to clean up the Dementors. The Auror who had come to report turned away. Pine's line of sight looked down at his feet, as if he could see the situation below through the ground. A smile gradually appeared on his face. Pius and his time in control of the Ministry of Magic, although on the surface everything is business as usual. But they knew who was close to Dumbledore and who was leaning toward Voldemort. In addition to constantly arranging members of the Saints into the Ministry of Magic, they were also looking for every opportunity to eradicate these people, and it just happens that tonight is a great opportunity. Most of those diehards who lacked ability and did not lean towards the Saints were assigned to be on duty at the Ministry of Magic. After tonight, how many of them can survive depends entirely on their good fortune. At the same time along the coast of the North Sea, the sound of apparition resounded and a figure in a black robe appeared beside Voldemort. Master, the turmoil in the Ministry of Magic has begun, except for the Aurors who are currently stationed in Azkaban, everyone has returned to the Ministry of Magic. The people of the Order of the Phoenix have all entered Hogwarts as you said, and there is news from Umbridge that they have showed no sign of leaving. Voldemort came to the edge of the cliff, looked at Azkaban that was not far away and let out a smug laugh. Chapter 294, Voldemort liberates his servants. England, North Sea. The originally thin cloud layer started to become thick. The wet sea breeze with a little fishy smell constantly was blowing towards the cliff. Boom. The thunder that flashed across the sky aroused the curiosity of the Death Eaters. This month, it should be snowing. Winter thunder, many people think this is not a good omen. Voldemort looked up to the sky and his scarlet eyes showed satisfaction. The world may have long forgotten the horror of the Dark Lord, but tonight, let us tell the world that Lord Voldemort has returned. Voldemort's voice changed from hoarse and low to gradually sharp. The originally lifeless Death Eaters also reacted. The Dark Lord. With the first cry, the Death Eaters on the edge of the cliff gradually became fanatical. Voldemort was very pleased with this and opened his arms to everyone. Tonight, let's declare war on magic. Tonight, let's shock the world. Tonight, let us capture the castle in front of us with thunder, and let the magic world know that we are back. Tonight, we want to remind them of the terror that once reigned under the Dark Lord. Voldemort's voice grew louder. The cheers of the Death Eaters grew louder too. Snow began to fall after the thunder. Such weird weather is even more disturbing, but Voldemort was very satisfied. He waved his hand and the Death Eaters gradually fell silent. 14 years and 2 months, this is the time I disappeared. During this period, many former companions left us, some were arrested, and some chose to betray us. But I'm glad that so many people are still willing to come back after 14 years. Tonight, you will fight for the Dark Lord again. The humiliation you have suffered in the past 10 years will be recovered from tonight. You are no longer at the mercy of others, and we will be restored to glory. Today, from now on, let us tell everyone that magic is power. Voldemort raised his wand, and a blinding bolt of lightning shot into the sky, causing the snow that was originally fluttering to stop forcefully. The sound of thunder in the clouds was endless. Not far from the North Shore, Alastair Moody looked at the sky in surprise. Just now I was worrying about how to turn snow into rain, but now I don't need to worry about it. His blue magical eye was fixed on the cliff where Voldemort stood. Beside him, Sirius and others followed. They are the elite Auror-level wizards in the Order of the Phoenix. On the other side, the Aurors stationed in Azkaban were also attracted by the spectacle of lightning and thunder. The captain leading this garrison team was an experienced old Auror. When he saw the faint light on the other side, he suddenly felt a bad premonition. Everyone, stay alert. The trained Aurors immediately drew their wands. Just at this time, a dense fog suddenly appeared and quickly shocked the entire Azkaban island. Whoosh! Just when the Aurors were on guard, the sound of something rushing through the air suddenly passed beside them. The old Auror who led the team immediately looked behind him. Son, go to Hogwarts immediately, and inform Dumbledore about the situation here. Remember, you must go to Hogwarts, don't go to the Ministry of Magic. I see, father, replied the young man. Just when he was about to use apparition, the sound of something rushing through the air beside him suddenly disappeared. Avada Kedavra. A green light flew out of the thick fog and precisely hit him. Seeing his son die, the old Auror didn't have time to be sad, he quickly turned around and reminded the rest, be careful. He had just finished speaking when a few green rays of light appeared again in the dense fog. Being attacked in such an environment, even experienced Aurors had a great chance of dying. What's more, the Death Eaters always used the killing curse. After 14 years of peace, the Aurors have long lost their privileges. In particular, since Barty Crouch was transferred from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the stipulation he had made that Aurors could fight back with the unforgivable curses was also voided. So now Aurors, facing the killing curse flying around, can only resist using normal magic. A few returned fire. For Death Eaters, since the Aurors can't cast the killing curse, the threat to their lives is greatly reduced. The battle soon drew to a close. A team of Aurors responsible for guarding Azkaban ended up being down to only 2 people. The old Auror dropped to his knees, but he was forced to raise his head by the person behind him. A thick fog billowed in front of him. Dressed in a black robe and with bare feet, the snake-faced Dark Lord walked out of the fog. Voldemort. The old Auror's eyes were full of fear. Oh, Henry Berg. Voldemort came before old Auror Henry. I didn't expect that we would meet again one day. You have really aged a lot. I still remember the way you followed Barty Crouch and resisted me back then. You're becoming more and more of a monster, Voldemort, where's your nose? Crucio. A bone-scratching pain spread all over Henry's body. In the past, Voldemort would call his appearance a proof of noble blood. But since he was mocked by Lucas in the cemetery, he now hated people talking about his nose. And Henry unfortunately touched this taboo. Kill them. After torturing Henry, Voldemort let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring the flashing green light around him, he went straight to the bottom of Azkaban. Azkaban was originally a castle. It's just that the shape of this castle is a bit unique. Standing in the sky and looking down, Azkaban is a triangle. Voldemort looked towards the corner of the top of Azkaban and powerful magic power poured into the wand in his hand. Dazzling light instantly flew out from the tip of the wand. The powerful spell completely shattered a corner of Azkaban and the surrounding Death Eaters cheered loudly. They were applauding Voldemort's strength, but if Lucas was here, he would definitely show a disdainful expression. Because Voldemort wasn't using any powerful spells. It was just an ordinary demolition curse, similar to a bombarda but more focused on bringing down buildings. But only with the powerful magic power of the quasi-legendary wizard, can a corner of Azkaban be shattered. If it was an ordinary wizard, it would already be considered good to blow up a big hole. Voldemort withdrew his wand and closed his eyes slightly, waiting for his most loyal subordinates to return. The surrounding Death Eaters also gradually became quieter. A few more minutes passed until a crazy laugh came from Azkaban. Bellatrix staggered out from inside looking thin and haggard, a good portion of the beauty she used to be famous for was now gone. When she saw Voldemort, admiration welled up in her eyes. Master, thank you for coming to save me, Master. Bellatrix lay prone and approached Voldemort step by step. And when she kissed the corner of the other party's robe, there was a hint of intoxication on her face. Behind Bellatrix, followed her husband Rodolphus Lestrange. He didn't mind at all about his wife's appearance and there was even a hint of admiration in the way he looked at Voldemort. Immediately behind the two was Barty Crouch Jr. He was almost killed by the Dementor brought by Fudge, but Lucas passed by and saved his life. These three could be regarded as die-hard fans of Voldemort. Certainly, the three of them were not the only ones imprisoned in Azkaban. In addition to a large number of Death Eaters, there were also some common criminals. Seeing the Dark Lord standing in front of them, these people choose to surrender without the slightest hesitation. Rather than go out and be captured by the Ministry of Magic, it's better to follow the Dark Lord, at least they won't have to worry about it after they leave here. Welcome back, my friends. Voldemort said with a smile. There was joy in his tone, and any megalomaniac who suddenly got hundreds of subordinates would laugh from ear to ear. You would rather stay in this dark cell than surrender to the Ministry of Magic and choose to renounce me. I feel your loyalty. After we go back, I will definitely reward you generously, and you will be my most loyal and trusted subordinates. Seeing the expressions of his die-hard fans getting more and more excited, Voldemort was about to continue speaking. Unexpectedly, he didn't have time to speak yet when there was a loud bang in the sky that interrupted him. Followed by the second, third. Voldemort had never heard this particular sound, but he could feel the changes in the clouds. A strong sense of oppression fell from the sky, and except for Voldemort, all the Death Eaters frowned. Those dark wizards who just came out of Azkaban were even worse, and many of them were half kneeling on the ground. Humph. Voldemort narrowed his scarlet eyes and raised his wand to the sky. The green light flew to the clouds, but before it got close, it was intercepted by another spell that fell from the sky. When the spell was over, Lucas fell from the sky and landed right in the middle of a crowd of Death Eaters. Elf magic, void decay. With his palms slapping the ground, the power of the void quickly covered the ground within a radius of 50 meters. Support with power stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon/Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake. Chapter 295, It's Raining. It's raining a lot. People are melting. The Dementors that ravaged the Ministry of Magic finally had a good meal today. According to the agreement, they need to go to Azkaban to join Voldemort. But just when they were about to leave the Ministry of Magic, suddenly, a large number of wizards appeared around. Expecto Patronum. *N. Silvery white light appeared on every floor of the Ministry of Magic. A large number of Dementors were cornered and captured by the wizards who were responsible for them. In the end, only a small number of Dementors broke through the siege of wizards and escaped from the Ministry of Magic smoothly. However, the very small number of Dementors is no longer a threat on a large scale. Looking everywhere at the corpses of wizards whose souls have been sucked by Dementors, Pine Caro said indifferently, collect the corpses and notify their families to claim them. Meanwhile, the Daily Prophet was also getting busy, and the content of the speech about the Dementor riots and Minister Thickness righteous words were being printed. Everything was prepared in advance. Voldemort's actions this time helped Lucas a lot in controlling the Ministry of Magic. North Sea, Azkaban. The Death Eaters who were in the middle of Lucas' range began withering and were howling in agony. Even Voldemort frowned slightly. He could feel a magical force eating away at his magic power and body. It's just that he is powerful, so this cannibalization process was very slow on him. But for those malnourished Death Eaters who just left Azkaban, void decay is their doom. Lucas's eyes were slightly closed, and a steady stream of vitality and magic power poured into his body, which even made him feel a little addicted. Just such a short time. The weakest group of Death Eaters have been swallowed by the void decay. If Lucas is given a few more minutes, he is confident that he will swallow the rest. But it's too bad that Voldemort doesn't agree. Seeing his die-hard fans being tortured, Voldemort swung his wand in Lucas' direction. Large tracts of soil were lifted and Lucas was forced to stop casting void decay and concentrate on dealing with Voldemort's attack in front of him. Lucas Grindelwald, you are looking for your own death. Tommy, I haven't seen you for a few months. You seem to have become more arrogant. Why do you think that I am here to die? What if you are the one who's going to die? When Lucas said this sentence, the contempt in Voldemort's eyes was evident. If you think about it carefully, you can understand that Voldemort still has the living Horcrux Nagini at this moment. This is the foundation of his fearlessness. Of course, it is also the fact that he greatly recovered his power as well. Boom. Boom. There was another explosion in the sky. Lucas looked up slightly while Voldemort did the same. Lucas was watching the accumulation of water in the clouds. As for what Voldemort was looking at, it was unknown. Grindelwald, what are you doing? No matter what you do, it will be in vain, but you dared to come here alone, this time you definitely will not return. Voldemort didn't just talk and he sent an attack in the middle of the sentence. Lucas was forced to fight back, and the spells of the two were connected again. Only this time it's a little different. Lucas kept waving his wand sideways. On the premise of ensuring that the connected spells of the two will not be broken, he began to use his combination skill to keep throwing spells around. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing one enemy, Death Eater, rewards, 400 achievement points, 20 galleons. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, murderer, reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, thief, reward, 100 achievement points. Lucas was surprised by the beep coming from his ear. Before, he had been hiding in the void and only showed up after these people had joined the Death Eaters. Why doesn't the system count them as such? He turned to look at the dead Death Eaters in incomprehension. When he saw their bare left arms, he finally understood why. Anyone who is identified as a Death Eater has a dark mark on his left arm, otherwise they don't count. After figuring out the reason, Lucas's first reaction was, if I had known, I would have waited until they had tattoos before killing them. At this time, the plan had already begun, and it was impossible for him to retreat halfway through the fight. He could only helplessly comfort himself in his heart, ants are also meat. Just when Lucas was distracted, Voldemort let out a sinister laugh with a wide grin. Grindelwald, you are nothing more than that. After he finished speaking, the power of his spell suddenly increased and the originally evenly matched situation was immediately broken. Lucas was pushed by the opponent's powerful magic and slid back several meters. Although Lucas was planning to lose intentionally, he was still surprised by the strength of Voldemort's magic power. After not seeing him for just a few months, he didn't expect the opponent's magic power to recover so quickly. If things go on like this, in another half a year, Voldemort should be able to recover to the peak of quasi-legendary. When they saw Lucas being pushed back, the surrounding Death Eaters erupted into cheers like a tsunami. Especially Barty Crouch Jr., who suffered because of Lucas several times. He yelled at Lucas excitedly, venting the anger in his heart. Protego Diabolica. Lucas took the initiative to break the spell of the two. While waving his wand, the blue flames ignited beside him. Since Lucas left Austria, this is the first time he has cast a fire shield for defense. In the past, he mostly used this move to attack. Voldemort looked at Lucas, who was protected by the flames, and the smile on his face became more and more smug. Grindelwald, I thought you would be a smart man, but you are so stupid to risk yourself alone. Let me guess why you're the only one here. Maybe it's because Dumbledore feels the Ministry of Magic is more important than you, a potential quasi-legendary wizard. Grindelwald, if you are willing to follow me, I can guarantee that your position among the Death Eaters will be second only to me. Stop working for Dumbledore, can't you see that he's just using you and guarding against you? Just like me in the past, he is afraid of other talented people. Join me, and I can give you a broader future. It could be seen that Voldemort really wanted to recruit Lucas, but he also really wanted him to die. His words were an ultimatum to Lucas. If you don't surrender, you will die today. Lucas chuckled and said, surrender to you. Then you have to go for plastic surgery first. I hate all ugly things, especially those without noses. Presumptuous. Voldemort roared, and fiery flames shot out from his wand. The fiend fire quickly formed a giant python. Lucas raised his head slightly, and the blue fire around him shot up into the sky, forming a blue dragon in the air in the blink of an eye. The dragon and the python attacked at the same time. Two behemoths crashed into Azkaban, completely destroying the centuries-old building. Lucas and Voldemort were not idle either. They kept exchanging spells back and forth, and each shot carried a deadly threat. No matter who it is, as long as he is hit, he will surely die. Boom. The rumble of thunder came from the clouds. Lucas's blue flame dragon flew into the sky with a giant python in its mouth. The astonishing heat brought by the use of two extremely powerful fires made the vicinity of Azkaban as warm as spring. Boom. Another thunderclap sounded. Seeing that the timing was almost up, Lucas detonated his fire dragon. Even the flame python of Voldemort dissipated into the air. The heat that was originally gathered together suddenly spread to the surroundings along the sky. The change in the sky caught the attention of the Death Eaters, and only Voldemort stared intently at the blonde boy in front of him. Grindelwald, don't think this can divert my attention, you must die here today. I have no intention of running away. Lucas cast Apparition and came to the ruins of Azkaban. Flying high into the sky with a red spark. More than a dozen streams of white mist and black smoke appeared around the island. These people were all elite Aura-level wizards selected from the Order of the Phoenix and the Saints. As soon as the crowd appeared, they immediately drew their wands and cast an anti-apparition spell on the entire island. Voldemort looked around, and said contemptuously to Lucas, if it's an ambush, aren't there too few people? The surrounding Death Eaters laughed loudly, with Bellatrix being the loudest. Looking at the faces of everyone laughing at him, Lucas chuckled and looked towards the sky. Tick. A drop of rain fell from the sky. Lucas wiped the drop of rainwater from his face, and said in a low voice, it has started. Where his eyes are fixed. The star dragon Medusa was slithering through the clouds with a large bottle of cartilage incense in her mouth, and the contents of the bottle quickly blended with the clouds. Then it turned into rain and fell to the ground. The light rain gradually became heavier, completely covering Azkaban. As the rain kept getting heavier, the clothes on the Death Eaters were completely drenched and the rain began to soak their skin. Lucas was still confronting Voldemort and the others with his own strength until a scream resounded in the night sky. Lucas Grindelwald, what despicable means have you used? Voldemort's sharp voice sounded, this time full of anger towards Lucas. Chapter 296, Time Magic Appears, Voldemort Fails Again. England, North Sea. December is supposed to be the season of snow. But at this time, the island of Azkaban was shrouded in torrential rain. Bellatrix raised her head, staring blankly at the clouds above her head. Master. She wanted to remind her master that there was something wrong with the rain. But she didn't need to remind him. Watching the newly joined Death Eaters fall to the ground with their bones melting like snow, Voldemort asked angrily, Grindelwald, what have you done? This is the reason why I dare to come here alone, Voldemort, the people you just freed from Azkaban, you can't take them away. Bastard. Voldemort waved his wand, and the crimson fiend fire reappeared. It's just that this time his target was not Lucas, but the clouds in the sky. He seemed to be planning to disperse the clouds in the sky with fiend fire. Not to mention whether Voldemort could do it, even if he could, Lucas would not let him do it. So not long after the fiend fire appeared, the rain changed direction and quickly surrounded the fiend fire, accompanied by a large amount of steam. The fiend fire was eventually extinguished by Lucas with a mana-infused rain. Avada Kedavra. Green light rushed at him from 3 directions, but Lucas didn't move as a contemptuous smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Time stop illusion. The 3 green lights stopped within inches of Lucas. They were shrouded by the magic ball that suddenly appeared, and then disappeared with the magic ball. Lucas looked at the Lestrange couple and Barty Crouch Jr. indifferently. Just some nasty bugs. When Bellatrix heard his comment, instead of being angry, she laughed wildly. But the next second, her laughter stopped abruptly and showed disbelief in her eyes, then she turned her head to look behind her. Lucas, who was still on the ruins a second ago, was standing indifferently behind her at this moment. Time acceleration magic. Right after Lucas said the magic's name, Bellatrix was like a cannonball, blasting straight into the ruins of Azkaban. Followed by Barty Crouch Jr. and Rodolphus Lestrange. But the most surprising thing is that no one could tell in which order they were actually blown away. The island of Azkaban fell into a deathly silence, and even Voldemort was stunned by the new magic Lucas had shown. Lucius Malfoy stood up and shouted loudly, Everyone, attack with me. Master, we won't let Grindelwald disturb you. Voldemort came back to his senses and nodded in satisfaction. As he continued to increase the output of magic power, fiend fire turned the entire night sky red again. He wanted to go all out and directly destroy the dark clouds in the sky. Just when he regained control of his fiend fire, Lucius Malfoy took the Death Eaters who were not affected by the rain and cast a spell in the direction of Lucas. Others who were less severely affected joined in. Dozens or even hundreds of spells flew towards Lucas at once. Alastor Moody and others were taken aback, and even Sirius showed a rare anxiety on his face. Time stop illusion. The magic ball appeared again, and those spells were fixed in the air one after another. Only then did people see the true appearance of the magic ball. A light blue magic ball, surrounded by a circle of mysterious runes. Every time the magic ball appears, it can take away a spell. Clock stopping. It was also a magic ball, but this time the magic ball did not disappear again. Like casting spells so much. Then I will give them back to you. Lucas waved his hand, and under the action of the time acceleration magic, those spells returned at twice the speed of before. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing 1 enemy, Death Eater, reward, 400 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Murderer, reward, 200 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Thief, reward, 100 achievement points. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing an enemy, Thief, reward, 100 achievement points. In an instant, the system prompts rang in Lucas' ear. This wave of killing let him gain a lot of points, and this is just the beginning. Once the effect of the cartilage incense is fully exerted, he can also harvest another wave of achievement points. He had to admit that the war mode is indeed a sharp weapon for harvesting achievement points. Lucius Malfoy clutched his cursed arm. Just when he was going to continue the attack, Voldemort's voice came from behind. Lucius, lead some people to break the anti-apparition spell here, we are ready to leave. As soon as the words fell, the flames he was controlling shot up into the sky. Those Death Eaters who had fallen to the ground and were experiencing bone-shattering pain looked to the sky with hope in their eyes. The fiend fire evaporated the rainwater in midair, and it was about to fly into the clouds, but Lucas' figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Voldemort, I said that you can't take these people away today. Time magic, time reversal. A magical clock appeared in the sky. As the second hand quickly moved back, the monstrous fiend fire carefully prepared by Voldemort dissipated into the sky. When Lucas' figure appeared again, he returned to the ruins of Azkaban, only this time his face was pale. Even standing was already very difficult. Seeing this situation, Voldemort's fearful heart suddenly became ecstatic. Although Lucas's magic power is not as strong as him, those unpredictable magics gave him a lot of headaches. Text magic in the cemetery, and this time there was even a magic that seemed to control time. Voldemort was feeling apprehensive and envious at the same time. Grindelwald, it seems that the trick just now used most of your power, and I am the one who won in the end. Noseless monster, why don't you take a look back? Lucas's voice was weak, but without the slightest sense of tension. Without Voldemort turning his head, he could already feel the enemy aura in the distance. Albus Dumbledore. A white mist was moving across the sky quickly. Voldemort looked around. Most of the people he rescued from Azkaban this time were already dead, which made him very angry. But this time it was not without success. At least it let him discover some of Lucas' weaknesses. Lucius, are you all right? Lucius Malfoy was confronting the Order of the Phoenix and had no time to answer Voldemort's question. Just at this time a man in a black robe, pointed hat and mask appeared. Master, Portkey. Lucas and the Order of the Phoenix only set up an anti-apparition spell to prevent Voldemort and others from leaving. But it seemed that they forgot to set the anti-apparition spell for entering, so that the Death Eater could easily break through. Good job, Severus. Voldemort praised in a low voice, and then gathered those who could still move. Moments before using the Portkey, Voldemort looked towards the ruins again. When he found Lucas falling backwards, he immediately added a killing curse. It's just that Dumbledore had already arrived by this time and easily stopped the green light. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 214 enemies and getting a reward of 40,800 achievement points. Congratulations to the host for reaching the first stage of the war mode, the rewards are being settled. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 1 chance for a platinum lottery draw. Lucas, who was pretending to be unconscious, almost opened his eyes. Good stuff, not to mention getting rich, he also got an extra chance to draw a lottery. Lucas, Voldemort is gone. Lucas snapped his eyes open. Although the time reversal magic consumes a lot, it is not enough to make him faint. But his pale face was definitely not an act. I don't know if I could fool that guy, Voldemort. Dumbledore frowned. It's really hard to say, but I'm sure that after seeing your unpredictable magic, he will try to separate us and try to defeat us one by one. Looking at the devastated island, Lucas knew that from now on Azkaban would be a thing of the past. The absence of Dementors made Azkaban lose its value, and even rebuilding it was meaningless. Time came to the next day in a blink of an eye. The new Minister of Magic, Pius Thickness, spoke early in the morning about what happened last night. In the speech, he talked about what happened to the Ministry of Magic last night. While mourning the victims, he also strongly condemned the terrible behavior of the Death Eaters. The complete extermination of the Death Eaters is the top priority of the British magic world, and there is no need to delay. This sentence was printed on the front page of the Daily Prophet. The public saw the minister's attitude, and even more so, the strengthened guarding power of the Ministry of Magic. Diagon Alley has been patrolled by Aurors since morning, bringing a sufficient sense of security to the people who were a little panicked. In addition, the Daily Prophet also reported on yesterday's battle in Azkaban. Although the reporter only took a few photos from a very far place. But whether it is the blue flame dragon or the red flame python, they all greatly stimulated the public. And there were even photos of Lucas alone blocking hundreds of Death Eaters' attacks, which raised his reputation to the peak. Lucas Grindelwald, the next Dumbledore. The crowning of the new king. The White Devil, Lucas Grindelwald. Dumbledore is known as the greatest wizard of this century. People will also call him the White Lord in private, in order to show his identity as the opposite of the Dark Lord. And now, Lucas was also crowned the title of the White Devil by the newspaper. Instead of objecting, the people were in favor. Judging from the results of several confrontations with Voldemort, it seemed that he had the upper hand. After all, Dumbledore was old, and the people desperately hoped that there would be another person like him to protect the wizarding world for another 100 years. Lucas knew about this and let Rita Skeeter write it. It can be understood that he is taking advantage of Dumbledore's popularity. Snap. Voldemort threw the newspaper on the ground, anger written all over his snake-like face. Bellatrix came to his side to say a few words of relief. Seeing the uneasy eyes of the Death Eaters, Voldemort suppressed his anger, and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, you should have seen that Grindelwald's magic power is limited, and it's not enough to fight me for a long time. As for his weird magic, the shortcomings are also very obvious. The text magic has not been used this time, and the conditions for using it must also be harsh. Because he suddenly received the news of our raid on Azkaban, Grindelwald had no time to arrange those weird magic words in advance. As for the time-like magic, it consumes too much power, and he shouldn't be able to use it many times. Severus, you go back to Hogwarts first to inquire about the news, I will not forget your reward." Snape bowed and exited the room. Not long after he left, Voldemort discussed with his men how to deal with Lucas and Dumbledore. Grindelwald and Dumbledore are our worst enemies, they must be separated. In the blink of an eye, the Christmas holidays were over. After several days of busy work, Lucas finally had time to rest. He was planning on going back to school to take advantage of the platinum draw. Just as he passed outside the Great Hall, he saw the students gathered there. Looks like the Pink Toad has made a new annoying rule. Although he was disdainful, he still stepped forward to check the contents of the education decree. Chapter 297, The new plan is in progress, let Harry feel a little involved. The Christmas holiday was short, but everything that happened during this period was enough to shake the entire magic world. What the students at Hogwarts didn't expect the most was that Lucas, who was also a student, had turned into the White Devil King. Thinking of their relaxed time playing during the holidays and comparing themselves with Lucas who could already fight the Dark Lord, many students felt a burst of depression in their hearts. Wait, aren't you curious? Why can Grindelwald use magic outside of school? As soon as the person finished speaking, he saw everyone staring at him like he was a fool. All right, he admitted that it was a silly question to ask. By this time Filch had come down the wooden ladder, so everyone's attention then shifted to the new education decree. From today onwards, all Hogwarts students will be required to undergo a monthly assessment every month, and halfway through the semester, a midterm assessment will be required. That short sentence caused despair in the hearts of many students. Exams every month. Merlin's beard. How could Headmaster Dumbledore agree to let this woman come to the school as a professor? The thought of my parents being able to see my grades once a month, Merlin, this is a nightmare. The students in front of the Great Hall were all sad and a lot of people were cursing Umbridge under their breath. Although the Toad has only been here for a few short months, she has already made all the students of Hogwarts hate her. Especially the dozens of educational decrees issued one after another which made a lot of students abhor her from the bottom of their hearts. Because of Umbridge the four houses were unexpectedly united like never before. There is a kind of atmosphere in the school, as long as you scold Umbridge together, you are good friends. Lucas, who just arrived, saw a lifeless picture. Seeing everyone lowering their heads listlessly, he looked curiously at the new education decree on the wall. What exactly is written on it that can actually make a group of people become like this? Lucas raised his eyebrows when he saw familiar words such as monthly exam and midterm exam. Could it be that Umbridge went to the Muggles for training? He is too familiar with this format. Thinking of the days when he was struggling between books and examination papers, he almost felt a tear fall from his eye. Mr. Grindelwald, I happen to have something to talk to you about. Umbridge happened to come out of the Great Hall at this time and her eyes lit up when she saw Lucas. The Toad's eyes made Lucas feel very uncomfortable. She was looking at him as if she had just found her prey. Professor, what can I do for you? I'm very busy. Mr. Grindelwald, if you have time, please come to my office. I have some questions about education that I would like to discuss with you. Something is wrong. Lucas frowned slightly. The Toad must be planning something bad if she's being so enthusiastic suddenly. Well, I will definitely go to you when I have time. Lucas said arrogantly. His tone seemed to regard the other party as his subordinate. But even so, Umbridge still didn't change her expression, at most the smile in her eyes was slightly reduced. This affirmed Lucas's thoughts even more. Voldemort must have given her a task. Otherwise, with the character of this Toad, it would be impossible to act like this at all. Well, I'll be waiting for you in the office. Umbridge walked towards her office after speaking. Slytherin common room. Lucas closed the door to his dorm and gave the system the order to start the platinum lottery, then a prize pool shining with platinum light appeared in front of him. The platinum light illuminated the room. Soon a ray of light flew out of the prize pool and came straight to Lucas. Ding, this platinum lottery draw is over, congratulations to the host for getting Talent Evolution Scroll *1. When he first heard the system prompt, he thought it was another talent breakthrough scroll. But after careful inspection, he discovered that although the names of the two scrolls were similar, the effect is completely different. The talent breakthrough scroll that was drawn before was used to break through the upper limit of Lucas' talents in various disciplines. And this talent evolution scroll is specially used to evolve his unique talents. For example, Void Fissure, or the Eye of Foresight. I didn't expect there to be such a good thing. Lucas opened his attribute list and glanced at the talent column. The three talents of Void Fissure, Void Aura, and Void Strengthening do not need to evolve. Fissure is usually used for long-distance travel, and an evolution is meaningless. Besides, he now has Time Magic, which will be more convenient in battle. As for the Void Aura and Void Strengthening, both are passive talents. With Lucas's current strength, even if they are evolved, the improvement will not be much, so he looked at the remaining talents. Eye of Medusa, weakened version. If Lucas guessed correctly, he will get the full version of Eye of Medusa after evolution. But what's the use of that? There is actually no difference between petrification and direct killing for him. So the Eye of Medusa is a pass. The combination skills talent is good enough for now, so it is not considered. In the end, only the two talents of Obscurus and Eye of Foresight are left. And if he must choose, he will definitely choose the Eye of Foresight. The ability to predict the future is simply too tempting. Lucas also wants to see what the eyes that can already predict the future will look like when they evolve again. System, use Talent Evolution Scroll on the Eye of Foresight. The Eye of Foresight is being evolved. Estimated evolution result, unknown. The evolution process took longer than imagined. Lucas closed his eyes tightly, feeling a cool air brushing his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the system prompt finally sounded in his ears. Ding, the evolution is complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of Time. Lucas opened his eyes suddenly, and his pupils turned completely golden. If you look carefully, you will find it. There seemed to be a golden river in his pupils that was flowing. Lucas' gaze slowly scanned every corner of the room. From the moment he obtained the Eye of Time, time seemed to be running backwards. Everything that happened in the room appeared in his eyes. He even saw a picture of himself fooling Draco with a black leather diary in his second year. Immediately afterwards, the screen began to advance rapidly. Dumbledore, Harry Potter, and even Umbridge began to appear in his pupils. At this moment, Lucas's face was cold, as if he had lost all his emotions. This description may not be correct. It should be said that Lucas seems to have something akin to divinity at this moment. It seems indifferent and ruthless, but the aura it exudes makes people feel comfortable like a spring breeze. I see. The golden light in his eyes dissipated, and the divine aura around Lucas also disappeared without a trace. The Eye of Time, see through the past and the future. This talent evolution scroll is really amazing. It is obviously only a platinum reward, but it brought Lucas a powerful talent that even diamond rewards may not be able to get. The Eye of Time seems to have a single ability, but it allows Lucas, who likes to plan 3 steps ahead, to see 100 steps in the future. This ability to predict everything in advance is the real trump card. He glanced at the clock on the desk, and suddenly stood up from the bed. I know, I'm going now. Fawkes in the firelight froze for a moment. Seeing that Lucas had walked out of the room, he had no choice but to use his ability to return to the headmaster's office. Looking at Lucas, who came straight up the stairs, Dumbledore said with some surprise, "You are Fizzing Whizbees, you just changed the password before Christmas." Lucas answered the old man's question first. "That's right. I just got a little bit of power, so see." Lucas was the first to answer again, confirming exactly what Dumbledore had in mind. He was surprised but also a little happy. So it seems that Lucas's prediction ability is a little more reliable than Professor Trelawney's. "You're wrong, my ability is also limited, and I can't make long-term predictions like Professor Trelawney." Of course Lucas is talking nonsense. It's just that the Eye of Time is too shocking, so it's better not to let others know. A look of disappointment flashed in Dumbledore's eyes, but soon he thought about it. After all, not everyone can have the power of the third eye. As far as he knows, wizards with the ability to predict the future are extremely rare. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said, "Then you should already know why I asked you to come." "Yes, the next project can start, and I think it is necessary to give Mr. Potter some sense of participation this time." "Harry." "But his occlumency." Before he finished speaking, Lucas interrupted, "Just as I said this, Mr. Potter has already been approved by Professor Snape. Professor Snape thinks he has mastered some basics in occlumency. It can be seen that Mr. Potter has worked hard during this time and is very talented in defense against the dark arts." Dumbledore was silent for a few minutes before saying, "Did you see that?" "That's right, it's just that it's a little different from what we had originally planned, and we're going to have to make some small adjustments to make it easier for Tom to believe." "In that case, let's follow your arrangement," Dumbledore said with a long breath. Lucas stood up and smiled lightly. "Then I won't disturb your conversation with Mr. Potter, and I think you need this now." As he spoke, he handed Dumbledore a box of lemon sherbets. Watching the back of Lucas leaving, Dumbledore ate a candy and said, "What a horrible and annoying ability." Hogwarts dungeons. Harry happily walked upstairs. Just now, that nasty Snape finally recognized his efforts. "I must have a good celebration with Ron when I go back." As soon as Harry made a decision, he saw Lucas in front. The two nodded lightly, and just as they passed by, Lucas suddenly stopped. "Mr. Potter, when you go up the stairs, remember to step with your left foot first." Seeing Lucas, who turned and left after speaking, Harry looked puzzled. It wasn't until he slipped and almost fell down the stairs because he stepped up the stairs with his right foot first that he understood what Lucas said just now. "That wanker, it was actually a prank. I haven't provoked you recently, Lucas." Harry had just finished complaining when Fawkes flew from the sky. Without waiting for Harry to say hello, the phoenix grabbed his shoulders and disappeared from the place in flames. When Harry regained consciousness, he had already appeared in the headmaster's office. "Harry, Severus said that your occlumency learning speed is fast, so it's time to let you know something." Harry didn't suspect that there was anything wrong. Instead, because of Dumbledore's words, he was filled with joy. Not to mention noticing any abnormality, now he couldn't even listen to Dumbledore's words. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon/Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake. Chapter 298, Secret Weapons Transfer Plan. Harry learned the shocking secret. Harry's look of high spirits was unreliable no matter how he looked at it. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment and said, "Harry, what I'm going to say next concerns the lives of many people, so I need to verify your occlumency." "No problem." Harry straightened his back, staring straight at the old man in front of him. Because he knows that legilimency needs to be cast with a wand pointed at the head, and there needs to be eye contact. While Harry innocently waited for Dumbledore to draw out his wand. The opponent's legilimency has been cast. The picture that suddenly appeared in his mind made Harry unable to react for a long time. Until several seconds passed, it finally dawned on him that he had already been hit by Dumbledore's legilimency. Following Snape's instructions, he gradually let go of the miscellaneous thoughts in his head and focused on fighting against the force that invaded his mind. As he looked at Harry, who was yelling and even drew out his wand to cast the stinging curse on himself, Dumbledore sighed helplessly. You must know that 4 years ago, Dumbledore and Lucas had contested legilimency and occlumency with each other. They're the same age, but Harry is really inferior to Lucas. Dumbledore was taken aback suddenly, because he realized that he was comparing Harry with a quasi-legendary wizard. With a self-deprecating smile, he stopped his legilimency attack. Very nice, Harry. Seeing the delighted smile on Dumbledore's face, Harry let out a long breath. Professor Dumbledore, have I passed? Of course. After Dumbledore answered, he saw Harry looking at him expectantly. Don't be impatient, let me think about where to start with you. He stood up from his chair and began pacing the office with a slight frown. Seeing him like this, Harry also became serious. It seems that this matter is really very important, because it was the first time he had seen such a serious expression on Dumbledore's face. Harry. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore turn to face him. Remember that prophecy I told you about? I remember, you said half of it last time, are you going to tell me the other half this time? Dumbledore shook his head. No, you will know about the prophecy sooner or later, don't worry, I want to tell you, in fact, that prophecy has reservations. Do you know why Arthur Weasley was attacked in the Department of Mysteries? Harry asked in surprise, is it because of the prophecy? That's right. Dumbledore nodded, that prophecy is kept in a prophecy sphere, stored in the Hall of Prophecies in the Department of Mysteries. The prophecy involves the fate of you and Voldemort, and there is even a secret weapon to defeat him, so Voldemort will try to get it. Secret weapon? Harry exclaimed, does Voldemort know the content of the prophecy? No, he only knows part of it, so he wanted to find it out. Under the influence of the ancient magic of the Hall of Prophecies, only you and Voldemort can find the prophecy ball. You should know that during the Christmas holiday, I summoned the members of the Order of the Phoenix to Hogwarts, and we discussed a plan at that time. I'm going to hide the prophecy ball in another place. The Ministry of Magic is obviously not safe anymore. I need you to find the prophecy ball. Can you do it, Harry? Dumbledore's question was actually quite redundant. Judging by the excited expression on Harry's face, he knew that he was willing, and it could even be said that he couldn't wait to do it. Yes, of course I would. Very well, when the time comes, people from the Order of the Phoenix will accompany and protect you, and I will tell you the specific plan in a few days. Remember, this matter must be kept secret and cannot be told to anyone, especially Professor Umbridge. Can you do it? Harry nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, I will definitely keep the secret, not only from the people in the school, but also from him. He patted himself on the head as he spoke, with an unprecedentedly serious expression on his face. For the next few days, the school was uneventful. Umbridge was surprisingly calm. She's wandering off to Slytherin Academy now when she's free. In addition to wooing members of Draco's investigation team. She wanted even more to get in touch with Lucas, the chief of the house. But Lucas had already learned of Umbridge's plans through the Eye of Time and knew that now was not the time to meet each other. If he wants to worsen his relationship with Dumbledore, he has to wait for the next thing to happen. It's just right, he can also borrow the hand of Umbridge to get the invisibility cloak from Harry. After planning, he concentrated on enjoying the sumptuous food on the long table along with his girlfriends. At this time, a loud noise came from outside the Great Hall, causing everyone to look towards the door and see Potter and a few of his friends walking in, talking and laughing. Speaking of Harry's appearance these days, it's really funny. Because he learned about the next plan of the Order of the Phoenix from Dumbledore, he was feeling very proud. He always had an "I have a secret, but I can't tell it" expression on his face, which made many people curious. First and foremost was his friend Ron. Harry, what secret do you know? It's been several days, tell me, I promise not to tell anyone else. Harry shook his head with a smile. That smile was him showing off no matter how you look at it. But Ron was not angry when he saw this. Instead, he pestered Harry and questioned him even more tightly. This made Harry even more proud. Oh Potter, I heard that you have learned a big secret, why don't you tell me about it? The strange tone from the long table in Slytherin made Harry's expression turn colder. Malfoy. Draco raised his eyebrows when his name was called, and said with a mocking expression. Let us all hear what the secret is. Could it be that your half-giant friend brought back some dangerous creature again? Everyone around Draco laughed with their faces full of sarcasm. Especially Pansy Parkinson, whose mocking expression seemed to be the most practiced. Even Lucas wanted to slap her when he saw it. Honey, is it really okay to let them go on like this? After Hermione finished speaking, she glanced at the two groups of people in the distance. Before Lucas could answer, Cho said, I think it's pretty good. Potter seems to be getting carried away recently. Ginny and Luna also nodded. Hermione suddenly turned her head to look at her boyfriend beside her. You are not the one who asked Malfoy to do this, are you? Seeing the four of them looking at him curiously, Lucas put down the teacup in his hand and said, I don't have that kind of free time. This is all Draco's own idea. After all, he had no choice but to break his friendship with his savior friend. Hearing Lucas address to Harry, the four girls laughed in a low voice. Okay, hurry up and eat, and don't be late for the activities of the study group later. The four girls responded in unison, and then ate the food on the table in silence. At night, there was an uproar in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. After a semester of study, the group members have completed the defense against the dark arts course for this school year. They have also learned to cast proficiently the Killing Curse, Cruciatus Curse, Imperius Curse, and Sectum Sempra. No matter how powerful or weak it is, as long as it can be cast successfully, it will be considered a success. Many little snakes in the first and second years can probably only make people get a nosebleed with the Killing Curse. But when they grow up in 4 or 5 years, a random Killing Curse can easily kill someone. The power of a spell depends on the level of magic power, but whether the spell can be cast successfully depends on the proficiency and practice. Lucas hadn't heard of anyone killing someone with the Killing Curse the first time they cast it. Except, of course, those who were gifted with extraordinary talents, such as Voldemort, his father, Dumbledore, and himself. Very well, the next thing I want to teach you is the Reductor Curse and the Bat Bogey Hex. Seeing the puzzled expression on everyone's face, Lucas explained, I know you're surprised because these two spells are so simple they can even be learned in textbooks. That's right, it's because they're simple. The Reductor Curse used by people with high magic power can even smash a living person into powder. The Bat Bogey Hex is a very insulting spell. It can make people's boogers turn into bats and crawl out of the nostrils, and it will also cover the face of the cursed person, blocking the other party's sight. Having explained what the two spells do, with a flick of his wand, Lucas transformed the wooden dummy into a fat pig. Volumucus. The fat pig's boogers began to crawl out of its nose and turn to the shape of bats. Almost in the blink of an eye the pig's head was surrounded by them. Many girls had disgusted expressions on their faces, while Ginny, on the other hand, showed eager eyes. In the original book, she was very good at the Reductor Curse and the Bat Bogey Hex. Unexpectedly, in this world, Ginny's interest in these two spells has not diminished at all. The casting of the spell is simple, and the magic power consumption is very small, which is suitable for all of you. One spell can interfere with the enemy's line of sight and interrupt the enemy's next actions, while the other spell can kill or injure the enemy. But I want to remind you, if the magic power is not strong enough, then choose to attack the enemy's hand. Okay, let's start practicing now. Everyone consciously went to find humanoid targets for practice. When Ginny came to the human target, she couldn't wait to use the Reductor Curse. With the sound of the explosion, the humanoid target suddenly turned into a pile of powder. Unconvinced, Astoria used the same spell. Since last semester, Astoria and Ginny have kept competing with each other, trying to be faster than the other when learning spells. When practicing spells, they were also more powerful than most other students. But the competition between the two was benign, so after paying attention to it a few times, Lucas felt relieved and let the two continue. Astoria, who was already in the 3rd year, lost most of the immaturity on her face and there was always a hint of tenderness in her eyes when looking at Lucas. My lord, why is my Reductor Curse not working well? Can you teach me? Okay. The 4 girls have long been accustomed to the interaction between Lucas and Astoria. Time passed by every minute and every second and today's group activities were over soon. After most people had left, Lucas turned to look at the Weasley twins behind him. When are you going to come and talk to me? There was a faint golden halo in Lucas's eyes, and his tone was slightly indifferent. Hearing him, the twins smiled awkwardly, which caught Ginny's attention. Her 2 brothers seemed to have something to talk about, and it should be something big. Chapter 299, Harry's Sweet Dreams and Leaked Information. Fred Weasley, George Weasley, what dangerous thing are you going to do? Ginny stood in front of the twins with her hands on her hips, her face serious. She didn't want to see her mother worry about them. Ginny, you are mistaken. I am George, and he is Fred. The twins did their best trick again. It's a pity that Ginny is not interested in playing with the 2 of them now. I don't care who you are, anyway, please listen to me, don't do anything dangerous, and don't make Mom worry. We don't want to do dangerous things. Fred whispered. Facing their mad sister, even the twins have become more honest. Ginny looked back and forth between the 2 faces several times. Seeing the guilty expressions of the 2, she asked sharply, spit it out. What are you going to do? They're just going to drop out of school. Lucas' voice came from behind Ginny and the twins were taken aback. How do you know? You've always wanted to open your own joke shop, haven't you? I think you can't wait to leave Hogwarts. The twins lowered their heads slowly, acquiescing to Lucas' statement. This stunned the girls next to her. Especially Hermione, she doesn't understand this kind of dropout behavior. With a blank face, Ginny asked the 2 of them sharply, is what Lucas said true? Almost. What do you mean almost? If you drop out of school, your parents will be sad, and how will you find a job in the future? It's a bit too harsh to say drop out, we're going to prepare a glorious exit. After George finished speaking, Fred next to him continued to add, besides, the 2 of us only got 3 passes in the O.W.Ls exam, so even if we graduate, we won't be able to find any good jobs. Ginny laughed angrily at what the 2 said. If you study well, work hard, and try to get more O's in the NEWTS exam you would be fine, but you actually chose to avoid it. In addition, you said you want to open a joke shop, what about the funds? Our family doesn't have the money for you to start a business. As soon as Ginny finished speaking, the twins looked at the blonde boy behind her in tacit understanding. In fact, Lucas gave us the 1,000 galleons he won at the Triwizard Tournament last year. The twins ignored Lucas's swaying hands and confessed without hesitation. So you were also involved. Ginny looked back at her boyfriend. Seeing the fiery redhead getting more and more angry, Lucas hurried forward and hugged her. Ginny, Fred and George are already adults, and they will make their own choices about their futures. Do you have to use those certificates to prove it? You should know how outstanding your two brothers are. As for the joke store, I support it. They are very interested in inventing prank items. You have seen with your own eyes how much the students at school like the things they invented. With such a talent, wouldn't it be wasteful not to use it? Don't you think it's more appropriate for the two of them to focus on that instead of sitting in an office? Ginny's expression kept changing with Lucas' words. When she imagined the picture of her two elder brothers sitting in an office solemnly, she suddenly shuddered. The twins breathed a sigh of relief and secretly gave Lucas a thumbs up. But Ginny noticed all the tricks between the three of them. After glaring at them, she pulled the other three girls out of the secret room. The twins were relieved that at least they now have a family member supporting them. As for Ron, he will support both of them 100%. And they don't have to worry about their older brother Bill and second brother Charlie. The biggest troubles are Percy and their mother. Don't worry, I can talk to Mrs. Weasley for you. The twins' eyes lit up, and they stepped forward and hugged Lucas' shoulders. Thank you so much, boss. Of course, as an investor, this is also your job. After all, we are now working for you. Lucas knocked off the two hands on his shoulders. But I have conditions. Remember the alchemy I taught you. Seeing the two nodding, Lucas continued. I can provide you with the shop in Diagon Alley, and I can also provide you with a batch of raw materials for free. But when you make prank objects, you also have to use alchemy to make some other magic props. As for what to do, you can think about it yourself. The only requirement is that these props have to play a role on the battlefield. The twins looked at each other, and their expressions became serious. Boss, don't worry, we will definitely make enough magic props. It's just this time. According to my personal estimates, you still have about 6 to 8 months to prepare, and the second war will start at the latest when school starts next year. 6 to 8 months. The twins frowned. Both of them knew it in their hearts. Their parents, as members of the Order of the Phoenix, will definitely participate in the war against Voldemort. Not just their parents, but Bill, Charlie, and even Ginny and Ronald. Their family has long been unable to stay out of it. We get it, and when we've finished our spectacular exit, we're heading to Diagon Alley to get ready. For the so-called exit of the two, Lucas had already seen it with the eye of time. Or he had been expecting the twins to do it. Because whether he can get the invisibility cloak, the big trouble that the twins are about to create is the key. I don't care what kind of trouble you're going to make, please don't involve the Slytherin common room, I don't want it to get dirty. Seeing the sly smiles on the twins' faces, Lucas knew that his words did not change their minds. It looks like they still intended to do that. Harry looked around. Everyone was cheering as they looked at him. Harry, you are amazing. It's thanks to you resisting Voldemort's attack at the critical moment, otherwise the prophecy ball would have been snatched away by him. Harry blankly accepted the compliments from Sirius and Mr. Weasley, but he still didn't understand what happened. Get out of the way, everyone out of the way, Harry is injured, don't bother him. Alastor Moody parted the crowd and came to his side. Seeing the old Auror's scarred face also permeated with a smile, Harry asked in confusion, Professor Moody, what happened? Oh poor child, you must have been injured in the fight just now. There was pain in Moody's one remaining eye. Before Harry figured out what was wrong, Dumbledore came along with Lucas. Harry, are you okay? Professor, what happened? Did you forget? What day is today? I'll give you a little hint, prophecy ball. With Dumbledore's reminder, a flood of memories began to emerge. Among them was a conversation between Dumbledore and him in the headmaster's office. Today is the day to transfer the prophecy ball. Seeing Harry's surprised expression, Dumbledore nodded with a smile, that's right, we moved the prophecy ball from the Ministry of Magic to a safe place. Your performance was very heroic. If you did not stop Voldemort many times, we might not be able to successfully complete this mission. Dumbledore raised his wand after speaking, making a mist fly out from the tip of the wand, and a set of images appeared in it. In the picture, a group of people were riding brooms and crossing the sky over London in a neat formation. Suddenly, a group of pitch-black smoke figures appeared. Voldemort then showed up, and the Death Eaters wanted to snatch the prophecy ball. Seeing himself in the mist tightly protecting the prophecy ball, Harry frowned suspiciously. Professor, why do I have no impression of these? Son, it's all because you were injured just now. Dumbledore finished and motioned for him to continue looking into the smoke. Harry saw that he was very heroic in the picture. Voldemort tried to snatch the prophecy ball several times, but was repelled by himself with the disarming charm. Until finally he clashed spells against Voldemort, and was pushed off the broom by the opponent's powerful magic. Although other people rescued him in time, some collisions inevitably occurred. The screen ended here. Dumbledore raised his wand and said, Don't worry, my boy, I'll restore your memory now. Accompanied by the bright light of the magic wand, Harry's memory was also gradually recovered, and the memory in his mind was more detailed than what he could see in the smoke. Watching people around cheering and shouting his name, a smile gradually appeared on his face. Savior. Harry is more suitable for the title of White Demon King. Harry, you're so good. A cry of praise captivated Harry, and soon he was part of the celebratory team. The moment he turned around to celebrate, Dumbledore's eyes turned blood red behind him. Gryffindor Tower. Harry lay on the soft bed, chuckling from time to time. Ron, Neville, and others gathered around the bed, their faces full of doubts. What do you think Harry is dreaming about? I don't know, but it must be a wonderful dream. Maybe he's dreaming that he became the Minister of Magic. Several people were woken up by Harry's laughter. Seeing that he was fine now, they went back to their bed to sleep in peace. Little Hangleton. Voldemort opened a pair of blood-red eyes and his slender fingers gently slid across his eyebrows, or where they should be since he doesn't have eyebrows anymore. Could the transfer of the prophecy ball be another trap? Having experienced the failure of Azkaban, Voldemort was now more cautious. As Dumbledore's old rival, he knows how smart the headmaster is. There was no way Dumbledore hadn't noticed the connection between Harry and himself. But he unexpectedly told Harry such an important plan when he was still not proficient in occlumency. This had to make Voldemort doubt Dumbledore's intentions. Bella. I'm here, Master. I need you to do something in a few days. It may be very dangerous. Would you like to? Bellatrix said with a smile, as long as it is the Master's order, Bella will always be willing, even if Bella has to die. Satisfaction flashed in Voldemort's eyes. Very good, I will come to the room later. I have some rewards for you. First go find Severus, and send a letter to our friends at Hogwarts. Waiting until Bellatrix left the room, Voldemort looked at the night outside the window. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 300, Punishment for Cheating, Mischief Begins, and Hogwarts is buzzing. Since the day he parted from the twins in the Chamber of Secrets, Lucas never spoke to the two of them again. Not only him, but many of the Slytherin students, even his 4 girlfriends were the same. In the words of the twins, it is better not to have any contact with them these days, so as not to get into trouble. The time soon came to the day most students dreaded. According to the newly promulgated education decree, all students must take monthly exams at the end of the month. And it also stipulated that it must be a written test. Such examinations bring pain to the students, but it also adds a lot of trouble to the professors. So much so that in the past few days at the end of the month, all the professors looked bitter and tired. The monthly exam is finally here. In order to prevent someone from cheating, it is even more important to prevent some people from resorting to favoritism. The location of the exam is set to be held in the Great Hall. All students from years 1 to 7 will take the exam here, and the chief examiner is none other than the Pink Toad, Dolores Umbridge. But the candidate for the deputy invigilator was beyond everyone's expectations. The assistant proctor was neither the serious and impartial Professor McGonagall, nor was it the cold and harsh Professor Snape. It was the school caretaker, the resident squib, Argus Filch. Filch, who suffers from severe rheumatism, was patrolling the Great Hall in an awkward posture. Do your own questions, don't peek at others, and don't cheat. You nasty little wizards, when the new education decree comes down, I will be able to tie you up and punish you. I'll have that power then, and Dumbledore can't object, he's been too kind to you before. Let me see who is cheating, I will write down their names, and then wait for the new education decree to come down, and then punish them properly. Filch repeatedly tried scaring everyone with the new education decree, but didn't say what the new education decree actually is. However, it can be heard from his few words that it is not good news. Filch, a squib, always has an inexplicable hatred for the students, so if he gets the power to punish people, their lives will be very difficult in the future. Argus. A disgustingly sweet voice came from the front of the Great Hall, and Filch immediately ran over. Ma'am, what are your orders? Give this quill to the girl in the 4th row. Filch took the delicate quill and trotted to the 4th row. The girl trembled slightly and looked at Umbridge anxiously. Professor, this. Miss, please use this quill to complete the exam. The girl's hand holding the quill began to tremble, but under Umbridge's gaze, she finally wrote the answer on the test paper with the quill. A sudden scream startled everyone, making them look at where the voice came from. They saw the girl from just now covering her face with her hands. But even so, everyone still saw the handwriting on her cheek. I am a cheater. These words seemed to be carved with a knife, not only disfiguring the girl's face, but also insulting her. Everyone should pay attention, this is what happens after cheating. Umbridge looked around at everyone triumphantly. Seeing how no one dared to speak out, she became even more proud. The Weasley twins sitting near the gate looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Boom. Suddenly there was a dull sound outside the Great Hall. Attracted by the sound, Umbridge immediately walked towards the door. But just when she was about to open the door, it was suddenly knocked open by a huge force, and a huge dragon made of fireworks came in through the gate. The students screamed, and the examination room was in chaos. Who did this? Who? Umbridge pulled out her wand angrily, and said to the firework dragon, Stupefy. The spell hit the dragon's head precisely, and then it exploded. Originally there was only one pyrotechnic dragon, but several more appeared after the explosion. Merlin's beard, Argus, don't use the stunning charm on these fireworks. Yes, ma'am. The toad seemed to have forgotten that Filch was a squib and couldn't use stunning charms at all. Filch waved the mop in his hands, trying to knock down the fireworks from the sky. But after a while the mop in his hand was ignited. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is obvious that the monthly examination cannot continue. So the students who no longer had to take the exam were cheering. Those in the know cheered and looked at the Weasley twins. Such unique and creative fireworks must have been invented by those brothers. The twins were not idle either, and distributed all the fireworks in their pockets to the people around them. These Weasley fireworks are long-lasting and fly around. If someone casts a spell on them, these fireworks will explode immediately. Harry also got a few fireworks, and glancing at Umbridge in the distance, took out his wand and lit the fireworks. The Great Hall was completely turned into a sea of fireworks of various colors. What in Merlin's beard is going on here? Professor McGonagall led the other professors. Seeing the fire dragons flying all over the ceiling and the small fireworks flying around, she almost dropped her jaw in shock. Inquisitor Umbridge, what is going on here? Someone is making trouble. I must catch the troublemaker. I will expel him, expel him. As soon as Umbridge finished shouting, she found that the people around her were moving far away from her and her toad's survival instincts kicked in. The moment she turned around, a fire dragon engulfed her and the pink toad was dyed black by the flames. Seeing Umbridge's ugly appearance, although if you ask around most people would say it was an improvement, the students laughed out loud. Professor McGonagall, why aren't you helping me? Oh, I'm so sorry, Inquisitor Umbridge, it's because we don't know if we have the authority to do so. Professor McGonagall explained why in the same tone that the toad often used. Then she looked at the students in the Great Hall. The Great Hall is very dangerous right now. Before the Inquisitor has dealt with the problem, you should go back to your common rooms and wait for news. Amid the cheers, Professor McGonagall led other professors out of the Great Hall. The students also consciously followed behind her. Also leaving the Great Hall were the countless fireworks. They seemed to be manipulated by someone behind them and they immediately split into pieces after leaving the Great Hall, flying to every corner of Hogwarts. Afternoon. The monthly exam seems to have become a joke. The students re-entered their classrooms and started class as usual, facing the fireworks that burst out from certain corners from time to time. All the professors chose to stand by, knowing who the culprit was, but even Snape didn't blame the twins. This just shows how hated Umbridge has become in Hogwarts. A firework with colorful lights suddenly flew into the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall glanced lightly. Prefect, go and tell Professor Umbridge that there is a firework here that needs her disposal. Not long after the prefect left, Umbridge hurried over. As the fireworks disappeared, her face became gloomy again. McGonagall. Professor Umbridge, there are fireworks in the charms classroom. Professor Flitwick wants you to go there as soon as possible. Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression, Inquisitor, you should go and have a look. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid it won't be easy to explain it to the Ministry of Magic. Humph. Argus, let's go. Filch followed Umbridge out of the classroom with a twist. Once the two left, cheers erupted in the classroom and even Professor McGonagall had a slight smile on her lips. Umbridge spent the entire afternoon dealing with pyrotechnics. There was simply no time to investigate just who was playing the prank. Until evening arrived. After dealing with all the fireworks, Umbridge finally had some free time. A group of students are waiting outside the Office of Defense Against the Dark Arts. If you look closely, you will find that most of them are students of the Gryffindor house. Click. The door of the office was opened and Neville came out of it. How's it going, Neville? What did she ask you? She just asked a few random questions, and Professor Umbridge also treated me to some snacks and tea. Neville scratched his head and said. The few people around were immediately disappointed. Harry Potter. Filch's voice came from the office door. Harry walked into the office under everyone's worried eyes. Mr. Potter, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Please sit down. Thanks. Harry sat down stiffly across from Umbridge and Filch immediately brought him a cup of tea. Drink some tea, have some snacks, don't be nervous, we will just chat casually. Harry thanked her again, then picked up the teacup and saw his reflection in the tea, and his thoughts suddenly returned to last summer. Thinking of that fake Professor Moody who drank Veritaserum and uncontrollably revealed a lot of secrets, his heart suddenly became vigilant. Drink more. Listening to Umbridge's urging, Harry was even more sure that there was something added to the tea in his hand. No, Professor, I'm not thirsty yet, what do you want to ask? Oh, well then, just don't forget to drink. Umbridge continued to ask after that, do you think Dumbledore has neglected his duty as headmaster? Harry said suspiciously, I thought you wanted to ask me about the fireworks. Of course. Umbridge's face became a bit uglier. Of course I want to ask about the fireworks, but this does not conflict with my question. I don't think what happened today would have happened without Dumbledore's acquiescence, so there's something wrong with the education system, don't you think? I can't agree with you, Professor. I don't think there is any problem with Professor Dumbledore's education. All the students at Hogwarts like him very much. Harry's answer obviously didn't please Umbridge. Just when she was about to continue asking, the door of the office was suddenly pushed open. "Ma'am, go and have a look, someone is making trouble outside again, and there are many swamps on the only way to the teaching area." "What? Swamps?" Umbridge stood up in surprise. Forgetting about continuing to trouble Harry, she picked up the wand on the table and walked out the door. Harry smiled gloatingly, he knew that the twins must have done it again. Support with Power Stones or comments. You can subscribe to my Patreon/Mysterian901 to read the complete fanfic ahead of time. Snake, 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 eagle, badger, lion, turtle, pile of poo, pig, face, penguin, pig.